Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Mu Yang is a person that even the Ice Queen cares about, and he may even destroy their overall plan, even if they know that Mu Yang will be a big worry for them at this time. The rich can only tolerate him. There are only Emperor fans and Twisted Emperor fans in Liu. Pantalone was a standard Emperor fan at the beginning, and later gradually developed into a Twisted Emperor fan. He wanted to get the Eye of God and get the recognition of the Rock King Emperor, but the more he did so, the less he got the Eye of God, even though he was so outstanding. Gradually, Pantalone was completely disappointed with Morax. After being won over by Piro, Pantalone joined the Fadui without much hesitation. He wanted to prove to Morax that his disapproval of him was his most wrong choice. Pantalone wanted to destroy Liu, destroy everything created by Morax, and destroy the financial system established by Morax 860. He wanted to prove that he was much better than those good-for-nothings on his behalf. In the past few years, under Pantalone's operation, the Northland Bank has been expanding continuously, and there is not even a single person who can fight in Liu. But I didn't expect that Mu Yang and Ningguang would give me such a big surprise. Is it really fair to let a country with the right to mint coins open its own bank? Pantalone wanted to condemn Liu's hegemony countless times, but what else can he do besides condemnation? At least in Liu, Liu Bank is invincible, and all he can do is snipe the development of Liu Bank in other countries. But now that the water god Fernina has come to Liu, if the two sides reach a relevant cooperation, even the Northland Bank may be really hurt. After all, the reputation of the Fadui in various countries is really too bad, which also affects the Northland Bank, even though the Northland Bank is currently the best bank on the continent of Teyvat. The rich man looked at the silent Lady Rosaline and asked, "Are you sure that Mu Yang will not interfere in this matter? Since he accepted the gift from the Queen, he will not embarrass us, and Morax should not hide this matter from him, otherwise this matter cannot be promoted at all," Rosaline said with a firm look. She did not believe Mu Yang but believed in the water girl. Since the Ice Queen did so and even gave away her former weapon for this, there must be a deep meaning in doing so. Well, in this case, then we will follow the original plan. Pantalone looked at Tartaglia. "We need you to show your full strength here if you can injure Yu Hengxing." Thinking of Mu Yang, Pantalone continued to add, "Of course you can't hurt her life." Knowing Mu Yang's strength, Pantalone naturally couldn't really take Keqing's life, and the Fadui couldn't bear Mu Yang's anger. Even Morax might terminate their cooperation. To be honest, even Pantalone is full of admiration for Keqing. After all, in Liu, it is still very rare to have someone who is so rebellious as to question Morax, not to mention that Keqing is one of the 7 stars of Liu. Such a person in the Liu upper echelons is a good thing in Pantalone's eyes. Obviously, even Pantalone doesn't know that Keqing looks like a hater of Emperor, but in fact she is a fan of Emperor and a high-level fan. As for whether Tartaglia can defeat Keqing, Pantalone is not worried about this. Even he is probably not Tartaglia's opponent now, not to mention Keqing. "Well, I know," Tartaglia nodded slightly. Although he likes fighting, he will not fight against stronger people and provoke enemies that cannot be provoked for the Kingdom of Winter. There is really no need to kill Keqing in the battle. As for whether he can beat Keqing, Tartaglia did not consider this. He had tested Keqing's strength before. She was on par with himself in normal state. She was a strong opponent, but that was all. He is the young Master Tartaglia, there is no limit. Olicino glanced at Tartaglia and finally did not tell her the conversation between Mu Yang and himself, asking Tartaglia to be careful. This matter is not a big problem. If you lose, you lose. Song just wants Tartaglia not to die. "Servant, I will need your help later." Then Pantalone said to the servants, in fact, the status of servants is higher than Pantalone. Not only is Olicino higher than Pantalone, but even Rosaline is the same. The main thing is that the infiltration of Liu has always been done by Pantalone. No one knows Liu better than Pantalone. The servants and ladies are willing to cooperate with Pantalone at this time. "Well, but I hope you don't mix too much personal feelings in this operation. Morax is watching us," Olicino warned Panta Chuanwang. "Humph, everything is for the Queen." In the private room arranged by Zhongli in Liulai Pavilion, Zhongli, Mayang, Ningguang, Ganyu, Hudao Shen, Funina and Clorinde sat down. Clorinde was stunned at this moment. She didn't expect that Funina actually joined such a guild. Not only Funina joined, but also Violet joined. The key point is that Funina is not Fucaros, but the personality of Fucaros, the water god. Of course, the other party is indeed the water god of Fontaine, but the situation is a little special. In this guild, there are not only their water gods and the highest judge, but also the rock gods of Liu, the grass gods of Zumi, and the wind gods of Mondstadt. No wonder Funina and Navalette asked Steambird News to publish such an article some time ago. It turns out that several gods have united in 3.3. At the same time, Clorinde is also curious about the world outside the continent of Teyvat. It's a pity that Keqing and Yi Lan are not coming, and the great sage of demon subjugation is also preparing for Zhongli's pretending to be seriously injured outside. Otherwise, this can be regarded as a big gathering of guild members, right? Hu Tao looked at the people on the scene with emotion and said, her eyes looking at Kinina were a little hot. This is the water god of Fontaine. It's a pity that Fontaine does not have the death penalty. If she cooperates with Funina, she will definitely be able to make the Hall of Rebirth bigger and stronger. Funina is responsible for announcing the death penalty, and I am responsible for burying people. What a perfect combination. They can also form the Fu Tao combination. How similar does it sound to Hu Tao? Mu Yang sat with Shen He on his left hand and Funina on his right hand. He picked up a piece of Matsutake stuffed meat roll for Funina and said, there is no other way. Because of Zhongli's plan, Keqing needs to prepare for tomorrow's battle. After all, it is very troublesome to defeat Tartaglia while making herself look seriously injured. As for Yi Lan, she is now staring at the Northland Bank. In the end, even if Morax and Barnabas maintain a tacit understanding, Liu and the Winter Kingdom are still competitors, and the Fadui executives are not honest people. You have to keep a close eye on it. Funina put the meat roll stuffed with Matsutake mushrooms into her mouth puffed up like a hamster. She ate and said, it's a pity, however there seem to be fewer tasks recently, I haven't carried out any tasks yet. However, not long after she finished speaking, the guild's reminder sounded in everyone's mind and they all looked at Funina. Isn't this too coincidental? You just said there was no task, but now there is a task. If I say this is an accident, do you believe it? Funina smiled. My luck seems to be a bit against the sky. Forget it, just look at the task. Xiang patted Funina's head and comforted her softly. Ding, a commission from the Pokémon world. Crazy collector Galuda is trying to capture the legendary Pokémon Lugia. In order to lure out the sea god Lugia, Galuda used a trick to consume the physical strength of the 3 mythical birds and captured the 3 mythical birds, but accidentally destroyed the seal of the gods, causing Lugia to fall into darkness due to the breath of the abyss. Please defeat the dark Lugia and purify it. Reward points reward, 60,000 dimensional points up to 5 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution, and participants can get 5% of the total points at least. Wendy, abyss breath. Nasida, do other worlds also have abyss power? Mayang, it is rumored that the abyss is the grave of the world. As for the specific situation, I don't know. It seems that the Pokémon world the power of the abyss should have appeared a long time ago, but it's not a big problem. I can purify the power of the abyss now. Fortunately, there were no similar tasks before, otherwise it would be very tricky. Nashida, can it be explained that it is precisely because of such a task that the purification ability appeared in the previous special store? Mu Yang, it may not be impossible. Well, let's talk about this after we come back. I'm going to the Pokémon world again. I'm taking an opportunity. Who of you wants to go with me? At present, the number of our Pokémon is still a little less, so we can go to the Pokémon world to purchase goods. Mu Yang is not worried about helping to purify Lugia. Maybe Lugia is very powerful, but Mu Yang is no longer the weak chicken he was before. Mu Yang feels that even if he is alone, he may not be Lugia's opponent. Funina, Pokémon, I still don't have Pokémon. This time I'll trouble Mu Yang to bring more Pokémon back from the Pokémon world. Even if Liu can't raise Pokémon, we still have many places in Fontaine to raise Pokémon. I can even set aside a special island to raise Pokémon. Navalette, if you don't mind, how about letting me participate in this mission? I need a lot of points to improve my power. Fucaros. Navalette, do you want to compete for the mission qualification? I support you. When you become a complete dragon, you can solve Fontaine's problem. After learning that the guild can help Villet become a complete dragon, Fucaros is thinking that Villet can go to perform the mission and then become a complete dragon. It doesn't need to be very strong, as long as it can solve the original fetal sea water in Fontaine's body. She has given up her plan. The collapse of the Godhead may cause dissatisfaction on Sky Island. At that time, Fontaine will be the first to die. Moreover, who wants to die if they can live? Mu Yang. Okay, who else is willing to participate in the mission? The strength requirement is not too high. Eula, can I participate in the mission? Mu Yang, yes. Funina, I want to participate in the mission and choose Pokémon. I believe I can choose good Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Mew Yang. Don't be shy about the last spot, decide as soon as possible. After Mew Yang finished speaking, he looked at Clorinde and Shenhe in the real world. Neither of them had ever performed a mission. It's actually quite good to give the opportunity to these two people. This is also a reasonable allocation. Clorinde first looked at Mew Yang and then at Funina and finally said, I will not participate in this mission. She has just joined here, and it is embarrassing to compete with others for opportunities. In addition, Funina and Villette will participate in this mission. Fontaine has already participated, so it is not easy for me to participate. As for Funina's safety, Clorinde does not need to worry about it. Since Anvillette is involved, her safety should be guaranteed. In addition, since Mew Yang, the president, can be recognized by so many gods, his strength may be above the gods, so it is meaningless for me to go. Shenhe glanced at Clorinde and finally said, leave this opportunity to me. In the Orange Islands near Asia Island, a Lugia with black feathers, scarlet eyes, and a dark aura was fighting with 4 Pokémon. The white Lugia, which was obviously smaller than the dark Lugia, was leading Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos to fight against the dark Lugia. It was just not known whether it was because of the power of the Abyss, but the dark Lugia obviously suppressed the other 4 Pokémon. Because of the fierce battle between the two sides, the sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning, and thunder, hail fell from time to time, and the surrounding ocean currents were completely disordered. Countless Pokémon came to the place where they fought. They could not participate in the battle of the gods, but could only watch from a distance, hoping that the god of the sea could suppress the fallen Lugia and save the world. The battle in the sky was still going on, and even the surrounding weather became chaotic because of the battle between several gods. Is this the god of this world? Funina appeared on the island in the distance, looking at the 5 big birds fighting in the sky with a dazed look. Sure enough, I was just a small scum, and I couldn't beat any of those guys flying in the sky, and I was afraid that I would be finished if I even touched them. I didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker between the other me and the so-called god of the sea. Well, this is the god of this world. Mew Yang nodded slightly, and he took out the Chenji that he got from Grandma Ping. To be precise, this Chenji had been given to him by Grandma Ping. Although the materials of the Chenji pot were very precious, with Grandma Ping's accumulation, she still had the capital to make several Chenji. What's more, Mew Yang didn't want Chenji to do anything bad, such as kidnapping a group of beauties in various worlds and then opening a harem in Chenji, but to get benefits from other worlds so as to strengthen Liu and Teyvat. Then it is understandable to give Mew Yang a dust song pot. I don't know who is stronger, the gods of this world or the gods of our world, Eula thought of Barbados. Although his own gods usually seem very unreliable, the fact that he maintains the environment of Mondstadt is enough to prevent the Mondstadt people from blaming Barbados. The Mondstadt people have always owed Barbados, not that the wind god Barbados has done anything wrong. Keqing said before that Morax treats the Liu people so well that he spoils them, but the Mondstadt people are no exception. Eula even feels that their Barbados is even better than the Rock King next door. Look at how much they have been trained by the Mondstadt people. But many times they are more like the incarnation of nature. Take the Dust Song Pot to find Pokémon and take as many Pokémon as possible. Of course, Pokémon like Gyarados are not included. Even if they can't be killed completely and can't turn around, they need to be suppressed. And Funina had a very good relationship with Mew Yang. In many cases, it seemed that she had no defense against Mew Yang. Moreover, it seems that Sky Island doesn't seem to have any intention of clearing up these Dragon Kings. After all, sometimes humans are the biggest threat to the world. If they get angry at every turn, Liu can't stand their tossing. Mew Yang said something that Eula did not understand at all. Mewtwo is not weak. Even before going to Teyvat, Mewtwo may not be worse than Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno. But after going to Teyvat, Mewtwo's strength has been greatly improved. Although it is not as good as Lugia, the god of the sea and the sky, it is much stronger than before. But it seems that they don't seem to have such an idea. This makes Navillette Wright was a little confused. To be honest, if Phanes was gone and the alpaca would not think of destroying humans, Mew Yang would not go to Teyvat continent with Arceus. He was just dissatisfied with some of the orders set by Sky Island. However, Eula did not reject this. At least Qin was not here and she was better than Qin. Last time in the Angel's Gift, she and Mew Yang seemed to have some misunderstandings. She seemed to have misunderstood Mew Yang. It seems to make sense. As for higher-level gods, forget about the 7 gods, and I am afraid that those guys on Sky Island can't beat them either. Mew Yang felt around and thought that he should not be targeted by the alpaca. After all, this is Arceus's clone, and no matter how you look at it, it seems to have a better future than the current Teyvat continent. However, Villette still cared about Mew Yang's words. Navillette was silent after hearing this. Before Fanes came to Teyvat, the protagonist of the world was still the dragon. But now, Eula felt that she did not misunderstand Mu Yang. Mu Yang did not seem to be a man who was not interested in women. He already had Keqing, and now he was accompanied by Shen He. Such a woman was Mu Yang's guard and bodyguard. How could she believe it? For humans, the gods of Teyvat are naturally better, but for the whole world, the demon god who loves people unconditionally may not really be beneficial to the world. Mu Yang's popularity with women seemed to be a little too good. There were far more women than men in the guild. Could this be a place for Mu Yang to pick up girls? However, the gods in this world are different from the gods in Teyvat. The gods in Teyvat are lovers. No matter how cruel the demons are, they are actually lovers in essence. This is the law given by Sky Island, but each demon has different ideas about lovers. The Pokémon world is indeed better developed than Teyvat continent, but there are some fools who want to destroy the world or reshape a world at every turn. I don't know how this world has offended them. Even if his original body did not go, he could just send a sister Wuxi to Teyvat continent. Are humans the biggest threat to the world? For example, the level of the 3 mythical birds is still easy to beat, but it is a bit difficult to beat Lugia, and it may not be possible to beat it. After all, it is different from Mutwo. What do we need to do next? Eula turned to Mu Yang and asked. As for Teyvat continent, well, there are also a group of psychopaths here such as Raiden, a world destroyer. When something happened, who should she listen to? Some demons even think that human beings are too painful to live, and they want to make them less painful and need to let them be free, so they kill all humans and they will not suffer. This has also happened, Mu Yang then said. Relatively speaking, some gods in this world have a lower IQ. As for rushing to Sky Island for revenge, Villet had never thought about it. Just kidding, he didn't even care about the dragon lizards. For Mu Yang, Eula has always been grateful. Mu Yang gave her the opportunity and possibility to become stronger. Well, Canraya was also established by humans, and they once became a huge threat to the Teyvat continent. There are some things that Navalit himself doesn't know. Humans seem to be brought by Fanes, but he doesn't reject humans. What do you say? Furniture looked around curiously. She was very interested in the Pokémon on the sea. If possible, Furniture wanted to pack up all the Pokémon and take them away. After all, she was also a water god. If she was on the Teyvat continent, after Fukaros shared his power with Furniture, Furniture was now half a water god, 1 level higher than a follower. If she was on the Teyvat continent, these Pokémon would listen to her. After all the Fadui were driven out of Fontaine and the problem of the prophecy was solved, Furniture planned to cultivate more Pokémon in the sea area of Fontaine. Of course, the living range of Pokémon also needs to be controlled. Who knows if this will affect the original creatures on the Teyvat continent? If you really count it, Pokémon is an invasive species to the Teyvat continent. But considering those monsters, such invasive species seems to be relatively good. Mu Yang looked at Funina, then at Shen He and Eula. Well, the most reliable of the 3 was actually Eula, the Tsundir. Even though Shen He had been following him for a while, he still didn't know much about the ways of the world. Eula selects some 770 Pokémon suitable for Teyvat and put them into the Dust Song Pot. Although Mu Yang handed the Dust Song Pot to Funina, he mainly focused on what Eula said. Okay, Eula raised her eyebrows and agreed. By the way, take some fruit trees with you. Those things are nutritious and can be planted on Teyvat. Mu Yang added. Lugia and the others can't hold on, so I'll go first. That Valette said to Mu Yang and flew up directly. The main force of this mission is actually still on Mu Yang. After all, even as the Dragon King, he is not good at dealing with the power of the Abyss. He needs points now, so he needs to defeat Dark Lugia before Mu Yang takes action. Villet doesn't know if he can really defeat Dark Lugia, but aren't there the Sea God and others here? Villet flew into the sky and spit out a stream of water at Dark Lugia. Dark Lugia, who was originally suppressing Sea God Lugia, was hit by this high-pressure water cannon unexpectedly, causing Dark Lugia to be directly hurt. Then Violet turned to look at Lugia and whispered, "We have a way to purify the Abyss power in him. How about working together to subdue him first?" The Sea God Lugia looked at Violet in surprise, and was also shocked in his heart. Sigma of Oa, what's wrong with this guy? I can see that you are not a human. Why is there a dragon's breath? This is definitely not from this world, right? As a god, Lugia obviously knows much more than ordinary humans and Pokémon. Even the god of fire, god of thunder, and god of ice behind him don't know much. The Pokémon world is not the only one. Lugia knew this, but the existence outside the world has always been blocked by the boss. Could it be that the boss had his gold coins exploded? Or was this the boss calling for help? Oh yes, from what the other party said, the other party has the means to purify that terrifying aura. We must cooperate with the other party to rescue the senior. At that moment, Lugia agreed to the alliance request of Villette and swept his eyes to Articuno, Moltres, and Zapdos, which made the three stupid birds tremble. Lugia itself is their immediate superior, and this time it is indeed their fault. They themselves have the responsibility to suppress and guard Dark Lugia, but as soon as humans instigated them, they started fighting first and released Dark Lugia. There is no doubt that they have to bear a huge responsibility for this matter. Those humans were directly destroyed by Dark Lugia when Dark Lugia came out, so now they are the sinners. Navalet's strength is not weak, at least not weaker than Lugia. With his participation, the original disadvantage was reversed at this time. They worked together to suppress Dark Lugia. It seems that I don't need to take action. Mu Yang naturally knew what Navalet was thinking, and Mu Yang was also happy to see it happen. In fact, he could do these tasks or not. It was true that Mu Yang needed points, but his pursuit of points was not as strong as others. Now Navalet really needs points more than himself. After this task, Navalet may not become a complete dragon, but if there is another task, I think Navalet's points will be enough. And as long as Navalet becomes a complete dragon, the problem of Fontaine will be solved. At most, it will be flooded once. As for the water of the original fetal sea, it cannot dissolve the Fontaine people. In Mu Yang's opinion, such a small loss is still worth it. Mu Yang silently sensed the situation around him. The original Lugia fell because of the abyss breath, which caused some problems in the ocean of this Pokémon world. However, it was not important and could be solved. There is no water god in the Pokémon world. Lugia, the god of the sea and the god of ocean currents, is not even of water attribute. Kyogre is the creator of the sea and is not considered a water god. If he could travel between Teyvat and the Pokémon world for a long time in the future, Xu Yang would not mind playing the role of the water god. Mu Yang's eyes kept sweeping over the nearby Pokémon. At this moment, Pokémon from all over the world were gathering here. The sea was densely packed with Pokémon. Funina, Eula, and Shen seemed to be making a big purchase as if they had entered a supermarket. There were so many Pokémon, and even if there were too many ants, they would kill an elephant. They were quite strong, but they were not going to fight with so many Pokémon. So Funina took the two of them to the group of Pokémon and told them that Villette was actually his man and that he needed some Pokémon. We will help you deal with the Dark Lugia, and you will become our Pokémon. Isn't this reasonable? Well, from this perspective, ordinary Pokémon really can't refuse Funina's request. It can't be said that Funina is despicable and shameless. She didn't really coerce these Pokémon, but just aroused their gratitude. Funina was also deceived by Fucaros in the past, and the deception lasted for 500 years. These Pokémon were not deceived, and going to Teyvat was not wronged for them. Whether it was Fontaine or Liu, there were a lot of water and land to accommodate them, and there were professionals to take care of them. There were even immortals among them, so such treatment was definitely not bad. Moreover, Funina did not deceive them, so Villette was indeed helping the god of the sea now. Most Pokémon were kind and willing to contribute. Comparatively speaking, Shenhe was much more concise and clear. When he saw those Pokémon who did not resist and liked him, he threw them into the Chenji pot. Unlike Eula, Shenhe has seen Pokémon and has come into contact with Pokémon. There are many Pokémon in Jiunjian now. These little guys are the foundation of Liu in the future, and we must bring more back. The master likes these little guys very much. Mu Yang watched all this silently, smiling from time to time, especially when he saw Fu Nina holding a black seahorse in her arms, and then flirting with a Milotic. Mu Yang couldn't help but sigh. It seems that although Fu is silly sometimes, she is really lucky. If the normal plot is followed, Fu Nina in the future will indeed have three little guys around her who seem to be very similar to seahorses. Now there is a black seahorse, which is indeed very suitable for Nina. As for Milotica, this kind of Pokémon seems to be unsuitable to appear in the Orange Islands. But this is the real world, and it is normal for Milotica to appear here, right? Not to mention other things, Mu Yang also saw a lot of Dragonite, and he still likes Dragonite very much. Early Dragonite were all unique Pokémon, and they were much more useful than the three starter Pokémon. However, in the next few generations, Dragonite is no longer a unique Pokémon, and it is not even an endangered Pokémon, and there is a trend of flooding. Mu Yang scanned the surroundings silently. To be frank, he didn't care much about ordinary Pokémon now. I have 10 Songs of Dreams as pets at home. Unless they are gods, it is difficult for Mu Yang to be attracted by these Pokémon, but gods can't be taken away just like that. Mu Yang was afraid that the alpaca would come to trouble him directly. Mu Yang looked up at the sky. The sea god Lugia who cooperated with Villette to suppress the Dark Lugia seemed to have a little Lugia in this world, right? Why not ask Lugia if he wants the little Lugia to follow him? Dreams have followed him. While Mu Yang was thinking about it, the body of the Dark Lugia fell heavily into the sea. It's almost my turn to take action. A silver-white spear appeared in Mu Yang's hand, and the winter star suddenly appeared in Mu Yang's hand. Without saying a word, he threw the winter star out and stabbed it straight at the Dark Luja. Boom! The terrifying energy suddenly exploded and bombarded the body of Dark Luja. Even the seawater was separated by Mu Yang's attack. The winter star fell on Dark Luja and poked the gun tip into Dark Luja's body. Black blood flowed out of the wound. It's Luja. Mu Yang looked at the seriously injured Dark Luja and exclaimed, "This strength is much stronger than the 7 gods." Mu Yang was confident that with just that one attack, none of the 7 gods except Morax could block it. Even Lei Dianying might not be able to resist it. After all, taking Morax's strength as an example, his attack power is 3,000 points and his defense is 3,500 points, while Lei Dianying's attack power is 3,000 points or even 3,200 points, but his defense is about 1,000 points. At this time, the sea god also noticed Mu Yang and felt the breath on Mu Yang. The sea god was also stunned. Is this guy Arceus's biological son? Oh no, the dreamy breath on the other party is almost thick to the point of being substantial, which makes Luja curious about Mu Yang. How did the dreamy guy hook up with the existence outside the world? Mu Yang walked forward and came to the side of Dark Luja, feeling the other party's situation. Good guy, such a thick abyss breath is indeed a bit troublesome, but fortunately it is within Xiang's acceptance range. How is it? That Valette landed beside Mu Yang and asked solemnly. It can be purified, no big problem. Mu Yang turned to Luja and said, the noise may be a bit loud later, please help me hold down this Dark Luja. Just using the winter star will not put the other party in danger of life. Mu Yang deliberately avoided the vital points. Okay, that violet firmly held the neck of Dark Luja, and Luja also landed not far from them, helping Mu Yang to suppress Dark Luja. Seeing that Luja and the others suppressed Dark Luja, Mu Yang put his hand on Dark Luja's abdomen and began to activate the power of purification. Roar! Dark Luja cried out in pain and tried to break free, but no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the suppression of Violet and Luja. Mu Yang began to exert the power of purification with all his strength, and the originally extremely dark body gradually began to change from black to gray, and even the scarlet eyes gradually began to become clear. Thank you. Feeling that Dark Luja's condition recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, Pei Qi was grateful to Yang. You're welcome. We have accepted the mission and someone has given us rewards. Mu Yang waved his hand. Of course, I hope you don't care about some of our behaviors. After all, there are no Pokémon in our world. Given rewards, was it his own boss? Luja showed a look of realization. As for Mu Yang and the others taking away some Pokémon, this was nothing in Luja's eyes. It's just taking away some Pokémon. It doesn't think these people are bad people and should be able to take good care of these Pokémon. Don't you have Pokémon in your world? Luja asked curiously while helping to suppress Dark Luja. I took some Pokémon with me before and Mu separated some of her power and followed me to Teyvat. Mu Yang explained. By the way, you Luja have a tribe, right? Are there any descendants in your tribe? Mu Yang felt that he might still be able to come to the Pokémon world in the future, and it would be a good thing to have a good relationship with the gods of this world. Our descendants, Luja stared at Mu Yang with wide eyes. Not only it, but also the 3 sacred birds that were helping on the side looked at Mu Yang dumbfoundedly. Isn't this man too bold? You know, that's Luja. The higher the level of 177 life, the more difficult it is to give birth to offspring. If Luja's offspring grow up normally, it will not be a problem to be promoted to the level of gods. As a result, this outsider actually wanted Luja's offspring, which was a bit too greedy. Offspring? Luja, the god of the sea, hesitated. To be honest, Luja was actually a little moved after being shocked. He did have an offspring, but his child was still very weak. If he grew up normally, it would take at least a few hundred years for his child to grow up. If he went to other worlds to help his child grow up as soon as possible, or even became a god in other worlds, he might be able to help his child grow faster. But if he went to other worlds, it would be difficult for the child to come back. As parents, they really couldn't bear to let their children leave. How about I be your Pokémon? Suddenly, a more mellow voice flooded into their minds. Mu Yang and others, oh no, Pokémon, all looked at Dark Luja. At this moment, Dark Luja was almost completely white, with only some gray traces left, and his eyes became clear. It was obvious that it was it that said it before. I was infected by that power and should have died. The position of the sea god already has a successor. My leaving this world will not have any impact. Dark Luja, oh no, it was Big Luja who glanced at the 3 sacred birds and said to the current sea god Luja. Okay, then I won't be polite. I believe we will have a good cooperation in the future. Mu Yang was also delighted. It is actually possible to place Luja in Liu or Fontaine. It is even better to arrange it in Fontaine. The original sea is very important to the entire Teyvat continent. If the original sea dries up, the Teyvat continent will suffer a catastrophe. Now the star-devouring whale is feasting in the original sea. Mu Yang decided to let Luja guard the original sea. After all, the original sea is also a sea. If Luja can withstand the situation there, letting it guard the original sea is the best choice. Moreover, outside Inazuma is the Dark Sea, which is said to be a place that even Sky Island cannot reach. Many losers of the Demon God War are now in the Dark Sea. Those demon gods are not always honest, and occasionally they will come out to make trouble. It is a good choice to let Luja pay attention to the situation there. Well, I also want to go to other worlds, and from the looks of you, it seems that you also want to bring Pokemon to your world. I hope you can treat these children well. In fact, Luja is willing to leave with Mu Yang and others more for atonement. His own strength is not weak. Even if he leaves the Pokemon world and loses the blessing of this world, Luja is confident that he is no worse than that dragon. With his own strength, he can also protect the children who left with him. Moreover, he also believes that humans recognized by Dream are not bad people, even if this human does not look like a normal human. Ding, complete the task, help purify the Dark Luja. President Mu Yang gets 20,000 points, Shenhe gets 3,000 points, Eula gets 3,000 points, Funina gets 3,000 points, and Navalai gets 100 points. The guild gets 600 experience points. Please keep up the good work. Guild President Mu Yang. Guild level 4 2550/5000. Guild members 1720. Personal points 165,921. At this moment, the purification of Luja is also completely successful. Mu Yang is satisfied with the collection. He returned his hand and took back the Winter Star, looking at the blood hole that still existed on Luja's body. Mu Yang was a little silent. It seemed that he was still a little rusty for the first time after getting the weapon. If he had known that this Luja was willing to follow him, he would not have beaten Luja so badly. Now it's good it can't be recovered without a period of training. Mu Yang fumbled around on his body and took out a Piquet ball. Is this Piquet ball useful to you? Luja was a little silent, and after a long time he said, I should be able to use my power. It can be done, give it a try. Fortunately, Mutuo's special Piquet ball did not disappoint Mu Yang. Under Luja's special control, it was successfully subdued by Mu Yang. However, looking at the appearance of this Piquet ball, it may break in a short time. However, it is enough to support it for a few days at least. Villet watched this scene silently. The strength of their group is about to increase again. I just don't know how Mu Yang will arrange Luja. Villet 2.2 looked at the three stupid birds such as molters on the side again. I just don't know if these birds have cubs. If they can be taken away, it will be a good thing for Fontaine. Then Violet shook his head slightly, and it was not the way to get the wool. This time, they have already got enough benefits. Mu Yang and Violet then accompanied Funina and others to select a lot of Pokemon. Even with the tacit consent of Luja, the god of the sea, they directly moved away a not-so-small island. Not only the fruit trees on it, but also the Pokemon, they did not let go. The empty room echoed when walking, which was very scary at night. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mua, I love you. It seems that this silly Fu still has some intelligence. Mu Yang, your house is nice. Originally, Mu Yang planned to give Luja a Senzu bean to help Luja recover from his injuries, but after learning that Luja had skills to recover, it could recover completely in a month or 6 months. Whirlpool Islands. Mu Yang didn't know how to complain about Funina. You said before that Luja is the god of the sea, so we can let Luja arrange some whirlpools nearby. Funina took out a fruit from somewhere and took a bite. It turned out to be a tree fruit from the Pokemon world. There is a large sea area between Liu and Fontaine, which can be used to house these Pokemon. Zhongli nodded slightly. He had placed the Pokemon in Juyunjian before, but most of the Pokemon he brought this time were Pokemon living in the ocean, which was not suitable for Juyunjian. The main reason was that Funina was often a bit naughty before, and in many ways she was just like Walnut and he couldn't handle it. Okay. It's not much smaller than my house. Funina walked into the house and walked around the yard sighing. Then it went to the bottom of the sea to sleep. It still had a lot of injuries on its body needing to recover. Those Pokemon are all in there, but I suggest to circle a piece of land between Liu and Fontaine to house these Pokemon. Then Mu Yang released Luja and asked Luja to take care of the Pokemon that followed him. Luja naturally would not refuse. Alas, a house that is too big is not a good thing. Funina sighed slightly. Who knew that she couldn't even sleep well in the past? Funina definitely didn't know the concept of Whirlpool Islands, but judging from Funina's suggestion, it seems that it is not impossible. After the meal, Mu Yang, Funina, and Zhongli ran to the sea between Liu and Fontaine. The two sides surveyed it and even asked Fucaros and Navalette to discuss it. Finally, they placed the island far away from the shipping lane. In any case, Mu Yang did not need Luja to fight in the short term. Then I won't be polite with you. Funina obviously didn't intend to be polite with Mu Yang. In Funina's view, Mu Yang was a trustworthy person, and she liked the feeling of being with Mu Yang. Indeed, it is also very troublesome to clean, but Keqing usually handles it, Mu Yang said with deep approval. If you don't mind, you can live with me during this period. Of course, you can actually go to Fontaine. Just be careful to avoid the waterway, it's a good name. When the time comes, I will name this place Whirlpool Islands in the name of Fucaros. Funina ate the peach fruit happily. It was also very interested in Teyvat, but it needed to recover from its injuries. Luja set up several whirlpools near the island. In that case, we will go to settle down after dinner. Zhongli did not refuse, and at the same time he looked at Funina differently. It's not that he looked down on Funina before. In fact, Zhongli still admired Funina. At that time I will place Luja there. With Luja there, these Pokémon will be restrained. At the same time, there is no need to worry about someone doing something bad to them, but it is still better for Liu and Fontaine to issue a joint statement. After arranging all this, Mu Yang took Funina back to his home in Liu. The main reason is that Funina doesn't need to buy the Eye of God and can't buy the Eye of God. At least in the eyes of outsiders, Funina is still the water god Fucaros. Fortunately, she can use the power of Fucaros, otherwise, Funina may have to be helpless all the time. It is better not to make the Pokémon public for the time being, Mu Yang suggested. It's smaller than your house, that's for sure, after all you are the god of water. Mu Yang thought of the small house where Funina would live in the future and his eyelids twitched slightly. The connection is back. In the bedroom of the Ice Queen in the Kingdom of Winter, the moment Mu Yang and the others returned to Teyvat, the Ice Queen, who was resting, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the location of Liu thoughtfully. It is true that the Winter Pole Star was given to Mu Yang by the Ice Queen, but the Winter Pole Star has been the weapon of the Ice Queen for thousands of years. Even now, there is still a trace of connection between them. It is not that the Ice Queen left a secret door on the Winter Pole Star, but such a connection is difficult to break. Therefore, when the Winter Pole Star left Teyvat, the Ice Queen felt it, and now the connection with the Winter Pole Star is back. Did Mu Yang cut it off deliberately, or did he go to a place I can't sense? The Ice Queen's beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and she guessed a possibility. Mu Yang left Teyvat, but now the Teyvat can almost be regarded as a state where entry is allowed but exit is not allowed. Even if Mu Yang's strength is good, he should not be able to leave Teyvat. If Mu Yang could leave Teyvat, many things could be explained clearly. After all, there were indeed some special beings in Liu, and these beings were likely to come from outside Teyvat. Maybe I would have a chance to meet Mu Yang. He might be better than I expected at the beginning. Unfortunately, the food is cold. Mu Yang, Shen He, and Funina returned to Liulai Pavilion. At this moment, Ningguang and the others had already eaten most of the food, and even Ganyu and Ningguang had left. I have arranged for someone to serve the dishes again. Zhongli sat aside and said. Then we won't be polite. Funina nodded with satisfaction. The dishes tasted pretty good before. Besides, she was still hungry. This time I went to the Pokémon world and got a lot of Pokémon, especially the Pokémon called Ink Seahorse and Milotic by Mu Yang. I like them very much. As for points, Funina didn't care for the time being. Anyway, she didn't know what to do with such a small amount of points. Keep it for now. Mayang, you're back. At this time, Keqing came to Mayang with a tired look. But after seeing Funina beside Mayang, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but soon she greeted Funina. Funina, you're here. Keqing also knew that Funina was going to live in Mayang's house. Although she felt that the water god came to Liu and did not live in the residence arranged by Liu, but came to her and Mayang's house, how could she not be surprised? When she learned about this, Keqing felt that her head seemed to be a little heavy. However, she did not think much about it. After all, she and Funina had a good chat in the guild. Now there are many cooperations between Liu and Fontaine, and the alliance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. Now the cooperation between Liu and Fontaine is even better than the relationship between Liu and Mondstadt. Yeah, I need your care next. Funina stepped forward and greeted Keqing enthusiastically. To Funina, the people in the guild are all special, and she doesn't need to pretend in front of them. Don't be polite, just treat this place as your home. After saying this, Keqing also felt something was wrong, and she continued to add, You came to Liu, I should have come to greet you, but because of the competition and the deliberate injury afterwards, I need to deal with some subsequent affairs. I understand, don't mind, you know I don't mind these things. Besides, we are friends. Funina said nonchalantly. She knew that Keqing seemed to be a more serious person than Clorinde. Because of Morax's plan, Keqing's plan was broken. This can be seen from Keqing's tired look. From your appearance, you should not have eaten dinner yet. When I passed by Wanmin Hall before, I brought you some food, as well as your favorite golden shrimp balls, Tilda. Mu Yang took out a lunch box and placed it in front of Keqing. Thank you. Keqing took the lunch box, opened the lid, and saw the golden shrimp ball, and a hint of joy flashed in the corner of her eyes. Conjunctivitis, my eyes are a little sad, steam eye mask, eye patch, artificial tears, none of them work. Crying? Could it be that Ningguang thought Keqing was too annoying and wanted to kick her out? Mu Yang understood what Keqing meant. He touched his nose. Okay, let's rest early after dinner and conserve our energy. When she thought of this, Keqing felt a little blocked in her throat, and even the golden shrimp balls were not as fragrant as before. No, thinking of a possibility, Keqing had a bad premonition. Could this guy want to replenish his divine power? If the relationship was not good, would she come to Liu Harbor to shop, spending at least tens of millions of mora in just one morning? One of the cups for water cost 8 million mora. Keqing, you don't want to lose to Tartaglia and bring shame to Liu, right? Don't be too hard on yourself. Mu Yang exhorted Keqing. Although he was not a devoted man, he still had true feelings for Keqing. After all, she was his first woman. She always had a unique position in his heart. Mu Yang looked at Funina beside him. This silly fufu, if he had the heart, he could definitely let her have 5 babies in 3 years. Funina was really defenseless against him. Well, I know, Keqing nodded slightly, I won't hurt myself intentionally. If I am not a match for Tartaglia now, then my hard work during this period will be in vain. As she said this, Keqing gritted her teeth and looked at Mu Yang with full of anger in her eyes. Although the Rock King Emperor appears in the annual fairy invitation ceremony, it is the first time that gods from other countries have come to Liu to copy. It's not difficult for you to defeat Tianli now. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining. The Yujing Terrace was bustling with people. Countless Liu people gathered, and even merchants from various countries gathered at this moment. The excitement was no faster than the invitation ceremony. No matter how you look at it, Mu Yang is a greater threat to him than Tartaglia. It's not dangerous to fight with Tartaglia, okay? To be honest, even the Fadui couldn't figure out why Liu would do this. In fact, the people of Liu are still very curious about Leshona. They had no doubt that Funina came to Liu with sincerity this time. Keqing, these are all the fruits of my divine power, they are good for you. Be careful when fighting tomorrow, don't get hurt. After all, the Liu 7 stars have never been famous for fighting, and they are nothing like the Fadui executives. HMPH, Keqing, I have helped you improve your strength so much, shouldn't I reward you? She couldn't help but grab a golden shrimp ball with her fingers and put it in her mouth with a look of happiness on her face. The Liu 7 stars represent 7 interest groups, so naturally some people would want Keqing to step down. Keqing expressed her confidence today. She will fight with Tartaglia tomorrow. Mu Yang can't let herself be tired today. And the water god Funina came from Fontaine to Liu to witness such a battle, which made this already popular competition even more popular. Aren't they afraid that Keqing would lose the duel? For Keqing, all the delicacies from the mountains and the sea are far inferior to the golden shrimp ball. Sure enough, Mu Yang is the one who knows her best. Although the Rock King did not show up to greet Funina before, the people of Liu believed that the two sides should have already reached an agreement on cooperation. And this time the envoy was just for the water god to go shopping. Sure enough, the golden shrimp ball is the most delicious. Sometimes, Keqing really wants to lie down and say, I'm sorry, I didn't let you enjoy yourself, Mu Yang. Every time I think of what Mu Yang said to me before, Keqing gets angry. There was no way. This was the duel between Yuhengxing Keqing and Prince Tartaglia. After these days of publicity, it can be said that almost everyone knows it. If Keqing really lost, the image of Liu would be affected, and even Keqing herself would have a hard time staying on as a Jade star. Fortunately, Mu Yang is also deliberately restraining himself. Many merchants in Liu like Fernina's coming to Liu. Fontaine is not a country that lacks mora. If she stays in Liu for 10 days or half a month, won't the consumption increase rapidly? She is simply the god of wealth. Oh no, the Rock King is the god of wealth and Fernina is just the god of water. Anyway, Liu likes Fernina very much and hopes that Fernina can spend more. The disputes in the outside world did not affect Keqing and Tartaglia, the protagonists, and they both stepped onto the arena. Fernina, as the person with the highest status at the scene and a fun person, was naturally invited by Ningguang and others to be a witness. In this regard, both Liu and the other countries have no objection to this matter. In the absence of Morax and Barnabas, letting Fucaros be a witness and referee is also the best choice. Celebrate, rejoice, cheer. I, the god of waters, Fucaros, will be a witness to this battle. The two warriors you can fight with confidence. This place is now blessed by divine power 377, even immortals cannot destroy it. Fight to your heart's content. Fu Nina stepped forward and said loudly. The Liu people below looked at each other in bewilderment. Is this the water god of Fontaine? This kind of eccentric personality is completely different from the Rock King Emperor. However, there are still many Fontaine people doing business and working in Liu. They naturally understand Fu Nina's personality and are the first to applaud and cheer. Seeing this, others also joined in belatedly. After all, he is the water god of Fontaine, and the face that should be given should still be given. We can't let him be treated coldly in Liu, right? How will they explain to the Rock King Emperor at that time? This is the Rock King Emperor's guest. Seeing the people below clapping their hands after realizing it, Fernina also realized that this was not Fontaine after all, and the people would not cooperate with her. Fortunately, she was not completely embarrassed this time. Keqing and Tartaglia went to the battlefield one after another, and the atmosphere on the scene became solemn. Go all out, otherwise you will lose miserably. Keqing looked at Tartaglia with an inexplicable meaning and directly took out the rock not green. Panyan Jiyu, it is well known in Liu that Keqing is the most rebellious one. How could the Rock King recognize Keqing's ideas? Evil Eye, Tartaglia was stunned when she heard it and then laughed heartily. That also requires you to show me the power of using the elegant eye. Why don't you consider whether you are too poor? Without Mora, how can you let others sell the zone for you? Lest she accidentally killed Tartaglia in a second, she would be considered as an unfair victory. Too expensive, is this the other party's problem? For example, this is a bet between the Rock King and the Ice Queen of the Winter Kingdom. It is rumored that it was once the sword of the Rock King, and it has great symbolic significance. Now Keqing is holding Panjiu. Tartaglia didn't say the following words after all. His brain is not very good, but it is not completely brainless after all. He even dared to say this in front of the rich. It is natural for me to give Mora, and for him to give information and do scientific research for me. Mr. Zhongli is a good person. Although he spent a little too much money, he saved Tartaglia a lot of trouble. Moreover, he never missed the information he gave. 1 month, do you know how I got through this month? But do you think you can defeat me with Morax's weapon? As for the Mora that Zhongli paid for too much. Haha, Tartaglia said that he never minded that Zhongli spent too much Mora. Then Keqing rushed towards Tartaglia like a flash of lightning. Tartaglia was shocked and quickly waved the Winter Star to block. In just a moment of contact, a burst of electricity was transmitted to Tartaglia's hand, making him numb. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. I love you. Tartaglia has heard of many secrets of Liu. He spent so much Mora on Mr. Zhongli, but it was not in vain. He knew a lot of information that ordinary people could not find out. Don't you plan to use the evil eye? Even if there is the power of the ice god to suppress the side effects for him, even if the Demon King's arms are activated, it will not cost Tartaglia's life. After hearing Tartaglia's words, the audience below finally reacted, and then a group of people began to boil, looking at Keqing with eyes full of curiosity, exploration, and passion. Although this idea came into some people's minds, considering that it was Keqing, they gave up directly. If Keqing can be recognized by the Rock King, then what are these people? This sword, Tartaglia's face also showed a trace of surprise. Is that so? It seems that you have been recognized by Morax and handed over the weapon to him. Anyway, in Tartaglia's view, things that can be solved with Mora are not a big deal, and it's not his Mora that is being spent anyway. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You can't be my opponent now. Seeing Tartaglia like this, Keqing narrowed her eyes slightly. She wanted Tartaglia to fight with all her strength. If he said it, he would probably be attacked by everyone. Is it because Keqing is going to compete with Tartaglia, so the weapon is lent to Keqing, or does it mean that the Rock King recognizes Keqing? But Tartaglia will not use the power of the evil eye unless it is necessary. No, this is still my own problem. Sheep kidneys, pork kidneys, and beef kidneys, she almost vomited. As for whether the Rock King recognized Keqing. Is that so? Then you'd better be careful, don't die. Keqing's eyes condensed with a kind of domineering taste, the thunder element in her hand surged, and the rock was instantly surrounded by the controlled thunder element, and the dense thunder element exploded, making countless sounds like the cry of thousands of birds. Since you have the Rock King's rock green, then I won't be polite. Tartaglia took out the winter white star and looked at Keqing with a burning gaze. He likes to fight with the strong, and Keqing's strength is obviously not weak. If it is the former, it's okay, after all, it's the 7 stars of Liu. Maybe this time Keqing and Tartaglia's battle has some secrets that they don't know about. After just a moment of fighting, Tartaglia knew that there was a slight problem in his understanding of Keqing. The opponent's speed and strength were not inferior to his own, and his application of elemental power was probably not inferior to his own. This is indeed a strong man worthy of his use of the Demon King's armor. Just when Tartaglia was about to do something, suddenly a strong fire element burst out from the rock. Not good. Tartaglia never thought that Keqing would play like this. He had already prepared for Keqing to have two elemental powers, fire and thunder, which was not Hu Chuang's. You are a dignified Yuheng star. Could it be that you have forgotten the theory of elemental reaction? And do you have so much elemental power? Boom! The explosion burst along the collision point of the two weapons. But just when the overload reaction occurred, Keqing's figure appeared at the position where she stood at the beginning. But the situation of Tartaglia was not so good. He had tried his best to dodge, but he was not Keqing after all, who could dodge with a teleport. When he saw that he could not dodge, he had to activate the Demon King armor and try to use it to block the power of the explosion. It's really dangerous. Tartaglia looked at Keqing with lingering fear. At this time, he looked at Keqing for the first time. He became extremely embarrassed because he looked down on her, but the other party didn't even have the slightest wrinkle on her clothes. Are you finally getting serious? Keqing snorted, but her eyes looking at Tartaglia were also full of solemnity. As expected of the Fadui executive, her strength should not be underestimated. But how would she defeat the other party and pretend to be seriously injured at that time? To be honest, Keqing had simulated this battle several times in her mind, and Tartaglia seemed weaker than she imagined. Could it be that I am really too strong? Be careful. After saying this, Tartaglia became furious. He flew towards Keqing and Keqing quickly blocked him. The two sides began to fight back and forth. Tartaglia is indeed a martial arts genius. Even Keqing received a lot of help in the battle with Tartaglia. The opponent's martial arts are indeed quite good. This is the case throughout the entire Teyvat continent, but Keqing can suppress Tartaglia, and this is based on the fact that Keqing only uses two elemental forces. This Yuheng, the rich man, looked at Keqing, who was steadily suppressing Tartaglia, and the whole person was silent. Tartaglia, who had activated the Demon King's armor, was even stronger than himself. But he didn't expect that Keqing's strength was even stronger than Tartaglia. He just heard that Keqing had excellent talent and good strength, but she was not famous for her strength. Are the 7 stars of Liu hiding so deeply now? I couldn't get the Eye of God and become a 7-star before. Could it be because I wasn't good enough? Keqing is so good at fighting, so what about the strength of the other 7 stars of Liu? Could it be that everyone didn't know enough about Liu before? The rich man silently looked at the Quanyu pavilion in the sky. He had always regarded Ningguang as his opponent. Now among the merchants of the 7 kingdoms, only Ningguang's ability to make money can be compared with his own. All along, the rich man felt that Ningguang was very difficult, and the other party had also ruined his plans several times. Ningguang didn't seem to be a good fighter. But at this time, the rich man had to suspect that the Jade Pavilion, the aerial house built by Ningguang at a huge cost, was actually a war fortress. He remembered that Ningguang seemed to have revealed privately that one day she wanted the Jade Pavilion to cover the 7 countries. Could it be a threat of force? The rich man couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when he thought of this. Can't think about it, absolutely can't think about it. If you continue to think about it, Liu is really too scary. Rosaline watched this scene silently, despising Tartaglia in her heart. While embarrassing the Fadui, she also looked at Arachno on the side and asked, "Are you the opponent of Yuheng?" She felt that she was not the opponent of Keqing, but she couldn't say it. Because of the relationship with the Hearth House, Rosaline and Arachno had some contact, and knew that the strength of this new servant was unfathomable. Alicino silently watched Keqing's battle, his eyes flickering slightly. This Yuheng is quite powerful. Although her martial arts are not as good as mine, her use of elemental power is very novel. The most important thing is that Keqing has spatial ability. It is difficult to defeat her. Rosaline was silent after hearing this. This time, Tartaglia will embarrass the Winter Kingdom. Funina looked at the heroic Keqing and felt dazzled. She felt that she might not be able to defeat Keqing now. Funina turned to Clorinde and asked, "Clorinde, can you beat that Tartaglia?" As for defeating Keqing, Funina didn't think much about it. Everyone has been in the guild for so long. Kinjangna knew that Keqing's strength was much higher than Tartaglia. Clorinde pondered for a moment and said, "We can only try to remain undefeated. As for defeating Tartaglia, it may be difficult. However, the opponent used the power of the evil eye, and it seems that this kind of power consumes Tartaglia a lot. It depends on how long Tartaglia can hold on. If it is half an hour, I can barely make it. If it exceeds half an hour, I may die." Even after entering the guild, Clorinde's strength has not been strengthened. Clorinde did not get the second God's Eye, and it is normal that she cannot beat Tartaglia. Funina nodded thoughtfully. It seems that these Fadui executives are really powerful. Clorand wanted to remind Finina that it is best not to meet with Fadui executives in private if it is not necessary. However, considering that the opponent can borrow the power of Fukeros at any time, Clorand has nothing to say. Ordinary executives should not be Finina's opponents. Funina watched the battle silently. She was not good at fighting. Even such a battle made her feel a little flustered. It seemed that even if she had strength, she was not very good at fighting. Maybe she should learn some martial arts. Keqing kept suppressing Tartaglia. She could feel that Tartaglia's situation was not very good and her momentum was still slowly declining. So how could she pretend to be severely injured by Tartaglia? She was waiting online, quite anxious. Keqing felt that her efforts in the past period of time were still worthwhile. She was a little tired, but her strength improvement was also visible to the naked eye. It seems that it is time to fight. Keqing took a deep breath and the shadow of Zun was like a sword. She once again turned into lightning and attacked Tartaglia. Tartaglia gritted his teeth and tried to exchange injuries with Keqing. He had already seen that he might not really be Keqing's opponent. At the critical moment, some special means must be used. Good opportunity. Keqing's mind was concentrated and her heart was even more happy. She swept the rock knot green in her hand and used a very clever posture to avoid the vital point. With a turn of her wrist, an extremely terrifying force burst out, and the rock knot green pierced Tartaglia's Demon King's armor and pierced Tartaglia's waist. In order to hit Tartaglia, Keqing's chest was also hit by Tartaglia's Winter Star, causing Keqing to fly backwards. Tartaglia covered her abdomen and blood continued to flow out of the wound. Looking at Keqing on the opposite side, who was also in a bad state, Tartaglia knew that she had lost. He smiled bitterly and said, "This time I lost." After that, Tartaglia's Demon King armor fell to the ground. Huff ha ha, it was finally over. Keqing pretended to spit out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, looking seriously injured. "Now I declare that this game is won by Liu Yuhengsing Keqing." Fernina stepped forward, looked at Keqing and Tartaglia for a while and said loudly, "But then again, the immortal beings can heal the body's injuries, but where is that place?" "You can't say that. The other party is also an executive of the Fadui, and Yuhengsing is actually very good except for being disrespectful to the Emperor. They can also make a new one for Tartaglia, as long as the person is not dead. Hypnotize directly, get evidence, and then confiscate the family, isn't it better?" "Great, it's Yuhengsing after all. If you want evidence, I can just bring Uchiha to the door, who can stand the control of the Sharingan's illusion, pa pa pa." At this time, the figure of Miss Rosaline walked onto the stage, followed by two ice-fat men. However, there was one thing Mu Yang had to admit. The rules were very important. If he found evidence first, and then hypnotized and tortured, there was no problem. However, given Tartaglia's character, I'm afraid he will want to continue to challenge Keqing after his injury heals. She first glanced at Tartaglia. It was really embarrassing. The queen's face was all lost by Tartaglia. And Mu Yang was thinking about hypnotizing people door to door. This was indeed a bit too crazy. "I won." Keqing put away the rock green, hooked her arms around Mu Yang's neck. Her eyes were bright and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Before fighting with Tartaglia, she often worried that she would lose, bring shame to Liu and the Rock King, and even be so ashamed that she would commit suicide. Now it's good, there is no need to worry. After all, she defeated Tartaglia. "Well, you win, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back." Mu Yang glared at Keqing fiercely. Although this injury was nothing, Keqing had to be taught a lesson for hurting herself. But in the future, when people mention this matter in Tartaglia, I am afraid they will all say, "Your kidney was broken by Keqing, right? The immortal beans, I also used them. It's a pity that there are not enough immortal beans, otherwise I would be a bridegroom every day." "That's right, although Yuhengsing is a bit rebellious, it's still very strong. I won't let you get out of bed for a month or two." Fortunately, with the technology of Dongguo, even if Tartaglia's kidney is really gone, don't you still have the blood bodhi? Use it. How to eliminate Mu Yang's anger? Waiting online, it's urgent. However, Rosaline broke Tartaglia's kidney. In the lady's opinion, it would be better to kill Tartaglia directly. "Hey, I hate that the old man is happy. Why is this kind of car still driven out?" Looking at Keqing's fierce look, Keqing couldn't help but shrink her neck. "It seems that Mu Yang is." I got angry for the first time. Looking at the waist that was stabbed by Keqing with the rock knot green, the lady looked at Tartaglia with pity. For the ideal of the Ice Queen, they can sacrifice their lives. They can actually see this, and recalling it, even Tartaglia might have noticed it. For Tartaglia, there is no doubt about Tartaglia's loyalty. Even if he has an unclear relationship with the Abyss, Tartaglia is indeed an excellent warrior for the Queen. It's not that Rosaline can perform better than Dada Li if she comes by herself. However, Mu Yang also knew that whether it was Morax or Keqing, they would not agree with him doing this unless it was absolutely necessary. Your injury will take a month or two to recover, right? Why do you have to do this? After all, she has spatial abilities and can leave Tartaglia's attack range instantly after seriously injuring her. Others may not see it, but Rosaline and the others can see that Keqing was injured on purpose in the end. Otherwise, Tartaglia, the idiot, would not even have the chance to exchange injuries. Alas, it was obviously the most efficient to do it by himself. This battle is undoubtedly a humiliating battle for Tartaglia. It is considered the most dedicated among the 7 stars of Liu. Hey, Mu Yang suddenly appeared beside Keqing, hugged her tightly like a princess, and silently sensed Keqing's condition. 3 ribs were broken, but her internal organs were not hurt. If she recuperates normally, she will recover in 1 or 2 months. But looking at Keqing's pale face, Mu Yang's eyes were filled with heartache. Is it necessary to do this? Mu Yang admitted that there was nothing wrong with Morax's plan, and even this attack on the termites in Liu was Mu Yang's own idea. But to let his wife get hurt like this, Mu Yang was distressed. Emperor Yanwang lent the rock green to Yuhengxing. If it loses, it will be a heinous crime. It was a good fight. After today, Yuhengxing Keqing will probably be famous. This time we the Fadui lost, the lady said as she asked the 2 ice fat men to carry Tartaglia away. Well, Mu Yang nodded slightly. I hope you will take care of yourself next. After that, Mu Yang took Keqing and disappeared from the scene. Leaving now, the lady frowned. She originally thought that she would be blackmailed by Mu Yang. After all, Mu Yang was a bit despicable and shameless. He had blackmailed the Ice Queen's weapon for no reason before. This time, Keqing was injured by Tartaglia. Although they knew that this might be Keqing's plan, they were ready to be attacked by Mu Yang and then make a certain degree of compensation. Equals. Could it be that I misunderstood Mu Yang? Mu Yang is not a fun-loving guy who does not get up early without profit. However, since Mu Yang does not want to cause trouble, it is also a good thing for them, the Fatui. At least they don't need to worry about being blackmailed. Forget it, take Tartaglia away first and then start Morax's plan. When Fernina saw the lady taking Tartaglia away, she turned to Clorinde and said, "Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Let's go buy some things. Keqing is injured anyway, so we have to buy some gifts." Clorinde nodded slightly. She knew how rich Fernina was. As the water god, although she was paid, she didn't spend much money on weekdays. During this period, Fernina also asked someone to invest for her. After 500 years, Fernina was definitely one of the richest women in the entire Teyvat continent. Even Ningguang might not be as rich as Fernina. Now Fernina wanted to buy some things, and Clorinde naturally couldn't stop her. She really wanted to buy some things back to Jyaoden. Mu Yang threw Keqing heavily on the bed. Seeing Mu Yang, who was obviously a little angry, Keqing couldn't help shrinking her neck, but Keqing's heart was sweet. She knew Mu Yang was angry, but this was also a manifestation of Mu Yang caring about her. If Mu Yang didn't care about her, how could he be angry? It's just that her ribs hurt a little. I was wrong, isn't that okay? Keqing looked at Mu Yang pitifully. Do you know you're wrong? Mu Yang folded his arms and sneered at Keqing. Since you know you're wrong, if there is such a thing, you will still make it right. Mu Yang and Keqing have a good relationship, and they can usually be described as inseparable. It is precisely because of Mu Yang's understanding of Keqing that he knows that Keqing will definitely bear this injury. Keqing was silent for a moment. Indeed, if there is such a situation, she will still get hurt. Thinking of this, Keqing just gave up. She just lay flat on the bed and said, "You can do whatever you want as long as you can calm down. I believe you won't let me die." Mu Yang also laughed in anger. In Keqing's mind, is he such a man? He looked at Keqing unhappily. This won't happen again. If there is a next time, I will use my own method to deal with it. Keqing shrank her neck. She naturally understood what shying meant. This is to hit every household, but can they do such a thing? Anyway, Keqing does not approve of such behavior. Hey, sometimes those rules are too restrictive and completely unnecessary. But sometimes you have to admit that sometimes those rules are very important. Mu Yang sighed. If you don't follow the rules and can do whatever you want, isn't that a privilege? Keqing herself doesn't like these things. Keqing pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Mu Yang is actually a privileged person. Even the Rock King has privileges. Okay, since you said that before, I won't be polite. Mu Yang took out a set of cat ear girl suits from somewhere, and the tail was shaking, which made Keqing tremble with fear. How to put on the tail? Wait, my ribs are broken, Keqing reminded quickly. Don't worry, I will help you heal. Mu Yang took out the fairy beans. Wait, how can senzu beans be used for this? By the way, I also have blood bodhi, which can also be used for recovery. Who broke your ribs? I also want to use senzu beans to conduct some experiments. How is this guy? Olicino glanced at Tartaglia, who was still in a coma, and asked Rosaline. The right kidney is broken. That Keqing was very ruthless. In the last move, she used a means of bursting power instantly. Rosaline said with disdain, but this problem is not big. For this guy, if losing a kidney does not affect his physical condition or even his strength, this guy Gongzi probably won't care whether he has lost a kidney. Alay 547 Chino's eyelids twitched, but he still said, this time the competition was lost, and the prestige of the Fadui has dropped a lot. There may be some troubles in the future, and the problem that Tartaglia wanted to test before has also been clarified. Keqing can indeed use 2 elemental powers, but considering the relationship between Keqing and Mu Yang, it seems that using 2 elemental powers is not incomprehensible. There are many people who use multiple elemental powers. Tartaglia is one, and Rosaline is also one. Keqing herself has the Eye of God, and Mu Yang is a powerful descender. It is not incomprehensible to give Keqing some power. It seems that there is no point for Tartaglia to challenge Keqing. There is no point except to embarrass the Kingdom of Winter. Ah, Rosaline rubbed her eyebrows. Sure enough, Tartaglia is unreliable, but fighting is already the limit of Tartaglia. Can you expect Tartaglia to come up with a better way? However, there is one interesting thing. A group of islands appeared between Liu and Fontaine, and the nearby area was isolated by whirlpools and tornadoes. This suddenly appeared yesterday. I am afraid it is related to the arrival of the water god in Liu this time. Island? Rosalind looked at Olicino with interest. Liu and Fontaine have joined forces, and the degree of this alliance seems to be getting closer and closer. For the Kingdom of Winter, this is not a good thing. A country like Liu is strong enough in itself. Fontaine is also a powerful country among many countries and can even be ranked in the top 3. That Navalette, according to the information of the Fatui, is a new water dragon king and is the one they need to befriend. If it is a one-on-one battle, I am afraid that even the current Queen of Ice may not be the opponent of Navalette. Funina is really lucky. She can pick up the water dragon king to govern the country for herself when she goes out to relax. This courage is not ordinary. If Sky Island knows the information about Navalette, I am afraid that even Fontaine will be defeated. Fontaine was already a target that Sky Island needed to punish, and now with the addition of the Water Dragon King, isn't this an even greater crime? However, Arachno had failed to win over Fontaine before, and Fucaros had turned a blind eye to their request for an alliance from the Ice Queen, so she changed her mind and wanted Fontaine to owe a favor to the Kingdom of Winter. But now it seems that the relationship between Liu and Fontaine is getting better and better. Morax and Fucaros seem to have their own plans. It seems that they are also going to make some moves. However, for us this is all good, and Sky Island can't just sit back and watch their alliance become closer and closer. Immediately, Rosaline's face showed a playful look. As one of the few Fadui executives who truly obeys the Ice Queen, Rosaline hopes that the Queen can be less stressed. Liu's doing this is also good for the Queen. Arachno nodded in agreement. She was very curious about the island, but she would not go there to explore for no reason. The doctor would do this, and Piero would do it, but Arlecchino would not. Curiosity kills the cat, and going to investigate for no reason would only annoy people. If this matter is important, then a secret investigation is indeed necessary, but if it is insignificant, at least it has nothing to do with their plan of the Fadui, then it is not necessary. She also does not want to provoke Morax, the Water Dragon King, and Fucaros, who has returned in strength, and she does not want to provoke Mu Yang. Her intuition tells her that Yang is less dangerous than that chicken shit. This matter is most likely related to Mu Yang. If you provoke Mu Yang, you will definitely die miserably. The plan is about to start. The Liu collapse plan can almost start. Try to complete the transaction with Morax in 1 month. Arlecchino's eyes are deep. I just don't know if that Funina will affect our plan. To be honest, Rosaline is now full of fear of the strength of the gods. The Ice Maiden has only told them some of the gods' approximate strength. Just like the wind god Barbados, it is reasonable that his strength should not be good, at least there is a problem. Barbados' strength is stronger than they imagined. Unless the Kingdom of Winter asks the clowns to take action, it will be difficult to get Barbados' Heart of God. Moreover, when that time really comes, the 2 countries will have a relationship of life and death. They, the Kingdom of Winter, just want to oppose the law of nature. It's not like they want to be enemies with the entire Teyvat continent. If they did that, the Kingdom of Winter would have been destroyed long ago. Even Canraja couldn't bear it, let alone the current Kingdom of Todo. In fact, it's mainly because some people act too extreme and ruin the reputation of the Fadui. They are not like her and Olicino. Even if there are problems, they use diplomatic means to put pressure. It's a bit annoying. But it won't lead to a war between the two sides, but what the doctor and his people did is different. Not to mention other people, even the Fadui don't like the doctor. If one day the gods of other countries attack the Kingdom of Winter, it is not impossible. Rosalind said that although she was a little arrogant, she was not a fool at all. She knew who to provoke and who to provoke. Even during the most angry period, she would not take her anger out on ordinary people. No, she has more important things to do. For her, nothing else is important except that matter. Alicino said softly with a slight flicker in her eyes. Because of some relationship, Alicino still recognized Finina. Alicino had felt the power of the water god before, and it was definitely not inferior to the power of the Ice Queen. However, Finina usually showed a silly look and even looked like she had no strength. Obviously, the water god Fucaros used her own power in other places, which was probably related to the prophecy. Mu Yang also said before that Fucaros was a very good god and could be trusted. Obviously, Mu Yang knew Finina's plan. In this regard, Alicino was still willing to believe Mu Yang's words. Even though they had few opportunities to meet, they got along well. If it weren't for their different positions, they could even become friends. However, to be precise, they are already friends. As long as they are not involved in the deepest interests, they are very good friends. They can establish a trading and cooperation relationship. Even if they cannot become allies, the relationship is not bad. Speaking of this, even Alicino can't figure out why they can get along with each other very happily when they meet Mu Yang. She feels that Mu Yang knows her very well. Logically speaking, people like them cannot be seen through by others. If someone sees through them, then this person must die unless they can't beat them. But in Mu, I haven't had too much malice towards Mu Yang. Maybe this is a confidant. If it weren't for the Ice Queen, I wouldn't mind cooperating with Mu Yang for a try. I want to see what great achievements this adventure will make on this Teyvat continent. But then again, none of the adventures are ordinary. Since you said the water god is fine, then it's fine. The current situation in Liu is already tricky enough, and this is still under the situation of Morax and the Immortals letting it go. It's really tricky. Yuheng star Keqing fought with Fadui's executive Tartaglia, and Keqing won in the end. But the final outcome was not very good. It is said that the kidneys of the son Tartaglia were smashed by Keqing, and he turned into a pile of mud. However, Keqing was also seriously injured in order to defeat Tartaglia. It is said that there was a problem with her heart veins. After being taken back by Mu Yang, she fell into a coma. Even Dr. Beishu was helpless with Keqing's injuries. There was even a rumor that if Keqing's injuries were not treated, it would probably take less than a month for the youngest 7-star in Liu's history to die. It is said that Mu Yang has taken Keqing to Juyunjian to let the immortal treat her. It is unknown whether such injuries can be treated in the end. Keqing's strength was very strong, which was beyond many people's expectations, but her serious injury and dying made some people start to think about it, especially under the instigation of the Fadui, and the connivance of Ningguang and Ganyu. Some of those people's temptations all received pretty good feedback. This made many people wish Keqing dead. After all, Liu can't be without Yuheng Star for several years, right? These few months are fine, but if it takes a long time, Liu will also have problems. When some people began to prepare to compete for the position of Yuheng Star, the information that Tianchu Star was preparing to train its own successor, because of its old age and body, was a little bit unable to bear. It was also heard by many forces. This made many people start to boil. The Liu 7 stars are representatives of major forces, and this year's Tianchu Star can be said to be the representative of civilians. Many people are actually eyeing the position of Tianchu Star. The so-called civilian representative is not eternal. If a person is good enough, the power is large enough, and he does well enough, it is not impossible to break a special balance. Anyway, in the next few days, all kinds of monsters came out. In Juyunjian, Mu Yang, Zhongli, Keqing, and Funina sat on their seats, watching the rolling clouds in the distance. Clorin stood behind Funina and stood silently. Hard power is the most important. I'm almost dying of serious injuries. Zhongli mentioned this and was eager to try it. At the same time, he looked at Mu Yang on the side. It's just that Keqing's situation seems to be a little insufficient, and she may not be able to give birth to a child for Mu Yang. This requires a demon god, preferably a rock element, and it also needs to suit Mu Yang's taste. After all, Keqing could not tell Mu Yang's strength and relationship with Emperor Yanwang. Her parents only knew that Mu Yang came from outside the world, was very capable, and was valued by Emperor Yanwang. They didn't want to make Keqing a 7-star because they wanted her to be big and strong. They just wanted her to be a 7-star because she liked her and her family needed her. Even if the level of the 7-star consultant was higher than that of the 7-star, what if Keqing had a problem? At least it was an explanation to her family. However, after Keqing became a Yuheng star, they did resist a lot of pressure for her. After all, the family was very large and it was not something that they could decide. Of course, Keqing's parents didn't trust Mu Yang. After all, the two sides hadn't gotten married yet. Instead, it would make the relationship worse. For this reason, Mu Yang did not hesitate to use the magic beans to treat her body. Obviously, these injuries did not affect Keqing very much, and she only needed to recuperate for a period of time. In fact, although the family tacitly approved of her relationship with Mu Yang, they also had some complaints. Mu Yang now has the godhoods of the god of grass, god of water, and god of thunder. In addition, there are still the godhoods of the god of wind, god of rock, god of ice, and god of fire. They also came to Mu Yang for this. Mu Yang said that it didn't matter whether it was Yuheng's star or not. As long as Keqing's life was saved, it would be fine. As for power, didn't he have it, they were still against their cohabitation before marriage. Logically speaking, Mu Yang should be able to buy a godhood. Mu Yang had a good impression of his cheap father-in-law and mother-in-law. At least they taught their daughter well. However, they didn't say anything, but just begged Mu Yang to find an immortal for Keqing and save her life. Even if she couldn't become a 7-star in the future, she had to step down from the 7-star position or even couldn't practice martial arts. It is enough for the rock element to cooperate with the rock element. The position of Yuheng star was actually promoted by Zhongli and Ningguang. Not to mention other people, even Keqing's family didn't know Keqing's specific situation at the moment. But Mu Yang was simply not a human being, and the magic beans actually had such an effect, which was also unexpected by Keqing. At least there would be no problem with wealth and safety in this life. They were also very upright. If Mu Yang becomes a rock god, I can directly make Mu Yang a second-generation rock god. What's more, for gods like them, the element theory is useless. Of course, the reason why Keqing was qualified to sit here was mainly because of Mu Yang. Keqing had not had a good time these days. Facing her nonsense, Mu Yang naturally had to educate her with a stick and must let Keqing know the pain. Liu has finally made some moves recently. Mu Yang drank the tea in his hand and looked at Zhongli's position with a teasing look. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. Well, let Yilan and the others keep an eye on her. I'm relieved about that. Admittedly, in the elemental reaction table, the rock element is an orphan element, but the rock element can deal enough damage on its own. When Mu Yang accumulates enough, can't Mu Yang and Keqing give birth to a little rock god? After all, it was about the face of the whole family. However, Keqing was better than them and was now a Yuheng star. Mu Yang was recognized by Emperor Yanwang. When Keqing made her own decision, they could not stop her even if they wanted to. Keqing even thought that when she and Mu Yang got married one day, she would eat a magic bean to prove that she did not mess around with Mu Yang before getting married. 1 in 4 chances at this time I should choose the rock element, right? You know, it takes more than 10 minutes to walk from Mayang's home to the office. In this time, she can handle several files. Does the demon god love someone? Keqing also looked at Mayang. In fact, she thought so too. If there were ground anchor points in her office and home, she could easily travel between the two places. Mu Yang suddenly realized that Fane's was indeed very interesting. This is considered universal love, right? To be honest, Mu Yang is not very good at the elemental powers he currently possesses. Nashida needs to be taught by himself, and Fukalos has been locked up in a small dark room for 500 years. As for Lei Dianying, they are not familiar with it for the time being, but if it is the 2 elemental powers of wind and rock, he has professional guidance. Is that god also a lover? Keqing was also confused. The demon god's lover was set by Sky Island, although Mu Yang and Emperor Yanwang had said before that the demon god's way of loving was different. Just wait for you to become the 2nd generation of the King of Rock. Even when Morax made trouble, they needed them to be witnesses. This is what she set for the Teyvat continent at the beginning. Then it doesn't matter if I die. After a pause, Funina said with regret. But don't we have a way to make a ground anchor point? Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mua, I love you, worker. It can be regarded as a real god. Since Fanes can make the demon god love someone, then it is understandable to add a lover to the position of Tianli. Mu Yang chuckled. In this case, Fanes is really good. When the traveler comes to Liu, we should take action. Then Zhongli continued, but Funina, you are not going back to Fontaine yet. Traveler? Funina frowned at first. She was still a little curious about the traveler. From what Mu Yang and the others said, the identity of the traveler was very special. After all, I am just the personality of Fukaros. I asked her at that time, isn't she afraid that the wear and tear will affect her strength and thus be overthrown by others? Zhongli also showed a nostalgic look at this time, and there was also a trace of respect. At that time, Fanes told me that if someone can replace him to protect this world. Although we can use the ground anchor point now, it is still a bit inconvenient. If we make a ground anchor point at the door of Mayang's house or in the yard, it will be much more convenient for me to go to Mayang's house. It's just that they lost contact with Sky Island 500 years ago. Although it is a bit restrictive, I also know that what you do is indeed reasonable. Mu Yang spread his hands. Even gods do things according to the rules they set, which is indeed a principle. After speaking, Mu Yang looked towards the direction of Sky Island again. With Mu Yang's current strength, it is not difficult to see the location of Sky Island. However, before he became invincible, Mu Yang would not take the initiative to go to Sky Island. Now is not the time for him to meet the maintainer of heaven. As long as the other party does not take the initiative to show up, he will not go against the other party. I am very curious. Wear and tear is a curse imposed by heaven on the immortal species. Will she also wear and tear herself? Mu Yang looked at Morax with some curiosity. This matter was not in the contract between me and her before. I think it should be included. However, in response to Zhongli's proposal, Funina said, "In that case, I will take Chlorinde away tomorrow. Please give me flowers." As for Nibelungen, Mu Yang didn't know him, and the other party was just the Dragon King. Of course, the Dragon King was actually quite tragic. After all, the Teyvat continent itself was her world. When the time comes, I can also ask you how to use these elemental powers. Mu Yang was looked at like this by Keqing, and he was helpless. Don't look at me like that. I don't know how to make the ground vein anchor point. If I knew, I would have made the ground vein anchor point a long time ago. After all, there are still too few ground vein anchor points on the continent of Teyvat. After saying that, Mu Yang looked at Zhongli again. After all, this old Deng really knows a lot of things, but Zhongli usually doesn't say it. Zhongli sighed and said, "I don't study much about ground veins. To be precise, it is not easy to study, but the material of the ground vein anchor point comes from Sky Island. The main purpose is not to teleport, but to cooperate with the Seven Heavens statue to suppress the ground vein." Is that so? This is really a pity. It seems that we can only meet in Juyunjian. Fu Ningna was a little reluctant. At this time, she also regretted why she wanted to be so famous. If other people didn't know about her, she could run around with Mu Yang and others. By the way, don't you plan to fuse the fourth godhead? Zhongli couldn't help asking Mu Yang in the end. I haven't thought about which godhood to fuse next. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Logically speaking, the best choices are the godhood of the god of rock and the godhood of the god of wind. As for the battle between Fanes and Nibelungen, in Mu Yang's view, Fanes is just looking for a place to stay, which is not a problem in Mu Yang's view. If you stay in Liu, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. But Keqing also has a good impression of Sky Island. After all, humans seem to be created by them. If there is no other party's rules, the demon god may not love people. Zhongli nodded slightly and drank a sip of tea silently. Funina ate dessert silently. Mu Yang and their conversation was very meaningful to Funina. Many things were unknown to Funina before. Mu Yang also told Funina why Fontaine was punished by the sky. Well, she herself is also a beneficiary of this incident. If it weren't for the previous water god's recklessness, she would not have been born. Even Fukaros was just a pure water elf. Anyway, I have unlocked the ground anchor point in Juyunjian, so it is not difficult to come here. Unfortunately, her situation is not very good. Mu Yang didn't know whether Fanes was still alive. Zhongli's eyes lit up when he heard this. The godhood of the god of rock is good. Mu Yang had asked Zhongli before whether Fanes was still alive, but even Zhongli himself didn't know. After becoming the law of nature, that existence will also love others. Why not exchange for the godhood of the rock god? The emperor should have nothing to do in the future so he can guide you. Keqing decisively chose to pit the Rock King Emperor. It is true that the Rock King Emperor is the person she admires, but Mu Yang is her man, the one she wants to spend her life with. She naturally wants Mu Yang to become stronger and stronger. Zhongli's eyes can't help but light up, worthy of being the Jade Star. Before he called for human rule of Liu, and now he wants Mu Yang to exchange for the godhood of the rock god, which is no different from his own daughter. Well, this is the second daughter, and Tiantao is the eldest daughter. The special offer mall will be refreshed soon. Let's talk about it after the refresh. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. After the refresh, if the points are enough, exchange for the godhood of the rock god. Okay, it happens that I have time later. 913, I will teach you the application of the rock element. Zhongli almost clapped his hands. It is not enough to be seriously injured and dying. The second generation of the rock god also needs to be launched. It is impossible to rule by people. Zhongli has seen it now, and when the time comes, he can just let the three-eyed five manifested immortal, Keqing and Ningguang endorse Mu Yang. Moreover, when the time comes, Mu Yang will also purify the resentment of the demon gods in Liu. If this is publicized, Mu Yang can become the new rock god, the kind that no one can deny. Okay, I'll trouble you then. Mu Yang naturally couldn't refuse Morax's teaching. Although his strength should be above Morax's by then, there is still a big gap in the application of elemental power. Mu Yang can say without hesitation that if Mu Yang's application of elemental power reaches Morax's level, he can rank Morax plus the Dragon Lord of Rhoda. Thinking of the Dragon King Ryoda, Mu Yang asked with a somewhat subtle look, "By the way, have you not found a way to treat the Dragon King Ryoda?" Ryoda's matter is difficult to deal with. In fact, it is not just a problem of wear and tear, but also a problem of the layered rock abyss. Zhongli sighed and said, "The development of Liu requires the ore of the layered rock abyss, but you should all know the situation of the layered rock abyss. The mining of the layered rock abyss has a great impact on Ryoda, which is greater than I thought. If time passes with the power of the earth veins over there, the layered rock abyss will slowly recover. The earth veins over there are very special." Mu Yang understood that Zhongli was not a guy like the doctor. The birth of some good things is inseparable from anatomy. Zhongli, after all, I'm not a human. Most of the exercises practiced by humans today are derived from immortal methods, but it's difficult for humans to get started. I have also studied it before but failed in the end. Zhongli, Mu Yang, for ordinary people it is indeed a rare good thing. Anyway, it's quite complicated. Forget it, I'll just buy it without hesitation. As for Tai Kai Xuan Qingdao, Mu Yang really doesn't think much of it now. After all, elemental power is still used in the continent of Teyvat. When he said this, even Zhongli showed pain and regret on his face. Even if he felt the problem, Ryuatu didn't stop mining in the layered abyss, and he didn't tell me about this problem. Although this is a disguised use of the earth veins, the higher-ups will not care. Zhongli's eyes became deep. At first I thought there would be no problem. Sharing in bloodline. Bloodline talent from the Naruto world, which can be upgraded through self-development and points, and it is best to be upgraded to the level of Samsara Sharingan. Original price 2,000 points, limited time discount 65% off 1,300 points. At this time, the news of the refresh of the special store also reached everyone's mind. Mu Yang, I didn't expect that the gourmet tablecloth would appear, and it's more expensive than I thought. In fact, at the beginning, Mu Yang wanted to remind Zhongli that he has the ability to purify. Where is a curse? Since it is a curse, he can also purify it. Maybe he has his own plan. Since Zhongli doesn't want to tell me, I won't tell him. Teijik Shuenking Dao, Immortal Cultivation Method from the Xiangxia world. Original price 50,000 points. Limited time discount 60% off 30,000 points. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes and didn't say it after all. Although Sky Island has fallen asleep, it's not good to know some things. Keqing opened her mouth wide. She didn't expect that mining in the layered abyss would cause such harm to Ryuatu Dragon King. He already has a path that suits him, but for the people in the group, Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao is indeed a good practice. Gourmet tablecloth, scientific props from a special world. Original price 20,000 points, 50% off for a limited time 10,000 points. It is rare that Zhongli can deduce those things by himself. A continuous mine, Mu Yang was also shocked, but soon he was relieved. After all, this is the continent of Teyvat, which has the function of earth veins. Zhongli. Is this Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao, a cultivation method suitable for humans? Mu Yang, well, I'll buy this too. If you are interested, you can learn it. Compared with the immortal method you spread before, this should be more suitable for human practice. I didn't expect it would harm Ryuatu. However, considering his current strength, Mu Yang didn't do it in the end. If I were to face Sky Island, I would not be a match for him. Perhaps Morax himself also had such concerns. Keqing, is this a good thing? Mu Yang has a lot of points now. Apart from himself, it seems that no one can waste points like him. Zhongli is a good friend. He and the Ryuatu Dragon King are even more of a life-and-death friendship. Mu Yang doesn't think he will deliberately cheat the Ryuatu Dragon King. So they have been cheating the Ryuatu Dragon King for so many years. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mew, I love you. But why did the Emperor allow us to mine the layered abyss later? Keqing asked hurriedly. Liu needs to develop, and now the mining of the layered abyss has been reduced a lot. Zhongli shook his head slightly. Almost every year, it can maintain no impact on Ryuatu. Is it because of the Dragon King? It is also a very normal thing to let the earth veins continue to restore the layered rock abyss. Yes, it can be said to be continuous, and that place is very special. And it is also inevitable that it will be worn out. I just don't know if I can use elemental power at the same time after practicing Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao in this Teyvat continent. Mu Yang doesn't know yet. Anyway, the cultivation of the people in the guild has improved, which is also good for me. The current Teyvat continent does need more powerful combat power. Mu Yang. Who wants the Sharingan? If it is a normal situation, Mu Yang is not interested in the Sharingan now. But if no one wants it, Mu Yang doesn't mind taking the Sharingan. He is very curious whether he can directly open the Samsara Eye with his current divine power. Of course, the main thing is that the Sharingan is very useful. Keqing. I have learned Chidori and I usually use the thunder element. If I add the Sharingan, wouldn't I become the second Sasuke? Mu Yang, it's not impossible. The previous blow you stabbed Tartaglia's waist also used the strange power of the Senju clan. Poor Tartaglia, Fu Nina. In that case, give me this Sharingan opportunity. After all, it is not convenient for me to use the power of the Eye of God. When I need power, I also need to use the power of Fukeros. Then I will fuse the power of Sharingan. Mu Yang, it is not impossible. I am very curious whether Fukeros' power can help you open the Samsara Eye. It is definitely a loss for normal people to fuse the blood of Sharingan. The upper limit of Sharingan is very high, especially when the Six Paths Sage and others come to Teyvat continent. Although they are not as good as the one in Sky Island, they should be comparable to the Seven Gods or even stronger. However, the upgrade conditions of Sharingan are very high. It can be imagined that in order to upgrade the level of Sharingan, the points that need to be consumed during this period are also a huge number. Except for Mu Yang, no one is willing to consume so many points. But Fu Nina is different. With the support of the power of another godhead through the stimulation of the power, if the Samsara Eye is opened, Fu Nina's strength will not be worse than Fukeros. In fact, if Eula didn't have so many guild points to help her upgrade the Sharingan, Mu Yang felt that Eula was quite suitable for the Sharingan. Fukeros. Looking at the Sharingan bloodline that had been purchased, Fukeros knew that Fu Nina had already purchased it. This scene made Keqing's eyelids jump. She always felt that Fu Nina was still ruthless towards Mu Yang, but thinking of Mu Yang's punishment for her during this period, Keqing sighed silently. If Fu Nina was willing, she would not mind her joining. Fukeros has no plan to tell Fu Nina about this for the time being. However, as the time of joining the guild gets longer, Fukeros can be sure that it is no longer important to predict or not, and what they need to do now is to improve their strength. Besides, Fu Nina probably didn't know that what belonged to her was Fu Nina's, and what belonged to Fu Nina was also hers. Cattails and the like are really embarrassing, but Keqing didn't expect that Mu Yang would go against the norm. The three Magatama rotated quickly in Fu Nina's eyes, which made Mu Yang's eyelids jump. Did it become three Magatama so soon? Since Mu Yang wanted to try it, she agreed to her. Anyway, letting Mu Yang put down her anger was more important than anything else. However, this guy's physical fitness is getting better and better. There is still a group of Uchiha people in Liu. At present, Uchiha is doing very well in Liu. Anyway, Zhongli is very satisfied. Although Liu does not need to have a spy and violent organization like the Fatui like the Kingdom of Winter, such organizations and institutions are still very important. Fu Nina, then I won't be polite. The other me, I will trouble you when the time comes. If you don't have a Sharingan to do this kind of thing, it would be unreasonable. Am I right, Dark Eula? Is that so? Please, another me, Fu Nina muttered silently, and a divine power enveloped Fu Nina's body. She originally had short hair that was shoulder length, and her hair suddenly became long and waist length. Have you opened your eyes? Mu Yang asked curiously, looking at Fu Nina's eyes that were no different from usual. Although the Sharingan requires few points, she doesn't have many points now. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. Moreover, such an organization has too much power. If it weren't for Mu Yang, I would not have made up my mind to establish such an organization. It was only 1,300 points, and it seemed to be worthwhile to exchange for 3 Magatama Sharingan. The supervision of Liu was still a little inadequate before, and it was not enough to rely on the immortals. Fu Nina's life is pretty good, and this is exactly the life she longs for. Although this might consume her own divine power, it was not unacceptable. After all, who made her owe it to Fu Nina? However, if Eula could have a Sharingan and dye her hair a little, could she play another person? After all, this woman seemed to be going to attack the family. Love it. Mu Yang, look, this is the Sharingan, it is my own power. Fu Nina pulled Mu Yang's sleeve and said excitedly. Hey, feeling the divine power on her body, Fu Nina also showed a silly smile on her face. Her beautiful eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Then a Magatama slowly appeared in her eyes, and soon the second one appeared, followed by the third one. Although they have been divided into 2 different individuals, she can always merge with Fu Nina for a short time as long as she wants. However, the talent of the Sharingan is really not something that ordinary people can exchange. With so many points, it is better to practice Tai Kai Chuanqing Dao. Zhongli silently took a sip of tea and said, Funina, why don't you try to borrow Fukeros's power first? To be honest, even Zhongli was curious about Funina's Sharingan. Mu Yang looked at this scene with some curiosity. This was a bit like switching between wild attributes. After Funina bought the Sharingan bloodline talent, she also smiled foolishly. Great, I can use the Sharingan in the future. It's about to merge with the next godhead, and Keqing said she couldn't bear it anymore. Moreover, the other party said that she had no temper at all, there was nothing she could do who made her want to die. Huh, Sharingan, where is my Sharingan? Funina took out a mirror from somewhere and she was also panicked. However, Funina herself did not notice that the Magatama of her Sharingan was still spinning rapidly, and there was a tendency to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is Funina's luck and talent so good? However, if you think about it carefully, Funina is the personality of Fukeros, and her talent is definitely not bad. The strength of her soul is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Normal people cannot withstand the torture of 500 years. If you only look at the strength of will, even someone like Uchiha Madara may not be better than Funina. In addition, Funina now has the blessing of Fukeros's divine power, plus some mental stimulation. It seems to be a very normal thing for Funina to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mu Yang even suspected that if Funina saw the situation of Fontaine being flooded, this silly Fufu might directly open the Samsara Eye. Just like the Six Paths Sage almost killed his brother, he opened the Samsara Eye directly, so Funina couldn't open the Samsara Eye but opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Is this normal? Suddenly the Magatama in Funina's eyes came together and turned into a water drop shape. This scene also made Mu Yang stunned. Good guy, it really is the personality of Fukeros. Her eyes just changed from the original azure water drop shape to scarlet eyes. This is also very suitable for Funina. I seem to have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Funina blinked her eyes. Could it be that she is really going to become Uchiha Funina? Oh no, how can Uchiha be worthy of Funina's surname? Based on the current situation of Uchiha, if Funina joins the guild earlier and opens the Sharingan earlier, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan would most want to go to Fontaine. Then let Funina become the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If it really comes to a last resort, it is not impossible to change your surname. After all, Fontaine, their patriarch, is the water god. If you really count, their original surname is not Uchiha. They are all descendants of the Six Paths Sage, and the Six Paths Sage is not surnamed Uchiha. Well, pretty eyes, Mu Yang chuckled. But by the way, what is your Mangekyo eye technique? Eye technique, Funina touched her eyes. The eye technique of the left eye is the judgment of justice, which can judge the user. The more sinful the person, the more harm he will suffer. This time, Mu Yang couldn't hold it back. The eye techniques in the Naruto world are all named after certain gods. Now you are good and you directly call it the judgment of justice. It's worthy of you, Funina. In the future, can you still think that you are righteous, and then if the other party is guilty, you can directly judge? Funina blinked her beautiful eyes. It seems that this is not impossible. As the personality of the god of justice, I also represent justice, right? Funina's words made others look at Funina in confusion. Well, Mu Yang silently found the godhood of the rock god in the special mall and bought it directly. His subsequent plans can also be carried out. However, I haven't judged yet, I need to practice it before I can. Funina pointed to her right eye and said, the pupil technique of the right eye is called false prophecy, which has the ability to change reality and use illusions to change reality. I just don't know if Mu Yang still has points to merge other divine natures. If so, there may be no one in Teyvat who can stop Mu Yang. But the few people who were close at hand could clearly feel that Mu Yang's strength was still increasing rapidly. Some taboos cannot be done without sufficient strength. Although Funina has never seen Egolia and has no memory of her time as a pure water elf, when Funina asked about the truth of the Fontaine people before, Fukeros gave her some of her memories. Zhongli watched this scene silently. If he had the confidence to remain undefeated in front of Mu Yang before, then now he might really be unable to beat Xu Yang. Mu Yang's current strength should be similar to that of the perfect dragon. It will also be good for me to make a just judgment. The pupil technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan is really based on the desire of the holder, so everything I do is a just act. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mew Mewda, I love you. Of course, this is just jealousy. Funina's strength can be improved. As a friend, Keqing is also happy for Funina. Therefore, she also remembered Egolia's appearance. With these abilities, if Funina can adapt to Fukeros's power, her strength will soon increase. No one knows the godhood of the rock god better than him. If a Licino still scares Funina like in the original plot, she may suffer. It's quite interesting. Mu Yang stroked his chin and chuckled. Forget it, I will also exchange for the godhood of the rock god next, and I will need your teaching later. Others can't directly develop the Sharingan like Funina, but she can. Well, it should be so, otherwise my eyes will be scrapped. But I feel that with the blessing of divine power, my Mangekyo Sharingan will not go blind, and of course, this ability consumes a lot of energy. Teach Mu Yang, isn't it professional? Except for the Dragon King Ryota, no one knows the rock element better than him. It can't be infinite, right? It shouldn't be much beyond your strength, Funina. Keqing said she was a little jealous. Now Funina can definitely fight with the executives who are ranked higher. Susanoo has also changed. It doesn't look like me, nor does it look like Fukaros. It seems to look like the former water god Egolia. As for the four shadows of Sky Island, Mu Yang still has a certain gap. As the divine nature merged into his body, Mu Yang burst out with even more terrifying power, but this breath was quickly suppressed by Mu Yang. At most, she will become weaker and stronger. For Funina, this time it is definitely a cheat. Well, I am still very good at this. Zhongli smiled confidently, rock element. Mu Yang, this guy is a little bad, but he can't play himself to death, right? At most, she will sacrifice her life to accompany the gentleman. It's not bad to get more divine power from Mu Yang. At most, it will take a little longer, but Keqing feels that she is still quite suitable for the Sharingan. Huh, Mu Yang exhaled slowly. He felt his own situation and smiled. I feel great now. The power of the rock god has the greatest blessing on the body. Perhaps I should have exchanged for the godhead of the rock god from the beginning. The greatest blessing on the body, Keqing's pretty face was slightly pale. Mu Yang's physical fitness was very strong now. Many times, Keqing would feel that she might be happy to death. Now Mu Yang's physical fitness has been improved again, so won't he be blown through? I can't know this either. Zhongli shook his head slightly. After all, he was a demon god, not a human being. He didn't know how much help the godhead of the rock god could give to people. After all, for Zhongli, the godhead of the rock god was not that important. Even for most of the seven gods in the first generation, the godhead of the seven gods and the heart of God were just a blessing for them, which allowed them to obtain the certification of Sky Island. The strength was also improved to some extent, but for the seven gods like Zhongli, the bonus was not particularly large. Let's not talk about other things. Although Lei Yingying is considered the second generation of Thunder God, there is actually no difference between him and the first generation of the seven gods. However, Lei Yingying's strength is not weaker than the first generation of the seven gods. Forget it, there is no rush to exchange it now. Mu Yang chuckled. If he had obtained the godhood of the rock god earlier, Ah Qing would probably have been eating senzu beans all the time, right? Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to be seriously injured and dying like this? As for now, ordinary women can't stand it at all, so is my strength progressing too fast? Maybe I have to find a time to go to Inazuma and find trouble with Yingbao. Funingna is very efficient. Since she told Mu Yang and the others that she was leaving, Nina took Clorand away by boat the next day. However, compared to the attention they received when they came, Funingna and the others left very low-key. Not many people noticed their departure. But whether it is Liu, Xiumi, or Monde, there are undercurrents. No, to be precise, the entire Teyvat continent is now undercurrents. Mondstadt, the headquarters of the Knights of Favonius, where Jean, Eula, Lisa, Kia, Albedo, and other high-ranking members of the Knights of Favonius gathered. During this period, the Fadui left Mondstadt, and the Abyss cult also reduced its actions in Mondstadt because of the appearance of the wind god Barbados. This instantly reduced the pressure on the Knights of Favonius, especially after the problem of Teverin was solved and the wind god Barbados appeared. However, due to Jean's series of plans, the struggle within Mondstadt became more and more intense. Since they all say so, at worst I will just do it once. Eula took a deep breath. There is not much time left for Mondstadt. However, Qin can't blame Kia for anything. After all, CBCD Kia has done a good job. Anyway, I am just a Lawrence woman who is born evil. I know, but everyone is like this, right? Oh, of course, except for Kia, although Kia is willing to help me, and I haven't been going to the Angel's Gift to drink during working hours recently. Moreover, although Kia is unreliable, he really dares to go to war. I didn't expect that even when Lord Barbatos was dissatisfied with them, they still acted like this. Jean said indignantly. Eula didn't believe it. She slaughtered those dishonest people in the Lawrence family and forced them to express their opinions. Those guys dared to be dishonest. At worst, we can just cripple the entire Mondstadt and rebuild it. Jean rubbed her temples very tiredly. If possible, she didn't want to show her tiredness in front of her subordinates at all. However, Jean was indeed mentally exhausted during this period. These people were all her friends and comrades who supported her. I also understand why those people forced Diluc away in the first place. He gets off work on time almost every day and goes to work on time. No, how can this be possible? Jean was shocked when she heard the words. She never thought that Eula would say such extreme words. You always look ahead and behind. How can you be a good acting leader like this? She is also full of dissatisfaction with the current situation. Jin, you have been too tired during this period, Lisa said with reluctance. Those guys have long been corrupt. Compared with the Lawrence family, these guys are even worse, but they hide better. After returning from the Pokemon world, Eula exchanged for a fire god's eye. Her strength is good, not worse than that of Jean and Diluc. If they were not honest, she would slaughter all these families, and then Mondstadt would be honest. After going to the Pokemon world, Eula's self-awareness has also improved a lot. I, a member of the evil Lawrence family, can solve the sins by myself. They, the righteous knights, can't do nothing right. Eula has been sitting quietly on the sofa beside her. Seeing them like this, she couldn't help but speak. You just need to be your great and glorious leader, Jean, and then put all the blame on me. It is true that the Lawrence family is a B********D, but these families are sucking the blood of Mondstadt openly or secretly. As for herself, she could only follow Mu Yang to Liu. Anyway, Liu was about to develop Gilliuan. She would work for Liu in the future, and it should be no problem to solve her livelihood right. When I was typing at noon, the power went out. It was too painful to have a power outage in this weather. But this guy really doesn't want to. Why not? I know you are a good person, but you are really not suitable to be the leader now. Tongluk is more suitable than you. Let me take action. Eula felt that Mu Yang still admired her very much, so she could be a concubine doctor for Xiang directly. As long as the wind god Barbatos is there, Mondstadt will not perish. Since even Lord Barbatos supports you, what are you afraid of? Now that the threats from the Fadui and the Abyss cult are gone, what are you afraid of? And then he hangs out in the pub every day. She didn't think she had to deceive them. I feel tired during this period, but aren't Eula, Lisa, and the others tired too? Eula's words made Qin silent instantly. For Qin, Diluc was a senior and the target that Qin pursued at the beginning. There were some things that Qin didn't understand at first, but now she has understood. For those people, she is indeed suitable to be the acting leader or even the leader. After all, she is a standard heir of the Gunhild family. She is loyal to Mondstadt and is greatly influenced by her family. She can give everything for Mondstadt and likes to do many things from the so-called overall situation. Even if she made a mistake, she needs to be punished according to the rules of Mondstadt. But in the past hundreds of years, those rules and regulations have been changed beyond recognition by them. Relatively speaking, if she cooperates with them, she will be the respected Qin leader, but if she does not do well, they will pretend to obey her. Recently, Qin has felt this situation, and they are also sure that the pavilion will not kill them. At this time, Qin was thinking, if Diluc was in her position, what would she do? Thinking carefully, under the situation that Lord Barbatos clearly supports reform, I am afraid Diluc will force reform and change the law. After all, Diluc himself is not a good person to talk to, let alone a person who is good at compromise. To be honest, if Diluc becomes the leader and the other party's reform is too radical, even she will stop Diluc. After all, Qin is essentially a conservative, and she wants a stable and developing Mondstadt. Now looking at Eula and seeing everything she is currently enduring and even thinking of what Mu Yang said before, Qin is also confused at this time and her heart is even more bitter. Did I really do something wrong? I will take action tonight. Eula stood up and said in a cold tone, Jin, you are a good knight. Under normal circumstances, you are also a good leader, but Moan needs change now. Change requires blood. Since you want to escape, then I will do these things for you. After all, you are also a rare friend to me, one of the few people who are willing to accept me and believe in me. I hope you can protect Moan in the future. After speaking, Eula walked out of the door. Wait, just as Eula walked out of the room, Jin suddenly spoke. What, are you still trying to stop me now? You used to be on par with me, but now you are no longer my opponent. Eula said sarcastically, the overall situation is important, she has had enough. During this period, Eula has been listening to Mu Yang's explanations of various conspiracy theories and so-called politics. Eula also knows what it means that a kind person is bullied and a kind horse is ridden. No, this time I will also take action. Qin took a deep breath and said, since those people were willing to collude with the Fadui and betray Mondstadt, then there is no need for them to exist. At most, it will take a few years to recover slowly. Eula, you are right, I just look ahead and behind too much. Hearing Qin's words, both Lisa and Yaoshi couldn't help but smile. Not only Eula, but even Lisa felt aggrieved during this period. Lisa came to Mondstadt more for retirement. If it weren't for Jean, she herself would not have participated in such things. But now she had to participate even if she didn't want to. I will be an excellent leader. Jean's eyes became firm. Lord Barbados had hinted at her before, so what was she still worried about? On this day, the whole Mondstadt was in chaos. Jean and the Eula soldiers were divided into two groups, walking between various families. People were constantly killed directly, and more than half of the Knights of Favonius were implicated, dismissed, or even imprisoned. At the beginning, some people stood up and accused Jean of wanting to be a dictator and a tyrant, and being deceived by the woman of the Lawrence family. But when Jean came out with the token that Barbados had given her, and the evidence of these people's collusion with the Fadui, everyone was silent. They even started to shout and kill these people. You can say that the Mondstadt people are heartless, and very deceiving, but don't doubt their belief in the wind god Barbados. Since the token of Barbados has been taken out, these people are guilty. The people of Monde have no doubt about this. Finally, they have taken action. They could have been killed long ago. In the angel's gift, Diluk folded his arms and watched all this with a sneer on his face. Diluk naturally knew what Eula said in the office. Diluk also agreed with this. Jean is a good woman in every way, but she is too cautious. The problem that is obviously easy to solve has been delayed for so long. He can't wait any longer. As it is now, Monde will be dragged further and further away by Liu. After all, Jean is the standard heir of Gunhild. Wendy drank wine, and her heart was also complicated. At the beginning, she was moved by Gunhild's qualities, and it turned out that this quality made her successful and also failed. Jin is suitable to be a knight, but not suitable to be a manager. Indeed, Barbados wanted Mondstadt to become a country without a king, and even he himself would not lead the country personally. He knew that the people of Mondstadt believed in him because he protected them. At the same time, he did not manage them, but only appeared at critical moments. Now that he had intervened, it was obvious that Mondstadt had reached the point where it had to change. If he appeared once or twice from time to time, the people of Mondstadt would not have such an attitude towards him. This was not free at all. And like now, when he had to appear, he would set things right. This was the wind god that the people of Mondstadt wanted to see the most. In this regard, Wendy would not refuse. After all, this was the freedom he gave. But if Mondstadt continued like this, I am afraid it would not be able to continue to get better. After all, Fontaine and Liu had formed an alliance, and it would not be long before they would be Zumi. With the current situation in Mondstadt, people might not look down on it. Do you think I should stop the Millennium Grand Movement? Suddenly, Wendy asked Diluk out of the blue. End the Millennium Grand Movement? Diluk was surprised when he heard this. There is no doubt that Wendy loves Mondstadt. The other party consumes divine power to maintain the Millennium Grand Movement. In Diluk's view, this can be described as doting. I originally thought that I created a country for Mondstadt where no one is king, and I guaranteed the environment for them, so that they would be free from the harassment of ice and snow, and the people of Mondstadt could live happily. However, I did not expect that the overly favorable environment would cause Mondstadt to lose its will to fight. Do you think those nobles are kings? Wendy asked with a melancholy look while drinking fine wine. Diluk was silent for a while when he heard this. As a bard Wendy, Diluk could ignore many things about the other party and even had a hint of disgust. But when the other party asked as Barbados, Diluk still admired and appreciated the other party from the bottom of his heart. Barbados is the god of wind and Wendy is just a bard. I guess so. After a moment's silence, Diluk said, although you want to build a country without a king, a country always needs to be managed. If it's only a dozen years or even decades, the manager will naturally do nothing. There is nothing you can do after all, this is the kingdom of the god of wind. But as time goes by, you haven't appeared for a long time, and some people and families have been in power for a long time and naturally become the rulers of Monde. Wendy was silent for a while and then smiled bitterly. Indeed, this is human nature. This is an unsolvable problem, and not every family will be like the Gunhild family. Even the Gunhild family sometimes chooses to protect themselves. Wendy is still very satisfied with the Gunhild family. This is the family he pays the most attention to and the family he is most worried about. They will not do bad things, but sometimes they will also compromise, and they often look ahead and behind. If there is no problem in Monde, Gunhild can naturally protect Monde, but if there is a huge crisis, it is difficult for them to save Monde from collapse. Just like 1,000 years ago, Wendy originally hoped that Gunhild would stand up, but after hesitating for a while, he finally found Vanessa. 500 years ago, Gunhild did stand up, and they also tried their best to save Mondstadt, but the most eye-catching one was Rustin. It's not that Gunhild is not good, but too conservative. Thinking of this, Wendy silently glanced at Diluk beside him and shook his head slightly. It is almost impossible to let Diluk return to the Knights of Favonius. Even if Jean gave the position of acting leader to Diluk, it was still the same. Unless the Knights of Favonius could be disbanded. Although Wendy was also angry at the Knights of Favonius, this was still an organization established by his old friend. Moreover, this matter was not a fundamental problem of the Knights of Favonius. It was just that with the passage of time, problems arose within the organization, and some people began to undermine the Knights of Favonius. Moreover, Jean has begun to change now, and she may become an excellent leader. Maybe she will even change Gunhild's tradition in the future. In fact, you can temporarily cancel the Millennium Grand Movement, and then explain the principle of the Millennium Grand Movement. Then set a test for the Moaned people. Of course, you can say outside that this is not your test, but that you need the Moaned people to help you. As for how to control it, it's up to you to decide. Diluc paused and continued, try to keep the environment of my farm as follows. You don't want to have no wine to drink in the future, do you? Wendy's eyes widened, looking at Diluc in disbelief. He didn't expect that Diluc would say such words as no wine to drink. Moaned is a free country and a country of wine. If there is no wine, he might as well die. Wendy said that he couldn't bear such pain at all. However, he had to admit that what Diluc said made sense. Then I will say that I was p***d off by those nobles. At the same time, it was also a test for the people of Moan to leave. It's just that it's easy to cancel the Millennium Grand Movement, and the subsequent impact is also great. I cancelled it for a few months, and it may take a few years to make up for it. As long as it doesn't affect my winery. After a moment of silence, Diluc continued to add. I will also give out porridge as much as possible at that time. Of course, if it's those who have nothing to do, forget it. Wendy naturally understood what Diluc was saying. Moan did have too many slackers. By the way, Wendy, a bard, is also one of them. Of course, in Wendy's opinion, bards are also a serious industry. By the way, that traveler, do you really not intend to attract them to Mondstadt? In fact, she is quite good. If she helps Mondstadt, Mondstadt can recover quickly. During these days in Mondstadt, she has to accept 4 tasks from the Adventurers Association almost every day, and there are many private tasks. Almost one person is equivalent to half of the Knights of Favonius. I can see that she doesn't really care about Mora, but she helps others when they need help. Diluc hesitated a little when he said the latter. To be honest, it seems wrong that Wying and the others don't care about Mora. But some tasks, obviously there are not many Mora, and it is a bit of a loss to do them, but Wying is willing to do such tasks. She is indeed a good person. That's because of the wish, Wendy said simply but didn't explain too much. As for the wish power 5.2 is indeed not convenient to talk more with others. After all, this is a secret about Sky Island. It is not something that Diluc can know now. She is a good person, maybe she doesn't understand anything. It's just that the wishes of those people have reached a certain level which makes her subconsciously want to help them. In a way, she is no different from the gods. At this point, Wendy thought of another blonde traveler. Sighing silently, it seems that their strength is no different from that of the gods. But it is not so easy to challenge Sky Island. Traveler, there is a stone gate ahead, and after passing the stone gate is Liu. Pei Meng pointed to the mountain gate not far away and said, Yes, Wying nodded slightly. For some reason, she felt that this time when she went to Liu, many great things would probably happen. However, having said that, Mu Yang was also a high-ranking official in Liu. According to what Captain Qin said, his status was no worse than what she had in Mondstadt. Judging from their last contact, their relationship was quite harmonious. It should be much more convenient for me to go to Liu, right? Let's go, Pei Meng said with a smile. Mu Yang said before that he would treat us to delicious food in Liu. This time we must have a meal with Li Yue and the children. As he said, Pei Meng rubbed his palms. I heard that Liulai Pavilion and Xinyuexuan are the most high-end restaurants in Liu. Ordinary people are not qualified to eat there. Ordinary dignitaries have to order a month in advance to eat there. However, with Mu Yang's status, there should be no problem to eat there. You only know how to eat. Wying looked at Pei Meng speechlessly. At the beginning, Wying also had a little bit of jibe for Pei Meng. After all, it seemed that all this seemed a little too coincidental. Such a big thing happened in Liu. If I don't go and take a look, it's a bit of a pity. At that time, the white-haired god probably thought that he was suitable to be Peiman's guardian, so he stopped and sealed himself hundreds of years ago with the purpose of protecting Peiman's future growth. And her brother might have been captured and made the villain boss. If something big really happened in Liu, I can also go and help. What's going on? Pei Meng tried to resist the wind and sand and asked Wying anxiously. Why did something go wrong as soon as we entered Liu? Unlike Wying and Peiman, who could still face all this calmly, Liu Harbor was already in a state of panic. But after getting along for a while, Wying could feel that Pei Meng was very kind to her and he didn't want to hurt her. The other party should know nothing. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua, I love you. It's just a lot worse than his heyday. Of course, she herself also wanted to help sincerely, but facing those commissions that looked for cats and dogs, Wying was powerless to complain. She just hoped that after arriving in Liu, the commissions would be more normal. Although everyone has confidence in the strength of the Rock King, the other party is also an abyss creature after all. Peimeng is the son of luck. It seems that he needs to protect Peimeng well and play this game well. Let's go and take a look. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I can see if there is a way to improve my strength on the Teyvat continent. After all, I am also a genius, right? The 1,000-meter-long dragon in the sky in the distance is very familiar to the people of Liu. That is the Rock King. Don't think she doesn't know anything. You must know that before coming to Teyvat continent, she traveled through many worlds and read a lot of novels. Wang said that she had seen such plots. You know, in the dark disaster 500 years ago, Liu suffered heavy losses. Various exorcist families were exterminated because of it, and even many immortals died. This strength is probably stronger than his heyday. The wind god Barbados should not be as strong as this Rock King. Forget it, let's go quickly. Wang also knew that Mu Yang had a high status in Liu, and she wanted to ask Mu Yang to introduce the Rock King Emperor to her later. This also made Wang more eager for the commission. Payman is very likely a cub of a god and was found by herself accidentally, or it was a gift from fate. My strength is not particularly strong, but it is not comparable to that of ordinary people. But on the Teyvat continent, I am afraid I can't even enter the top 10. Wang also reacted when he heard Peimeng say this and looked at Peimeng with a strange look in his eyes. It seems that he is right. Of course, this could also be a game of Dragon Quest. Anyway, it is always right to improve your strength as soon as possible. But now, the Rock King is fighting with the Abyss monsters, which makes the people of Liu panic. Just as Wang was about to take action, a calm but angry voice came from the sky in the distance. The Abyss is not a place for you to mess around. After that, a 1,000-meter-long golden dragon appeared in the distance and fought with a monster whose appearance could not be seen clearly. The two sides fought so hard that the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. This should be the Rock King of Liu, so powerful. Payman couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this. At this level, he might be able to eat several Paymans in one bite. Well, it's very powerful. Wang silently estimated in his heart that this rock god of Liu, his strength is indeed very strong. Even if he is not as strong as the god who blocked him, he is probably not much worse. Moreover, Yang had said in the words before that Peimeng's identity was a little special. At that time, her mission would be completed. She was a little hard during the period, but when she succeeded, she could make a good living in this Teyvat continent. Although his strength is only 1/10 of what it was, his physical fitness is still there, and his ability to withstand beatings is still there. Just like Teverin before, he can't really hurt him. Let's go and take a look. After all, a brother and a sister, this is the pleasure of the brave game. Sure enough, this Teyvat continent is not very dangerous. Just when Wang and Peimeng had just stepped into Liu, the wind and clouds suddenly changed color, sand and rocks flew, two terrifying auras rose in the distance, and the ground began to tremble wildly, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. Wang is very confident in her intuition and has almost never made mistakes. I don't know why, I was sincerely helping with the missions. After each mission, Wang could feel that her strength had improved a little bit, or it could be recovery. Sister Ganyu, what's going on? Tianchuxing, who was originally fishing near Liu Harbor, immediately ran back to Yuhai Pavilion and found Ganyu to ask. Ganyu herself is the bridge between the Immortals and the Seven Stars. The Immortals are usually not in Liu. Although some people know that Grandma Ping is one of the three-eyed, five-manifested Immortals, everyone actually maintains a tacit understanding and pretends not to know that Grandma Ping is an Immortal. Moreover, Grandma Ping is not in Yujingtai every day. Some time ago, Ganyu asked herself to pass on those information, and Tianshu knew that Ganyu and the others were planning something. Of course, Tianshu is indeed about to retire. He originally spent a few months to observe the younger generation, but now he really needs to push it as soon as possible. I don't know either, Ganyu frowned. It seems to be related to the Abyss cult. Now the Rock King is fighting with the other party. The other party is a bit vicious, taking advantage of Mu Yang's consumption of a lot of power to eliminate the resentment of the demon god and having no time to help the Rock King. Is that so? Tianchuxing nodded thoughtfully. As a high-level official in Liu, Tianchuxing knew that Mu Yang was recently eliminating the resentment of the demon god in Giliyuan. Previously, Keqing and Ningguang's development plan for Giliyuan had been agreed by everyone. Among the 7 stars of Liu, there may be some problems, but they can all see that the development of Giliyuan will bring the benefits of mining. This can bring huge benefits to Liu. Whether it is civilians or noble families or those chambers of commerce, they can all get huge benefits. Even those who have a lot of real estate hope that Liu can develop Giliyuan. At that time, it is also a good choice to develop real estate in Giliyuan. Where is Mu Yang now? Tianchuxing then asked anxiously. Is he still in Juyunjian? Roar, accompanied by a dark yellow light falling on the dark figure, the black figure was completely defeated, and the giant dragon figure of Morax was not in a good condition. However, if you think about it carefully, it seems that it is not incomprehensible. After all, Yuehai Pavilion itself is Liu's office organization. A large number of talents are needed here, and it is also normal to have people from other forces. However, I never thought that we would cooperate with the Fadui one day. You know, she had been fighting wits and courage with the Fadui before, not only in Liu, but she even left Liu and went to Zumi and even to the Kingdom of Winter to gather intelligence. You'd better not get into trouble. Maybe he didn't do his job well before. This time I am afraid that many people will die. There are also spies of those people in Yuehai Pavilion. Even in Liu Harbor, it can be seen that the Rock King Emperor is in a bad condition. Even one of his claws has fallen off. I will hide this secret, Tianchuxing said firmly. Is still trying to find a way to treat it, which is a bit troublesome. Monde has already started to act, and we need to act here too. Mu Yang also needs to consume a lot of energy to maintain Keqing's vitality. Ganyu said with a somewhat unpleasant look. Yilan's eyelids twitched slightly. Good guy, Keqing is already seriously injured and dying, and even Ningguang was assassinated. This is really going to make things really big. Or be exposed for abusing power for personal gain. The dragon body fell heavily to the ground, and everyone was stunned by this scene, but then there was a panic. It seems that the plan is about to start thoroughly. Ningguang stood on the Jade Pavilion looking at the battle in the distance, with a hint of amusement on her face. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you guys. Yilan was playing with a dice out of boredom. Some people have been not very honest recently. This is a situation in itself, but I don't know how long Mu Yang is willing to be the rock god. Although the Rock King Emperor handed over the power to them, the best way to change Liu is to let Mu Yang become the new rock god. We can't fall behind Mondstadt. The two positions of Tianchu Star and Yuheng Star are enough. However, I am afraid that Mu Yang will not block the position of rock god, Zhao Zhao, for too long. By the way, do you think I should be assassinated? To be honest, Ganyu is not very good at acting. However, at this time, Liu is still not turbulent enough. Moreover, those people in Yinyuan Hall are not very honest. Haha, they secretly oppose the Rock King Emperor. If it weren't for the fact that the Rock King Emperor didn't care, they would have been finished long ago. Yilan sneered. Mu Yang told me before that they betrayed the Salt Demon God. Those people can even betray their own demon god, so it seems understandable that they betrayed the Rock King Emperor. Ningguang nodded thoughtfully. Forget it, I won't die first. Okay, let's wait for the arrival of the immortal. Ningguang calmed down his emotions, his eyes became deep, and those tumors hidden in the dark really needed to be eradicated. Liu will become more beautiful. Moreover, the purpose of the Rock King Emperor was probably not really said. The Rock King Emperor probably wanted to hand over the power to Mu Yang, at least temporarily. At present, there are indeed more Liu people in the guild. In order to let Mu Yang lead these people completely and legitimately, it is necessary to let Mu Yang become the new Rock King. However, he only needs to do it according to the requirements of the Rock King Emperor. The Rock King Emperor must have a deep meaning for doing this. Although everyone will believe in Morax, Mu Yang has also become legitimate. At least it can prevent their power from being too large, which will lead to the split of the guild. Even as the Fadui executive, Yilan had fought before. Moreover, it is not only the Rock King Emperor who wants to do this, but Mu Yang also requires this. Well, the rumors on your side are more powerful and it's still too quiet now. Ningguang's eyes became deep. Liu is still too quiet now. Well, Ganyu looked at the eavesdropping figure in the dark with a vague look and sighed in his heart. Tianchuxing is still very concerned about Keqing's affairs. After all, the other party is the one who really works for Liu, and Tianchuxing really likes Keqing's cooperation. The invincible Rock King is injured. Unprecedented fear arose in the hearts of the people of Liu. For a long time, the Rock King Emperor has been the faith of the people of Liu. His reputation as a martial god is not exaggerated, but earned through hard work. During the Demon God War thousands of years ago, they believed that the Rock King Emperor would definitely win the final victory. Even if they were surrounded and killed by a large number of demons, they were not so panicked. They believed that the Rock King Emperor was invincible and could definitely defeat these demons. 500 years ago, the Rock King Emperor went to an unknown place, and the dark disaster broke out, but the people of Liu were not afraid. They believed that the Rock King Emperor would definitely come back. As long as the Rock King Emperor came back, all problems could be solved. But at this moment they were panicked and terrified. This was the first time that the Rock King Emperor was injured. Moreover, it seemed that he was seriously injured. What should be done? For a while, the whole of Liu began to be in chaos. Not long after, a big bird appeared on Yujingtai, talked to Ganyu, and then flew away in a hurry, looking very anxious. Although they themselves did not know why they could see panic on a bird. The Abyss cult merged the demon god's resentment with the power of the Abyss to plot against the Rock King. Under the calculation of the Abyss cult, the Rock King was seriously injured and needed to recuperate in Juyunjian. During the period when the Rock King was recuperating, Liu was managed by Keqing. This news made the people of Liu panic, but before they could do anything, the nine-tailed fox, who was originally in Gaian Pavilion, began to move, and it ran towards the location of Juyunjian anxiously. Combined with the previous injury of the Rock King, it is needless to think that this fox-like fairy is likely to protect the Rock King. Although they also hope that the nine-tailed fox can continue to protect Liu Port and suppress Gaian Pavilion, they also know that at this time, letting the other party protect the Rock King is the best choice. Because of the injury of the Rock King, the people of Liu were panicked. Liu Harbor, look at how chaotic Liu is. After more than 10 days, Wang and Payman also arrived at Liu Harbor. There was no other way. They had previously visited the place where the Rock King fought the monster, but unfortunately, the Rock King had already left at that time. However, judging from the terrain at that time, the Rock King should have been seriously injured. In this case, they could only come to Liu Harbor to find Mu Yang. It is impossible that Mu Yang was in trouble, right? However, the current situation in Liu was beyond their expectations. When they came to Liu, they heard from Diluk and Venti that Liu was the economic center of Teyvat and a place where wealth accumulated and settled. The Rock King was the oldest among the seven gods, and his strength was even greater than that of the wind god Barbados. Even when Venti called the Rock King 237, he was always calling him Grandpa. As a result, now that they have come to Liu, the Rock King has had an accident, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. Now that they have come to Liu Port, Mu Yang should be able to take care of them, right? It is indeed a bit inappropriate. The environment of the entire Liu is very solemn and a little chaotic, which is not what Liu should have. However, since the Rock King has had an accident, it seems that such a situation is not incomprehensible. Wang was silent for a moment and said, "After all, it is Shunaming from Liu. Hey, let's go and ask Mu Yang's location. He said before that his home seems to be near Yujingtai." Pei Meng scratched his head. "It is said that the house over there is old. Do you know Mu Yang?" At this time, a lively girl's voice came into their ears, and the two found that a girl with plum blossom pupils jumped to a distance from Wang and Pei Meng and looked at the two curiously. "Well, a blonde traveler and a white-haired elf. You should be the honorary knights of Mondstadt, right?" Who are you?" Payman was a little confused. When did he become a white-haired elf? No. Payman is not an elf, Payman is just Payman. Payman quickly reacted, stamped his feet in dissatisfaction and looked at Hu Tao in dissatisfaction. "Why do everyone say Payman is Payman? Really? It seems that you are the ones." Hu Tao wanted to take over Payman but still said to Wang, "Hello, I am Hu Tao, the head of the Wangsheng Hall. I have a good relationship with Mu Yang. Mu Yang told me about you before. However, if you want to find Mu Yang, then you will be disappointed. Mu Yang is not in Liu Harbor now." Not in Liu Harbor, Wang couldn't help but become curious. Is it because of the problem of the Rock King? In fact, it's not just the Rock King, there is also the problem of Yu Heng Star. Mu Yang and Yu Heng Exing are boyfriend and girlfriend. Not long ago, Yu Heng Exing was seriously injured in a contest with the Fadui executive. If Mu Yang hadn't used his own strength to maintain Yu Heng Exing's life. Currently, Mu Yang is treating Yu Heng Exing with the immortals in Ju Yun Jian. However, the Rock King Emperor was also injured some time ago, and I don't know if the immortals have the energy to treat Yu Heng Exing. While Hu Tao said this, Yu Guang looked at Zhang Li, who was drinking tea in a tea house not far away. Her eyelids couldn't help but jump. Zhang Li, this guy, has been paying attention to the chaos in Liu recently. I don't know if this guy is happy or angry now. Of course, Hu Tao can imagine that many people in Liu will die later. Mu Yang, that guy, is not a good person to talk to. Fortunately, many of the achievements belong to Wangsheng Hall. As a guest of Wangsheng Hall, Zhongli has brought several years of business to Wangsheng Hall, which is really great. If such things can happen a few more times, Wangsheng Hall may not have to worry about business problems. Is that so? Pei Meng and Wang looked at each other. They naturally knew what Yu Hengxing meant. One of the 7 stars of Liu, this is also a high level of Liu. They never thought that not only the Emperor of Rock King had an accident in Liu, but also Yu Hengxing was seriously injured and dying. No wonder Liu is so chaotic. If it were me, I would feel that Liu has been unlucky recently. No wonder Liu looks so panicked. When was the duel between Yu Hengxing and the Fadui? Pei Meng scratched his head and asked Hu Tao. This incident is quite famous 17 days ago. Wang Sigma VA. Peimen's 0 TTO. At this time, both Wang and Peimen began to doubt whether they were the stars of disaster. After all, 17 days ago was the day they left Mondstadt. That is to say, that was the day they set out on their journey. Yu Hengxing was likely killed by them. When they arrived in Mondstadt, Mondstadt was in trouble. Teverin attacked Mondstadt. If it weren't for the appearance of the wind god Barbados at that time, Mondstadt would have suffered heavy losses. They walked out of Mondstadt and prepared to go to Liu, and then Liu almost lost to Yu Hengxing. Just after entering Liu, the Rock King Emperor almost died. Now that they have come to Liu port, what will happen? It is impossible that the demon god will attack the city, right? Wang and Peimen looked at each other and absolutely could not let Mu Yang know that they left Mondstadt 17 days ago. Otherwise, they might be hunted down by Mu Yang, and then Wang would only be able to accompany Mu Yang with a girlfriend. Liu is full recently. It's a mess, you probably can't get through to Mayang. I see you are Mayang's friends, do you want to go with me? At least there are quite a few accommodations in the Hall of Rebirth. Well, there are enough coffins, but I don't know if this 5.9 traveler from another world is used to sleeping in a coffin. Thank you. Wang didn't feel any malice from Hu Tao and wanted to agree but still asked. But what kind of organization is the Hall of Rebirth? It sounds a bit like a gangster organization. The Hall of Rebirth, of course it sends people to the afterlife. Our Hall of Rebirth is a giant in the funeral industry in Liu. When you get to the Hall of Rebirth, you can sleep in any coffin you like. But Pei Meng, your small coffin is too rare and takes up too much space. It's better to squeeze in with Wang and live in one coffin. Sorry, we won't stay there anymore. Goodbye. Wang listened to Hu Tao's fierce words and grabbed Pei Meng and ran away. Hey, why did you run away? Hu Tao blinked her beautiful eyes at Wang's hurriedly running back. Did I say something wrong? It's just sleeping in a coffin. If the other party doesn't want to sleep in a coffin, I can also arrange a normal room for them. The Wangsheng Hall is a big family, so they don't care about such a room. Since he is Mu Yang's friend and he has a special background, it's not impossible to provide food and accommodation. As long as he goes to other countries later to promote their Wangsheng Hall, she Hu Tao is the most helpful. It's just a pity that the other party seems to refuse. Zhongli watched this scene silently and shook his head slightly. Sure enough, Hu Tao, this child, always said something that people misunderstood. I'm afraid that in the eyes of that traveler, their Wangsheng Hall has become a gangster organization, right? However, I can help that traveler a little. With that special physique, I don't mind helping him a little. Willpower. 21 in today's Liu, who else has more willpower than himself as the Rock King? Hoo, great, the other party didn't catch up. After running a long distance, Pei Meng patted his chest with lingering fear. Wang was silent and didn't say anything, just looking around vigilantly. It shouldn't be possible for such an organization to let them escape easily. However, why would Xiang collude with such an organization? Could it be that this is the official black glove of Liu? You are finally here, traveler. Just when Wang was thinking about it, a cold voice came from behind Wang. Wang stepped back instantly and looked at the source of the voice vigilantly. Found a short-haired woman in black leather pants, leaning against the wall and looking at her and Pei Meng with interest. Are you a member of the Rebirth Hall? Pei Meng looked at the visitor vigilantly and hid behind Wang quietly. On the way to Liu Harbor, Wang awakened the rock element, and Wang, who can use 2 elemental powers at the same time, has improved a lot in strength. Did you make a mistake? But the previous head of Wangsheng Hall also told us that she was Mu Yang's friend, but she wanted to kill us. Peimen said that we are not stupid at all, and we will not believe everything you say. This, Pei Meng and Wang looked at each other. Could it be that they really misunderstood? Before Mu Yang left Liu Harbor, you told me about your affairs. But the current situation in Liu is not very good. Because of the injury of Emperor Yanwang, the whole Liu is in panic. Keqing was indignant. Those guys actually started to cooperate with the Fadui, preparing to sell out Liu. They even said that if they became Yuheng Star and Tianshu Star, they would give up part of the interests of Liu Bank, and at the same time, allow them to invest in Gilyuan. How could they think of that? Can they touch Liu Bank and Gilyuan at will? When she said the latter, Keqing also gritted her teeth, looking like she was disappointed with her son. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Mu, I love you. Wangsheng Hall, haha no. Yilan shook her head slightly. I belong to an organization under Mu Yang, Yelan said as he walked, follow me. Hahaha, if Hu Tao knew about this, she would probably be depressed to death. But she couldn't figure it out for a while. As long as Hu Tao doesn't make too much noise, who would target Wangsheng Hall if they knew Zhongli's identity? What else? At this time, Wang also began to suspect that she might have misunderstood something. This is embarrassing. In recent days, he has not been in Juyunjian all the time, and occasionally he will bring Keqing back to his home in Liu. Hu Tao's imagination is different from theirs, but this matter is a bit difficult to handle. A wise choice. Yellen nodded slightly. Some people in Liu have been dishonest recently. They came to you because they are worried that you will be involved in this dispute which will not benefit you. It seems that they really misunderstood Hu Tao. Okay, this time Pei Meng and Wang finally understood, but if it's about doing bad things, they will never do it. Ha ha ha. Yilan burst into laughter after hearing Pei Meng's words. It's so funny, you don't think Wang Xingtang is some kind of killer organization, do you? Wang Xingtang is the largest funeral organization in Liu, and many important funeral businesses are also carried out by Wang Xingtang. Okay, next, I will arrange your food and accommodation, but you also need to do something for me. This is reasonable, right? Then Yilan continued. Liu is not very peaceful during this period, and there are really too many things to do. But she wants to bury us in the coffin. Did Wang finally arrive at Liu port? At the same time, Mu Yang, who was far away in Juyunjian, also learned the news of Wang and Pei Meng at the first time, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You don't want us to do bad things, do you? Pei Meng couldn't help asking. For Hu Tao, sleeping in a coffin is no different from sleeping in a bed. She has been sleeping in a coffin since she was very young. Arranging food and accommodation, they really need it. After all, Mora is really a little insufficient. It's just that ordinary people can't know that they will return to Liu port. Wang was silent for a moment, and without waiting for Pei Meng to speak, he looked at Yelan deeply and said, Okay, next I will do things for you. Do bad things, don't worry, at most I'll use you to do something bad, you're not qualified enough. Yilan looked at the two with a smile. Pei Meng asked back in disbelief. But Hu Tao wants us to sleep in a coffin. There are not many monsters that can fight Wang along the way. It can be said that Wang Xingtang and Liu officials have 1,000 connections. Well, even the Emperor of Rock King is a guest official in Wang Xingtang. Hu Tao was raised by the Lord Emperor. But if we follow you, it seems that we are involved in the dispute no matter how we look at it. Pei Meng muttered in his heart, but he and Wang followed Yelan. Kill you? Yilan's expression was a little subtle. Although Hu Tao is a little naughty sometimes, she has never killed anyone. The other party should not be able to do anything to them, right? This is human nature. This is also considered as selling out the father's land. Mu Yang sneered. Besides, there are still many people in Liu who are dissatisfied with me. After all, I have no contribution to Liu. Why can I be in a high position all of a sudden after coming to Liu, and my status is even higher than that of the 7 stars of Liu? No, you have done enough for Liu. Although the Liu official has paid you, the resentment of the demon god in Gilyuan has always been a huge problem that troubles Liu, and even the Emperor of the Rock King can't solve it. But you solved it. It's not just the problem of the resentment of the demon god, but also other abilities. Because of you, the Emperor and others don't need to worry about the problem of wear and tear, and the strength of Liu has also been improved. Although some things are purchased by everyone, but if it weren't for you, we would have no channel to buy these things at all. Keqing denied it again and again. Now in Liu, except for the Emperor of the Rock King, who else can compare with Mu Yang in terms of merit? In Keqing's view, even the three-eyed five-manifestation immortal can't compare. Keqing would not deny that the immortal's contributions to Liu were indelible. Now saying that Mu Yang surpassed the three-eyed five-manifested immortal was somewhat insulting to the immortals. But when Keqing said such words, even the true Lord Ligun Jifeng, who was not far away teaching Shenhe to practice, would not deny it. After all, Mu Yang did change Liu a lot, and in the future, the resentment of the demon gods in the entire Liu would be cleared, and even the abyss pollution of the layered rock abyss would disappear. Once Mu Yang did these, let alone the three-eyed five-manifested immortal, even the Rock King Emperor would not dare to say that his contribution would be greater than Mu Yang. That's the power of the abyss. Maybe, Mu Yang smiled without comment. It's just that their vision is so small, how can they know that what they pursue is just at my fingertips for me? Keqing pursed her lips. Even she had to admit that Mu Yang was telling the truth. She had always wanted to prove her ability. For ordinary people, the position of Yu Hengxing was also a high position, but it was nothing to Mu Yang. Keqing even felt that if Mu Yang expressed his intention to be the god of rock, the Emperor of Rock would directly pass the throne to Mu Yang. But then again, if Mu Yang became the new god of rock, it would be pretty good. Keqing silently drank a sip of wolfberry tea. God had mercy on her. She had never thought that she would drink these things before. Not only wolfberry tea, but also kidney soup. Keqing even thought about whether she should make some medicinal wine. After all, wolfberry tea was obviously not enough. During the days when she pretended to be injured, Keqing's life was not very good. In short, she was really going to be played badly. Keqing clearly understood that for her, going to work was actually a kind of rest. Mu Yang was getting stronger and stronger. She really couldn't stand it. Although her strength was improving very fast, Mu Yang's speed of getting stronger was far higher than hers. At present, apart from a few beings related to gods, Keqing is the one who gets stronger the fastest. All this was gained at the cost of Keqing's life. Who would have thought that Mu Yang could develop again, and this is in all aspects. However, there are fewer and fewer tasks recently. Keqing sighed. Besides, the things that appeared in the special mall this time are a bit too bad. No one has bought the 3 items so far. Mu Yang chuckled. There is nothing we can do about it. Who made the things refreshed this time useless to us? Even if they are good things, we can't afford them. 1,000 jin of Gen from a certain everyday world. Original price 100 points, 20% discount for a limited time, current price 80 points. Dark Magic Encyclopedia. Dark magic from a certain magic world, learning will change nature, and it is extremely powerful. Original price 3,500 points, 60% discount for a limited time, current price 2,100 points. Vain Sky Garden, the treasure of Seramis, which has the power to easily destroy a country. Original price 120,000 points, limited time discount 65% off, current price 78,000 points. To be honest, Mu Yang also wanted to buy Vainglory's Sky Garden at the beginning. After all, it is also an X-level treasure. Moreover, this is a treasure car that is countless times more powerful than Ningguang's Jade Pavilion. Imagine Ningguang smashing the Jade Pavilion and launching a sky-moving Jade Pavilion. She can only smash it once, and she needs the blessing of the Immortal's immortal power to burst out a demon-level explosion. But Vainglory's Sky Garden is different. This is a war fortress. With this thing, as long as it is still floating in the air, even the Abyss cult will have a headache. Mu Yang believes that he can use the shield to protect Vainglory's Sky Garden and then let this treasure attack. Even if Liu comes to a black disaster, it seems that there is no need to panic. However, this treasure is really a little expensive, and it does not bless Mu Yang's personal combat power very much. 78,000 points are really too expensive. So I gave up buying it, and besides Mu Yang, no one else could afford the Vainglory Sky Garden. Maybe if everyone put their money together, they could afford it, but it was totally unnecessary. I can't do anything if there are no quests. If possible, I also hope there will be more quests so that I can get more points and everyone can get stronger faster and faster. Mu Yang spread his hands. The quests are not something I can decide. You mainly think the good ones are too boring, so you want quests. In fact, everyone is still quite busy at the moment. These days, Mu Yang is actually quite busy. A few days ago, he took some time to clear most of the demon resentment in Giliyuan. Now it is not a problem to develop Giliyuan. Ganyu, Ningguang, and Yi Lan have been busy recently. If it weren't for Keqing's recuperation, they would not be able to stop recently. They need some manpower to deal with some messes. Not to mention others, even Shen He and Hu Tao spend a lot of time practicing Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao. In fact, everyone is still quite busy. Oh, forget it, I also want to practice that Tai Kai Xuan Qing Dao. The speed of practice in Juyunjian is indeed much faster than outside. In Azuma, Shadow Mountain under the sacred cherry tree, Yi Shinko knelt and looked through the information on hand. A woman dressed in luxurious clothes and with long white hair quietly walked to Yi Shinko and saluted her. Meetings, Lord Yi Palace Master. Well, you sit opposite. Yi Shinko pointed to the seat opposite him and handed the information on hand to Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka took the information and sat opposite Yi Shinko with full respect. Kamisato Ayaka was still very respectful to Yi Shinko. If it weren't for Yi Shinko's protection, the Kamisato family would have been destroyed long ago. Then she took the information, but when she saw the information above, Kamisato Ayaka showed an incredible look. How is this possible? Liu's Rock King Emperor was seriously injured by the attack of the Abyss cult, and that 7-star consultant can clear the resentment of the demon god. Well, this is the information just sent from Liu. Yizawa nodded slightly. She took a sip of the teacup in front of her. Some time ago, the water god Funina of Fontaine went to Liu 93. Combined with their previous joint statement, it can be inferred that Liu and Fontaine have united. Could it be that the Abyss cult took action after seeing the union of the two countries? Kamisato Ayaka asked cautiously. Kamisato Ayaka is not very good at these things, but her life experience destined Kamisato Ayaka to be exposed to these things. Yizawa's fox ears trembled and he shook his head slightly and said, "It should not be just that. Yaka, I hope you can go to Liu and find out the current situation of Liu. In addition, I hope you can meet the Liu 7-star consultant to see if he can purify the resentment of the demon god. The Eightfold Godson knew more or less about the situation in Liu. After all, the Beichen clan originally came from outside Inazuma. At that time, Lei Yingying and Lei Dianjin had not yet come to Inazuma. Inazuma was once the kingdom of raccoons. Later, the foxes crossed the sea and fought a war with the raccoon clan for 800 years. Both sides suffered heavy losses and finally had to negotiate peace. Therefore, the Eightfold Godson also understood the situation in Liu. The number of fallen demons in Liu is the highest in the entire Teyvat continent. I am afraid that the number of fallen demons in Liu is not as many as that of other countries combined. As for the Battle of Morax, even if Wang's fighting power is one of the best among the 7 gods, if he cannot break through Morax's defense, Wang will not be Morax's opponent in the end. Now Morax is in trouble and I don't know whether it is true or not. If it is true, does it mean that the abyss will come back? 500 years ago, there were also the Fox Saigung and others who stood up. Now I am still a long way from the Fox Saigung at the time, and coupled with the situation of Lei Yingying, the Yi god is gnashing with hatred. As for how Inazuma is, the Yi god doesn't really care in her heart, she is a fox. But Yi Shinko cares about Inazuma. This is the Inazuma that Master Kitsune Saigu swore to protect and therefore sacrificed his own life. Wang also regards Inazuma as his own life. As Wang's only friend now, he naturally has to protect Inazuma for Wang. Inazuma's strength itself has not recovered. Compared with 500 years ago, the strength of the monster is probably not even 1/10. Now Inazuma has directly launched the Eye Hunting Order. If there is another black disaster, who will protect Inazuma? Just rely on the general, the blockhead, or those bastards of the Tenryobushi. If it is fake, then Yi Shinko must think about why Morax did this. Seabed, there is also the problem of the devil's resentment, and it must also be done. In Teyvat, no one originally cleared the resentment of the demon god. The essence of the demon god is immortal. Even if he dies, he will exist in another form. But this Mu Yang is not a native creature of Teyvat, but a person from outside the world. The eyes of the Eightfold Godson became deep. As for the current situation of Inazuma, if the other party can really solve the resentment of the demon god, even if it costs a certain price, we need to bring the other party to Inazuma. If the aura of worshipping gods on the Bayan Island can be solved, the situation in Inazuma will be much better. But the general, Kamisato Ayaka, hesitated. With the character of General Raiden, if Mu Yang ran to Inazuma, he might become the target of the general to get rid of. Just go and invite him. If the other party is an envoy of Liu, according to the general's logic, he will not take action against him. The Eightfold Godson shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't need to care. No one understood General Raiden better than himself. Yes, Kamisato Ayaka breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. She was afraid that she had invited the other party over, but General Lei Dian would attack the other party. At that time, it would be a war between the two countries. Pack up. Yi Shenzi took out a talisman from his arms and handed it to Kamisato Ayaka. It's not safe to go out. This talisman will protect your safety. Kamisato Ayaka took the talisman, which was still warm, and was a little hesitant in her heart. Could it be that if she had a good conscience, she could hide things? She looked at her conscience, oh gee. It couldn't be hidden at all, and the talisman can guarantee her safety. Kamisato Ayaka felt that this was of no use at all, but since Yi Shenzi said so, just accept it yourself. I am a good friend of Ganyu, the 7-star secretary of Liu. This is my letter. Please give it to Ganyu for me. I believe she will give you some convenience. Then Yi Shenzi took out another letter and handed it to Kamisato Ayaka. Yes, Kamisato Ayaka took the letter and breathed a sigh of relief. She had never left Inazuma and was worried that she would not be able to do this well. Fortunately, Yi Shinko did not really let her fight alone. With Yi Shinko's letter, it should be much more convenient. Well, go back and prepare. I will arrange a boat to take you away tomorrow. Yi Shinko said and waved to Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka stood up and saluted Yi Shinko first. Just as she walked a distance away, she heard Yi Shinko's words, "Don't contact the rebels for the time being. Be careful not to harm the Kamisato family." Kamisato Ayaka's delicate body couldn't help but tremble, and the small clothes inside were soaked. She never thought that Lord Yigonji actually knew about her relationship with Coral Palace Zinhai. Leave the problem of the rebels is not as simple as you think. The destruction of the Yiyu Island's talisman is enough to get Heigi Island removed from the list. Yi Shenzi waved his hand and sighed helplessly. Kamisato Ayaka was still too naive. She actually thought that the rebels were good people. At the beginning, Wang didn't destroy Heigi Island in one breath, which was already merciful. As a result, these people are now going to rebel. They are really bold and reckless. They even destroy the talisman. This is obviously courting death. Although Yi Shenzi doesn't care much about the situation of humans, Hagi Island's behavior is indeed a bit excessive. The people of Kaigi Island destroyed the talisman of Yeon Island. Kamiri Ayaka was stunned when she heard this. Didn't the people of the resistance army want the general to see the wishes of the people and to lift the eye hunting order and the closure order? Why would they destroy the talisman? If they really destroyed the talisman, then she had been with the people of the resistance army during this period and even transported some supplies. Wouldn't that be treason? Thinking of this possibility, Kamisato Ayaka's heart was also horrified. I seem to have done something wrong. She first bowed to Yi Shinko and then left quietly. Looking at Kamisato Ayaka's leaving figure, Yi Shinko sighed. You have a good heart and decent ability, but your mind is too simple. If you have half the scheming of your brother, you can get along well in Inazuma. But it's better this way. I don't like dealing with that kind of guys. Thinking of Kamisato Ayato, Yi Shinko pouted. Kamisato Ayato is a scheming guy. However, an opportunity is needed. I don't know if inviting Mu Yang to Inazuma can be this opportunity. Yi Shenzi looked at the information he had collected and sorted out. Those guys have been fattened up, just kill them all. Use their property to help Inazuma, and Inazuma will recover soon. But Wying, as long as your ideas don't change, Inazuma will never have a future. Can such a chaotic Inazuma make you face yourself? Maybe I need to make Inazuma completely chaotic. Again, Yi Shenzi doesn't care about the situation of Inazuma people, she is just doing her duty. If the death and tragedy of some people can make Lei Yingying change his mind, even if half of Inazuma died, Yi Shenzi will not care and will even promote the development of things. Yi Shenzi cares about this country. She can indeed save the fate of some people now, but that is only a temporary solution. From the perspective of the entire Inazuma, Inazuma now needs a strong dose of medicine which may kill many people, but overall it is still within the acceptable range for Yi Shinko. There is no other way because she can't beat General Raiden. If he could beat him, he could defeat General Raiden directly. According to General Raiden's logic, the winner can decide everything. At that time, he would ask Lei Dian to change this country. But he was just a poor, helpless, and weak little fox. Even with the help of the Heart of God, he had made a lot of progress in the past 500 years, but he was still far behind General Raiden. Not to mention Yiko, even Kitsusai Palace was not as good as General Raiden. Thinking of this, Yiko looked at the position of the castle tower and sighed deeply. When Kamisato Ayaka returned to Kamisato's house, he immediately found his brother Kamisato Ayato and told him about the residence that Yiko had given him. Is it the mission of Yikoji? Kamisato Ayato frowned, analyzing the pros and cons. At this time, is it a good thing or a bad thing to let Kamisato Ayaka go to Liu? That Mu Yang is also the Liu 7-star advisor. Can he change the current situation of Inazuma? The aura of worshipping gods is a problem that must be solved, especially after the destruction of the talisman on Yeon Island. The aura of worshipping gods continues to spread, and it may not affect Mingshen Island in the future. It is also necessary for Yi Palace Master to ask you to go to Liu. After thinking for a moment, Kamisato Ayato still spoke. Ask for flowers. Yi Shenzi is their benefactor. If it weren't for the protection of Yi Shenzi, I'm afraid the Kamisato family would have been destroyed. However, Kamisato Ayato is still very wary of Yi Shenzi. He can't see through the mind of Yi Palace Master. People with many minds don't like to get along with people with many minds. Usually, I don't contact them if I can. As for the closeness between Kamisato Ayaka and Yi Shenzi, it is because Kamisato Ayaka was also brought up by Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi is indeed the backer of their family. It is not a bad thing to let Kamisato Ayaka and Yi Kamiko spend more time together. But will the general care about going to Liu this time? Thinking of this, Kamisato Ayato shook his head. At this time, they had no choice at all. In Kamisato Ayaka's eyes, Yi Kamiko's last words were to remind Kamisato Ayaka not to cooperate with the resistance country. But in Kamisato Ayato's view, this is a threat. If you don't work for me well, then there is no need for the Kamisato family to exist. At that time, both Kamisato Ayaka and Kamisato Ayato will die. This kind of betrayal of their own gods will be despised by the entire Teyvat continent. At this time, they can only do what Yi Kamiko asks them to do, and there is no possibility of refusal at all. Yes, Kamisato Ayaka nodded slightly. She also thought so. If the resentment of the demon god on Yeon Island is resolved, the contradictions between Kaigi Island and Narukami Island can also be resolved. At that time, Inazuma will at least be more peaceful. With land, we can grow food and the price of food will not be so high. The current situation of the poor people in Inazuma will also change. Well, Liu is in chaos recently. Be careful when you go there. Don't get involved in the official struggle of Liu. Kamisato Yato warned Kamisato Yaka. Traveler, how about letting you handle this task? Yilan took out a document and handed it to Wang in the Yansheng tea room. Wang took a look at the paper and showed surprise on her face. Let me investigate Yinyuan Hall. As far as I know, it seems to be one of the 8 gates of Liu. They have a very high status in Liu. Is it really good to investigate them? Why can't we investigate? Our shadow organization was established by Emperor Yan and is affiliated with Mu Yang. Whether it is the 7 stars or the 8 gates, they are all under our supervision. Yilan tilted her head. She was actually very satisfied with what she was doing now. Although she said goodbye to the General Affairs Department, her burden was also increased a lot. She is not a person who likes power, but she has her own way of loving Liu. She wants to secretly protect Liu in 237, so she has been cooperating with Ningguang and Yeben very early. Now she works for Mayang, of course. She is also working for the King of the Rock. Her power is given by them. Not to mention monitoring the Yinyuan Hall, even monitoring the Liu 7 stars as long as Yelan wants, she can do it at any time. Recently, Yelan has also discovered some dirty things about the 7 stars. Perhaps after this incident, I am afraid that the Liu 7 stars will have to change blood. As for the Yinyuan Hall, it is even more the worst-hit area, where many people are not loyal to the Rock King Emperor and even want to collude with the Fadui to overthrow the current Liu. Yilan can only say that they are very bold. Even if the Rock King Emperor is really seriously injured, the current Liu is not something that these people can shake. However, thinking about it carefully, it seems that it is not unacceptable, at least it is an official background. W.A.W. Of course, the most worrying thing is that the woman Eula actually slaughtered her own family directly. Although only nearly 1/3 of them were slaughtered, it still caused heavy losses to the Lawrence family, which made Eula's reputation worse. It's not easy to see the Emperor. Yilan thought of the Emperor in the guild saying that he had seen Wang, and his expression was a little subtle. But if you perform well, I can introduce you. As for your identity as an honorary knight, it is actually a guarantee for you. Whether it is a simple or difficult task, you can entrust Wang to complete it, of course, except for those bad things. In any case, Eula was dealing with her own family. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mua, I love you. She didn't expect that the identity of the honorary knight would have such a statement. Do you know, I am not very familiar with you, and I am also an honorary knight of Monde. However, after leaving Mondstadt, so many things happened in Mondstadt. Is there something wrong? Imperial power permits, kill first and report later. Very interesting words. Is it the words of other worlds? Yilan nodded thoughtfully. Well, this sentence will be used in the future. And was Mu Yang really unable to extricate himself? 1.4 Wang had countless questions in her heart. She felt that if she could solve these questions, she might understand the meaning of her journey. Good guy, the Li people really know how to play. It is not unreasonable for Yilan to want to make friends with Wang. I generate tasks here and you perform them. It is mutually beneficial for everyone. Although the other party likes to complete tasks, he also has his own choices. I am not familiar with you, but Mu Yang said that you are very interesting people. I have been collecting your intelligence. You are indeed a very interesting person. Thinking of the information about Wang, Yilan couldn't help sighing in his heart. Was the Rock King really injured? In the future, it will be the Emperor's permission, kill first and report later. However, there are also some people who admire Eula. At least Eula proved that she did it. She wanted to bring the Lawrence family into Mondstadt. Some countries may not recognize it, but if they want to take action against you, they will still consider Monde. Yilan took out another scroll and threw it to Wang. Moreover, as long as Wang performs the tasks, even if these tasks are not profitable or even thankless, the other party can complete the tasks very well. Qin also began to gather bards to publicize what happened at that time. For example, 1,000 years ago, some people in the Lawrence family actually rebelled against the old aristocratic era. The Lawrence family that survived today are all descendants of those people. Otherwise, the Lawrence family would have been gone long ago. They should believe in Lady Vanessa's choice. Now that the Lawrence family has no problems, some nobles in Monde have become families like the Lawrence family. As for evidence, Qin can produce a lot of evidence of collusion between the family and the Fadui, which is enough to make these people the second Lawrence. As for identity, Qin has the token of the wind god Barbados on him, and he is the leader recognized by countless people. Now it is normal to clean up some people who are idle and betraying Monde. He is just doing what he should do, and doing so has indeed confused Monde. Fortunately, all this is within an acceptable range. But Wying didn't know how to complain. She had just left Mondstadt and such a thing happened in Mondstadt. Was all this really a coincidence? I think I know what to do. Wying agreed to Yi Lan's request. But after these things are over, I need to see Mu Yang. Of course, it would be even better if I can see the Rock King Emperor. For Mondstadt this is also a good thing, Yi Lan said meaningfully. Wying's pupils shrank slightly. Mondstadt was rectifying the chaos this time, so what about Liu? Wying took it and took a look, then she was dumbfounded. At least when you go to other countries, it is also an official identity. See what is called a chosen worker. Imperial power permits kill first and report later. Wying blinked her eyes. She didn't expect that Mu Yang would play so big in Liu. Was Keqing's injury really a coincidence? Captain Qin and his team actually carried out a major cleanup of the Knights of Favonius, and even the nobles of Mondstadt were liquidated. Should I play with Payman and then let Payman go back to Sky Island to inherit the throne? Or should I work hard with Payman to become stronger and have a story of heroes and dragons? But she still hesitated and said, "Do you trust us so much? Okay, leave this to me." Wying nodded slightly. "I will do this well. As for us, I have never seen you and you have never seen me. I am just an honorary knight from Mondstadt." No wonder Mu Yang said that he could give you some tasks. Yi Lan showed a satisfied look. After thinking for a while, Yi Lan took out a mobile phone and threw it to Wying. "This phone is for you and it has my contact information." Mobile phone, it's a Nokia. Wying looked at the phone in his hand in disbelief. Is there a signal on the continent of Teyvat? Good guy, is Mu Yang so powerful? No wonder Mu Yang can become a 7-star consultant of Liu. Even mobile phones can be brought to this world, but thinking that Mu Yang has a dream by his side, Wying can understand it. Liu's foundation is beyond your imagination. Yi Lan showed a confident look on his face. It is true that Zhidong Kingdom is very powerful, but given the current situation in Liu, there is no problem in beating Zhidong Kingdom. Moreover, the god of grass, god of wind, and god of water are all on their side. Even if it is Sky Island, they are not afraid now. Well, Wying put away the phone silently. It seems that Mu Yang can still leave Teyvat. When I have the opportunity to see Mu Yang, I must ask him how to leave Teyvat. However, before leaving Teyvat, let's help Payman finish this game. Whether it is a dragon quest or a joke, I always need Payman. After getting along for a while, Wying really likes Payman and treats him as the best partner. This is part of the reward. Then Yi Lan took out a bag of Mora and threw it to Wying. I never deduct wages when I do things. How about a minimum of 1 million Mora every month? 1 million Mora? Payman couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he heard it. This is just the minimum wage. Is Liu so rich? If you want people to work hard, you have to give them the right benefits. Besides, we don't lack Mora. Yi Lan chuckled, not to mention that we can use Liu's official account. Even Mu Yang himself can be said to be making a fortune every day. His cola industry has sales of more than 10,000 bottles a day, and it is still expanding. Wying widened his eyes. Wow, Mu Yang is really omnipotent. He even got the formula of cola. However, thinking of Mu Yang's strength, unless he uses mushroom bombs, I'm afraid that ordinary humans have no way to deal with Mu Yang. It seems understandable that he can get these things. As for whether Coke can sell more than 10,000 bottles a day, Wying has no doubt. In the current situation in Liu, I'm afraid 10,000 bottles is considered a small number. Then I won't be polite. Wying raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Mu Yang, that guy is still a good person. This thigh must be held tightly. Ding, a commission from the Conan world, an item that was also corroded by the abyss, fell into the world of the famous detective and was discovered by the Black Organization and was studied, causing the abyss power to spread in the Conan world. Please solve the abyss infection crisis in the Conan world. Reward points. Reward 30,000 dimensional points, up to 5 participants. Points are distributed according to contribution. Fist adders can get a guaranteed 5% of the total points. Keqing. Good guy, the abyss power began to spread to a world and was caused by an organization's research. Could it be the same as Kanraya at the beginning? Mu Yang, this matter is a bit troublesome. I don't know what kind of existence those guys will become after being infected with the abyss power. Moreover, if all the people in a world are infected with the abyss power, we can't find all the people infected by the abyss power. Could it be that they also ask us to slaughter the whole world? Mu Yang didn't know how to complain about the Black Organization at this time. They dared to study the abyss items. Mu Yang was very suspicious that the Black Organization might use these powers for human experiments. Of course, this is not the fault of the Black Organization. Even if a force gets the abyss items, it will probably conduct research. Especially the Eagle Sauce, they are a big player in human body research. With so many spies in the Black Organization, I am afraid that those spy organizations are really behind this matter. Ding, during the mission, the guild will open a temporary map and mark the abyss power. Miu Yang. Miu Yang, it seems that I still have to participate in this mission. Except for me, no one can deal with the abyss power. I can temporarily bless you with the purification power at that time. Clawland, if possible, I want to participate in this mission. Miu Yang, of course you have not participated in such a mission until now. Diluc. I will participate too. Looking at this mission, it should not be very difficult. After all, it is only a 30,000 point mission. This should be based on the very difficult situation of the abyss power. Miu Yang. Well, but you still need to be careful in that world. Some weapons are quite powerful and can destroy a city. However, I also need to see to what extent the power of the abyss will affect this world. Then Villette. I still need some points. How about I also participate, Miu Yang? Well, after this mission, I'm afraid you can become a perfect dragon. There are 4 and there is one more. Who wants to participate? Keqing, I'll participate. I've been staying in Juyunjian recently and I'm a little bored. Besides, I also plan to see more of the city styles in other worlds so as to plan the return to Liyuan in the future. Miu Yang, is that so? Then you can also participate. Hyuan, what is going on? What exactly did your organization research? 2 petite figures kept fleeing between cities. Now half of the island country is infected by a special virus. According to Conan's investigation during this period, this matter seems to be related to the Black Organization. How do I know? The organization should not want to destroy all mankind. Raiden Ei was also confused at this moment. She saw Jin before, but now Jin looked like neither a human nor a ghost. In Raiden's heart, Jin, although loyal to the organization, is not the kind of person who is willing to use himself for human experiments. Moreover, they can feel that although Jin is still alive, he is no longer a human being. Hey, Conan originally wanted to complain that the Black Organization is not a good thing. They conducted human experiments recklessly, which led to the outbreak of the world-destroying crisis. But he also knew that Uehara was probably not very clear about this matter. The other party was just trained by the organization since she was a child and did things she didn't want to do. Being in the dark but looking to the light, that's what Uehara and her friends are talking about. Don't say that if there is no organization's training, Uehara will not receive such a good education. This is simply a joke. She is a genius herself, and her parents are not short of money. With Miyano Shiho's talent, it is easy for her to become an excellent scientist. There are also countries and various consortiums willing to train her. How can the organization do anything? In the end, the other party is just a poor person. Damn the Black Organization, damn Jin, what should we do now? Raiden Ei asked helplessly. Some time ago, the Eagles had already bombed the cities occupied by monsters with planes, but it had no effect on those black things. Even the death of those people made the power of darkness grow stronger and stronger. Just when Conan was about to say something, something unbelievable happened. In front of them, a special space door suddenly opened, and 5 men and women in special clothes walked out of it and appeared in front of them. Feeling the special power in himself, Violet nodded slightly and said, "Not bad power, it can be connected to your purification power. How far can this blessing last at most?" Unlike others, Keqing didn't pursue points much. With Miu Yang's divine power, Keqing's strength improvement speed was definitely among the best in the guild. After the two left, Miu Yang said to Keqing beside him, "You can also go shopping nearby or go shopping with me later." Because of the relationship with the guild, Violet cannot reach the level of the planetary dragon in this world, but he can still use his power if he wants. Because of the appearance of Shen, Zhao Haoyuan, and Miu Yang, and the fact that he saw Villette flying away before, Conan's original firm materialistic ideas had long collapsed. It can solve some of the land problems tilde. Miu Yang looked at the tall buildings and nodded slightly. After everyone left, Miu Yang turned his gaze to Conan and Raiden Ei not far away. Seeing Miu Yang's gaze looking at him, Conan's heart trembled, but he still said, "Big brother, hello. Okay, I will bless you with the power of purification and you go to purify." Miu Yang said, emitting white light from his body and blessing the 4 people with his own power. "In that case, I will go to a farther place." Violet glanced at Clorinde, Diluc, and Keqing, nodded slightly to the 3 of them, and then floated into the sky and left quickly. "Don't you realize that wherever you go, is it easy for murders to happen there?" Miu Yang looked at Conan with a subtle expression. During this period, Miu Yang learned not only the application of rock elements, but also a lot of other things. Where am I? Who am I? What is going on? There should be no problem in this country. But it may still happen in the future. Now the immortals are already improving grain seeds. No one knows what the per acre yield of grain will be in the future, and Miu Yang himself doesn't know. Fate. Seeing that the other party could see through his situation at a glance, Conan stopped pretending and just looked at Mu Yang curiously. What do these things mean? Thinking of what Newton and others did in their later years, Conan began to believe that the end of science is the metaphysics. Such a building, maybe we can consider building such a house in Liu. Keqing didn't care about the two children in front of her but just looked around curiously. I'll go shopping alone first. These houses are very interesting. I'll study the structure of these houses first. The ground is also very interesting and worth studying. Keqing said hello to Mu Yang and left. Mu Yang also learned the basic chi reading technique. When he saw Conan's fate, he was also shocked. Good guy, he is worthy of being a walking death god. Haha, interesting people, two 18-year-olds, now they look like children. Mu Yang looked at the two curiously. Even the cell structure is similar to that of an 8-year-old child. It's still quite interesting. Both of them are smart people and they are standard materialists, but what is happening now has broken their three views. Although her method of improving strength was a bit useless, there were a few times when Keqing even suspected that she would be pierced. Those hidden weapons could definitely break the mountains and rivers easily, but the benefits she got were indeed huge. With Gilyuan to be developed, Liu is destined to have no shortage of land in the short term. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mew Mew Mew, love you. I won't bother you anymore. Clorinde nodded slightly to Mu Yang, then looked at Diluc and said, I'll go to the east and you can deal with the west, how about that? Diluc naturally wouldn't refuse after hearing that he nodded in agreement directly. As a detective, cases will attract me. Isn't this common sense? Conan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In Mu Yang's view, Liu will build tall buildings sooner or later, but it is impossible to build tall buildings without restraint. She had only heard Mu Yang say before that she wanted to build a city that would make Mu Yang feel a sense of belonging. This scene made Conan and Huyuan AI stunned. That kind of large-scale rainfall is actually the most suitable for Violet to do. However, your fate is really special. This is her first time to come to such a modern city. This is not scientific at all. It's right to take Violet with you. Mu Yang noticed something and smiled. The land in Liu Harbor is insufficient, otherwise it would not have become so expensive now. Compared to Conan's indifference, or even taking it for granted, Huihara AI looked at Conan with a subtle expression. No one had proposed this concept before, but when Huihara AI heard Mu Yang say this, she suddenly realized that it seemed that Conan was really a bad star. Wherever he went, there would be problems. Was it the case calling Conan over, or was it Conan who caused these things to happen secretly? Thinking of this possibility, Huihara AI couldn't help but feel creepy in her heart. It seemed that Conan was really a bad star. To be precise, because of your fate when you appear around you, the chances of a case that could have happened or not will increase. Mu Yang shook his head slightly and said, The Death God elementary school student, I'm probably talking about you. Don't rush to deny it, after all, there is no need for me to deceive you, right? How is this possible? Conan said that he could not accept the fact that he was a bad boy at all. Isn't this too tragic? Nothing is impossible, your world has a lot of problems. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Maybe you haven't noticed the problem yourself. For example, what day is today? 440 yuan a week. April 5th, Wednesday, Huyuan AI answered honestly. What about tomorrow? November 4th. At this point, Huyuan AI also reacted. Why did it become November 4th after April 5th, and why didn't she even feel anything before? What's going on? This time, not to mention Huyuan AI, even Conan reacted. It seems that this problem is indeed not a small one. Is it related to those dark forces? Conan asked hurriedly. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. I don't know either. At least I have never seen the power of the abyss do this. I am more optimistic that it is caused by the power of the world. Even Conan and Huyuan AI were stunned by what Mu Yang said at this moment and were a little confused. Is that dark power called the power of the abyss, and the world also has its own power? This world is not just an everyday world, there is magic, Mu Yang said and looked up at the sky again. Of course, there is not only magic, there may be other powers. Mu Yang thought of the comics drawn by Kingxian Leazai in his early years, The Legend of Sword and Hero, which is the familiar 9 Dragon Balls. The mother of the protagonist Taijian once fought with the mother of Hattori Haiji, and at that time, Ikubo Shizuka lost to Tai Michiko, who was 2 years younger than herself. Okay, I'll go with you. Huyuan AI hesitated for a moment and then agreed. However, even Keqing can't bear it, let alone others. But when he saw a person affected by the abyss, Diluc was stopped, and this person was Jin. He must be killed. Huyuan AI is a drug chemist and pharmacologist, but she is also good at many sciences. This, Mu Yang's news undoubtedly broke Conan and Huyuan Zhang's cognition. Her sister was gone and she was indeed free. Anyway, it's only some people. This is all for this world. Do you want to leave with me and go to other worlds? If they really exist, it seems that everything can be explained clearly. After all, this is a world with gods, so the appearance of a person like Kyogoku Makoto seems not incomprehensible. Even if he is greedy for the other party's body, Mu Yang dare not come. Keqing's physical fitness is already the best among humans. Aptex 4869 on your body, this lord, should be able to help you solve this problem. Huyun AI looked at Mu Yang with a desire to explore. As for the fact that the other party is just a little kid now, Mu Yang doesn't care much about it. He is not greedy for her body. In order to gain power, he turned into a monster, but this guy can still maintain this appearance. Huyun, Conan wanted to persuade the other party. After all, they were not familiar with Mu Yang, and it was difficult to guarantee that the other party would not use Huyun Ai's ability to do something. But if they are purified to keep these people, the consumption during this period will be more than 100 times that of directly killing them. But according to Mu Yang, the abyss power in the bodies of those killed by them will be directly purified. In our world, although humans have great power and even gods exist, Mu Yang hesitated for a while and asked Huyun AI, "Now you are free in this world." Mu Yang was very suspicious that this world actually still has weapons such as the Thunder God Sword, the Wind God Sword, the Dragon God Sword, and the Overlord Sword. Because the abyss power was injected into his body, Jin has now become a monster with a black body and only a head of golden hair to show his past. But the development of science and technology is not very good. You are a good scientist. Are you interested in going to Teyvat continent? Of course, the most important thing is that he still needs Huyun to help him make an antidote. The settings here are all very powerful. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua love you. Seeing Diluk coming, Jin was also stunned for a moment, especially when he saw that the other party was obviously not a human, which made Jin even more angry. A man who knows the times is a hero, worthy of being a woman on the side of the foot basin chicken. Interesting. Diluk, holding the West Wind Great Sword, cleared the people affected by the abyss on the road like cutting melons and vegetables. At this moment, they were no longer human but monsters. Other worlds. Huyun AI was a little sad when she heard that she was free. Although Mu Yang has a lot of divine power now, he cannot squander it without restraint, so in order to eliminate these abyss powers, it is better to kill these people. Mu Yang is very curious about what kind of sparks will be created if Huyun AI studies alchemy. After a look, he is sure that this is the talent he needs. Perhaps Mu Yang's purification power could purify all the abyss power in these people and then let them recover. As a reward, we will kill Jin, which can be regarded as revenge for you. Mu Yang invited Huyun AI. Smart woman, Mu Yang showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Bang! The Zephyr Greatsword slashed at Jin, and Jin used his claws to resist Diluk's attack. The terrifying force made Jin fly backwards, but even Diluk retreated more than 10 meters. Diluk shook his right hand and looked at Jin's rapid recovery. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's interesting. The strength is a bit terrifying and this recovery ability is a bit scary. However, this is also good." Diluk was also eager to try. He could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was actually reduced. It should be the purification ability that played a role. As for why the opponent could recover and was not killed directly, it was probably because the opponent had a lot of abyss power, and the purification power that Mu Yang lent them was actually not much. Diluk glanced at the Zephyr Greatsword in his hand, and his heart was boiling. Don't underestimate Diluk's weapon. The Zephyr Greatsword itself is a good weapon. Of course, the Zephyr Greatsword mentioned here refers to the Zephyr Greatsword forged during the establishment of the Knights of Favonius 1,000 years ago, not the imitations forged later. The original batch of Zephyr Greatswords were blessed by the wind god Barbados. Although they are not considered as divine weapons, they are not comparable to ordinary weapons. The Zephyr Greatsword held by Diluk is one of the few earliest Zephyr Greatswords. In recent years, in order to better fight the Fadui, Diluk has been collecting better weapons. His target is the Wolf's End and the Pride of the Sky. These two seem to be very suitable weapons for him. He had also asked Venti about these weapons before. It's just that the Wolf's End is related to the Wolf King and he can't get it for the time being. He needs to pass the trial before he can get it. Relatively speaking, this is already a very easy to get divine weapon. As for the Pride of the Sky, it is related to Barbatos. It was previously given to the Knights of Favonius and the Church of Favonius by Barbatos, but it disappeared in the Dark Disaster 500 years ago. This is also why Diluk wanted to upgrade his equipment during this period, but he still couldn't do it. Keqing looked at it and stopped in front of the stockings with various special styles. This time, she didn't hesitate and threw all the stockings into the Chenji pot. At the current speed of Mu Yang tearing the stockings, it was not enough. So many people infected by the abyss monsters also surrounded Diluc at this time. Just as Clorin thought, this mission is too simple for Violet. The crisis of Fontaine's prophecy should be completely resolved after this incident, right? Clorind is confident that if they study these things, they will definitely be able to find out the reason. After buying all the things she liked for 0 yuan, Keqing went to the next store. They can also focus their main energy on developing themselves. After finding the area where the power of the abyss is dense, Violet just gathered the rain and fog and then let it rain heavily in the sky, integrating the power of purification into the rain, which is very lethal to these abyss forces. This city is very interesting. Is this a technological society? It's a pity that Chen Jehu is with Keqing, otherwise I must collect some high-tech things in this world. Diluc took a deep breath and killed Jin again. The two sides fell into a battle for a while. She must make Gilliuan better. On the other side, Clorind was in a much better situation than Diluc. She did not encounter any decent opponents. She just slaughtered the abyss-infected humans one by one. While accumulating points for herself, she was also curiously looking at the city. However, Keqing also knows that such a shop cannot be built in Liuport, so she needs to look at Gilliuan. She wants to build a city in Gilliuan that will satisfy Mayang. When Keqing walked east and looked carefully, she saw some special clothing stores, and the contents inside instantly stunned Keqing. But thinking that Mayang might also like such clothes, Keqing hesitated for a moment and silently took out Chen Ji, feeling that it was a bargain for Mayang, and picked some that she could accept and that Mayang might like and put them in, and wore them at home in the future for Mayang to see. Arranging various shops in one shop can play a role in attracting tourists. Liu needs such a shop. Of course, in the battle between the two, Diluc severely suppressed Jin, and Jin also found that there was a kind of power in the other party that seemed to restrain himself. But after walking through several stores, Keqing was dumbfounded when she saw the things in the store. Some of the small toys in the store were also at home, and Mu Yang used them to bully her. These clothes are a bit too shameless. Can such clothes be worn? They are not freeloaders at the Fontaine Academy of Sciences. And Keqing did not deal with those abyss monsters but curiously wandered around the city. At this moment, there were not many tourists on the streets. Fontaine will be safe by then. She couldn't let others see it, but it was okay to let Mu Yang see it. However, the things sold here were even better, which made Keqing's young heart feel a sense of déjà vu. Purifying these beings infected by the power of the abyss is not a difficult task for Violet. As long as Mu Yang does not come out to grab points, Violet can accumulate enough points this time and become a complete dragon. I hope Keqing can bring more things back this time and give some to Fontaine. Even in the shops there were few people, but after entering a department store, Keqing's eyes lit up. Fortunately, the Favonius Greatsword is still good enough in such a battle, but when his strength becomes stronger, he will consider changing his weapon. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh that Mu Yang hadn't deceived her at the beginning. The women in this world were indeed a little exposed. While being afraid of the other party, he naturally wanted to get rid of the other party. Mu Yang's previous request to send her stockings was not a lie. Before, Keqing thought that Mu Yang was a bit of a bully, and there were some things that she really couldn't accept. But after seeing the little gadgets in this world, Keqing felt that Mu Yang was actually quite nice to her. She looked at the TV next to her. Keqing was not unfamiliar with TV. Mu Yang had brought some home and some DVDs home. Ordinary people can't bear it at all. Based on what she has seen so far, Keqing feels that the people of Teyvat are too simple. Do you want to grow bigger? Rindot studied the power of the abyss 500 years ago and conducted various taboo studies, and Daughter was also engaged in various taboo studies. Villet didn't know whether he was studying the power of the abyss. Sure enough, the world is different from the world. Conan opened his mouth and wanted to say something. After all, even if he wanted to deceive himself, he couldn't deceive himself. The evil eye is an application of the demon god's resentment. Kyudo Shinichi nodded thoughtfully. Join the Metropolitan Police Department. This is not a difficult task for him. But when she saw the teaching videos played on the TV here, Keqing didn't know what to say. After 360, she looked at some other props and put them away, and then hurried out of the store and headed for the next store. He looked at Mu Yang with gratitude. No matter how the other party helped him, he still had to thank him. As for the aura of the god of death on you, even I can't change your fate. Mu Yang looked at Kyudo Shinichi, whose clothes were broken, and said with some regret, "This is your fate and my purification ability cannot change your fate. However, as long as your fate is still there, you are the protagonist of this world and the darling of God." Mu Yang patted Kyudo Shinichi on the shoulder again. Using the continuous occurrence of cases around you in exchange for your own relative safety, you can often turn danger into safety. For a detective like you, this is also a good thing. Is there really no way to solve it? I would rather find the case myself than have cases constantly appear around me because of me. If someone else told him these messy words, Kyudo Shinji would never believe it. But the other party patted himself and solved the problem of the poison on his body. This is a problem that troubled Huiyuan and Dr. Agasa. This guy is no different from a god, right? He doesn't want others to die because of him. You can also treat this as a case that would have happened to you. After all, you are not the murderer, right? Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Just think of it as a case that attracted you. Anyways, you have been here before. They came to this world to help this world deal with the power of the abyss. In addition to some points, they also harvested some things. Isn't this reasonable? Don't worry, it's painless. But he was also worried that he would be influenced by those idiots in the Metropolitan Police Department. Mu Yang turned to Huihara AI and asked, "What about you?" Villet didn't know whether to say that the humans in this world are crazy or ignorant. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mew 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 da, I love you. He stretched his hand forward, and Mu Yang's purification power was used by him to purify everything in front of him. In the past, he could think that it was the case that attracted him. After hesitating for a moment, Keqing put away some videos. She could study these teaching videos when she had time, just as if she was studying knowledge. If you really want to change your fate, you can try to become a police officer. Seeing Conan like this, Mu Yang made his own suggestion to him. Although you can't continue to be a detective, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem to get into the police department. It's back. Kyudo Shinichi looked at his hands with an incredible look on his face. He has been looking for a way to recover all the time, but even Huiyuan AI, the maker of the drug, can't solve the problem of this drug for a while. Keqing is now buying a lot of zero-yuan goods, but at this time no one will come out to stop Keqing. Because of the power of the abyss, the order of this world has been messed up. Joining the guild, she can understand the text of this world, so she doesn't need to worry about the language barrier. Well, I'll go to the bookstore later and take away all the books that can be obtained in these worlds. He couldn't deceive himself anymore, but daughter was definitely studying the power of the demon god. Finally found it. Villet controlled the rain to purify the abyss power for himself. He also found a base of the Black Organization, which was the source of the abyss power in the scientific world, a corpse infected by the abyss power. Seeing this corpse, Villet's heart trembled. Are the people in this world so crazy? They dared to study such things casually, and it seemed that those people dissected the corpse. The heart of the corpse and a dozen other stolen goods were gone. Now they are used by humans. This made Villet's heart not know how to complain. These guys are really crazy enough. Think about Rindot on the continent of Teyvat. As well as daughter, these two are typical examples of crazy people. But now, Huihara AI glanced at Kyudo Shinichi next to her and her eyelids jumped. Logically speaking, taking Aptex 4869 would be very painful, and taking a temporary antidote would probably be the same. This is the collapse and reorganization of cells. For her, whether it is bigger or smaller, it doesn't really matter. And after all, she is also a girl. It is not acceptable for Huihara AI to break her clothes like Kyudo Shinichi. My luck is not bad. Now Huihara AI is very suspicious that the reason why Kyudo Shinichi did not die is because of his special fate. After all, except Kyudo Shinichi, most of the people who took drug A died. It's just that this man patted his shoulder and helped him solve the problem of Aptex 4869. Mu Yang didn't think about the mission. Not to mention Clorand and Diluk, they are the best in their respective countries, and Violet is not comparable to ordinary people. Unless you use mushroom bombs, don't even think about hurting Violet. As for mushroom bombs, Violet might get hurt if he faces them directly, but it is too easy for Violet to dodge mushroom bombs. Don't think of supersonic missiles as something powerful. Well, in the technological world, they are indeed powerful, but their speed can far exceed the speed of sound. Especially Mu Yang, after integrating the godhood of Thunder God, Mu Yang felt that his speed was significantly improved. The divine power has a great blessing on Mu Yang himself, but each kind of divine power focuses on different places. Unless at this time, the great success period of Iron Sword and Gwion Meng appear, otherwise there will be no one who can cause danger to Violet. At this moment, Mu Yang set his sights on the chat room of the guild. Navalette, I have found the source of the abyss pollution. It won't take long to purify it. How are you doing? Diluk, I met a very tricky guy before, which is no worse than the abyss chanters I met before. Clawland, it's okay on my side. These guys are not as good as the Hillchul people, so it's easy to kill them. This task, although simple, is very time-consuming. Mu Yang, after all, Keqing and I didn't kill the enemy much. You need to deal with more people infected by the abyss. This is also normal. Take your time. Anyway, it's not urgent. Fortunately, we can directly lock the location of the abyss power infected, otherwise we need to directly purify this country and even the world. This can't be done in a short time. Keqing, I'm still shopping in the mall. Do you need anything? I can bring it to you. Mu Yang, go to some car shops and bring some cars back. Let Li Yunjifeng Zhenjun and others study it. Funina, in fact, we in Fontaine can do it. Few caros. That's right, when it comes to the research of these mechanisms, our Fontaine is not inferior to any other country. Moreover, although the mechanism of Master Li Yunjifeng is powerful, it may not be suitable for promotion, and our Fontaine Academy of Sciences specializes in studying these things. Zhongli, we can study together when the time comes. By the way, if possible, it would be best to transport some ore back. We are currently short of a large amount of ore. When Mu Yang saw Zhongli's words, he was also obviously stunned. At present, Liu is the only ore-producing country in the entire Teyvat continent, but now the layered abyss is closed. In addition, in the future, Liu will need more and more ore to develop, otherwise it will not be able to meet the demand for ore. Keqing, I need to find some mines. Oh, by the way, there should be some place in this world where iron is smelted. Mu Yang, just go to the iron smelting plant. There should be a lot of refined steel there. With Chen Ji's means, he should be able to carry a lot. It's a pity that there are too few Chen Ji pots. If there were more Chen Ji pots, they could hold more things. Zhongli, the materials used to make Chen Ji pots are too rare, and it requires too much power from the true Lord Ji Chen Langshi. It's difficult to make Chen Ji, but I will do some research on this later. Mu Yang would not be dissatisfied with Keqing's plundering of the country's ore. After all, he would do the same thing himself. After all, this is a chicken in a basin. Unfortunately, even the Chen Ji pot can only hold a limited amount of things. Otherwise, Mu Yang would not mind emptying the entire country. Time passed by minute, and the system's prompt finally appeared in the minds of Mu Yang and others. At least 5 hours have passed since they came to this world, and this is the longest time to execute a mission since the establishment of the guild. Ding, mission completed. Solve and purify the abyss pollution in the scientific world. President Mu Yang received 1,500 points, Keqing received 1,500 points, Clorand received 3,000 points, Diluk received 3,500 points, and Navalette received 20,500 points. The guild received 300 experience points. Please keep up the good work. Guild President Mu Yang's. Guild level 42850/5000. Guild members 1720. Personal points 108,121. Seeing that his personal points once again broke through to more than 100,000 points, Mu Yang was also very happy. For the time being, he was not so eager for personal strength. At least not as eager as when he first came to the continent of Teyvat. It's not that Mu Yang is essentially a salted fish, but his strength is improving too fast. At present, Zhongli is no longer his opponent in the guild. Navalette will become a complete dragon soon, but Mu Yang does not think that he will be inferior to Navalette. Now that Sky Island is sleeping, Mu Yang's strength is almost invincible. But Mu Yang's strength is improving too fast. He feels that he needs to give Keqing some time to turn around. Otherwise, if Mu Yang exchanges for the next godhood in his current situation, his strength will be improved even more. Keqing may really die. Mu Yang, I'm fine here, how about you? Keqing, I found a large steel mill and put all the materials in it into the dust song pot, which is enough to solve Liu's current iron ore demand for more than half a year. Diluk, you can leave at any times. Clorand, since the task is completed, then leave. Here, when Ai Huyuan followed Mu Yang to Juyunjian, she was also in a trance. Is this the other world? This is the continent of Teyvat, a world with special powers. As for your previous world, I also promise that you can still go there. Mu Yang explained softly. Next, I will give you 2 choices. The first is to live honestly in Liu. I can also provide you with a job. With your ability, you should be able to live here. The second is to learn the alchemy of this world. Ai Huihara's eyes flickered slightly. She was confident that she could live a normal life. She was a genius girl, and with Mu Yang's help, Ai Huihara was confident that she could integrate into this world in the shortest time. After all, Mu Yang had said before that the technology in this world was not well developed. As a genius, Ai Huihara was good at both biology and physics. At most, she could just teach in this world. However, after hearing the concept of alchemy, Ai Huihara admitted that she was also tempted. In essence, Ai Huihara was also a scientist. When she encountered something new, she would naturally be interested. Can I learn alchemy? Ai Huihara looked at Mu Yang curiously. Why not? Alchemy is not a rare thing in this world. Alchemy itself has a certain threshold, and it is not easy to practice alchemy to a certain level. As long as you don't touch some taboo knowledge, it's not a big problem, Mu Yang said disapprovingly. In Mu Yang's opinion, as long as he doesn't touch the power of the earth veins and the power of the abyss, the other party can study ordinary things if they want to. It's no big deal. Is that so? Huyun Ai nodded thoughtfully. Then I want to learn alchemies. Well, Mu Yang thought about it in his heart. At present, the best alchemist on the continent of Teyvat is undoubtedly Rindot. In addition to Rindot, Albedo, Lei Yingying, and Abe Xiao are the best. Now Monde has a lot of work to do, and it is unrealistic to want Albedo and Sucrose to come. As for Lei Yingying, even if Mu Yang becomes Lei Yingying's friend, he doesn't expect him to teach Huyuan AI. Go to find that Abe Xiao on the snowy mountain. Well, Mu Yang admits that he needs such talents, but in the final analysis, the other party is related to Golden Rindot, and Mu Yang is still very afraid of that woman. This woman is definitely hiding and preparing to make trouble. If there is a chance, Mu Yang doesn't even mind beating the other person to death. Even if it offends the entire witch association, Mu Yang doesn't mind. Since he has come to Teyvat and will develop Teyvat in the future, this unstable factor needs to be killed directly. I will let someone teach you the basics of alchemy later. After hesitating for a moment, Mu Yang decided to let some alchemists in Liu teach Huyuan AI. At least it is no problem to let them lay the foundation. As for when these people can't teach Huyuan AI, then it's not impossible to let her go to Mondstadt at that time. I believe that the leader Qin will not refuse. Okay, hearing Mu Yang's words, Huyuan Yuan did not refuse. Now she has come to a new world, but for her it is a great opportunity. What should I do with the things in it? Keqing shook the dust song pot and asked Mu Yang. There are at least thousands of tons of steel in it, and it can't be released here. Don't think that thousands of tons of steel are nothing on Earth. You should know that for a period of time, there was a truck called the 100-ton King. This truck only needs to be transported a few times, and it can be transported directly. However, when it really comes to the critical moment, maybe it's okay to let Mu Yang do these things. This mess will only last for a month at most. After all, Mu Yang's vision is too high, but as long as he has the evidence, those things are not a problem, right? But for Liu, thousands of tons of steel are enough for them to use for a long time. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mu Mu de, I love you. When they were in Mondstadt before, they had also seen Kli and knew this child. Since she came to Liu, she was arranged to study with Grandma Ping. Kli said that she likes Grandma Ping very much. Could it be that she is really an immortal? This kind of thing is too boring. You know, Kli's destructive power is one of the best in Mondstadt. Some larger steel mills in the Rabbit family have an annual output of millions of tons, but they didn't expect that they would see Kli in Liu. Keqing was silent after hearing this. Her man is not a person who likes to follow the rules. Kli said that she likes it here very much. Is that so? Payman nodded thoughtfully, but who is Grandma Ping? Is he a person who used to be a high-ranking and powerful person in Liu, or a legendary immortal? Kli, can you take us to see Grandma Ping? Wang asked in a rare moment. Such a person must be a very special person in Liu. Kli, why are you in Liu? Seeing Kli, Payman also let out a soft cry. However, Mayang has been missing recently. Grandma Ping asked me to go to her place recently. Brother Mayang will be back soon. Kli showed a sunny and lovely smile. No, ordinary humans can't do this. Grandma Ping is Grandma Ping. Kli scratched her head. Sister Barbara said that Grandma Ping is Kli's teacher. Moreover, Grandma Ping is really amazing. It's almost over. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. If they don't solve it by then, I will do it myself. Leave it to you first. Wang and Payman looked at each other. It seems that they are familiar with Yang Yishi to let a Liu person be Kli's teacher. But when Kli was about to reach Yujingtai, she found two figures in the distance. She recognized the two familiar figures and hurriedly ran up to greet them. Hee, Kli and Sister Barbara have been in Liu recently. Grandma Ping will tell Kli all kinds of stories, and she can eat all kinds of delicious food every day, and she can also play with Yayao. Even if it won't take long, it is still the same when they need to develop Giliyuan. Honorary Night Sister, and little Payman, hello. Near Yujingtai, Huili was preparing to go to Grandma Ping with her backpack. Brother Mayang invited Kli to work in Liu through Captain Qin. Wang was also very curious about Mu Yang's current situation. Grandma Good Thing can actually prevent Kli's bouncing bomb from exploding. These days, Wang has also found out a lot of intelligence and information. She has more and more guesses in her heart. Now she needs someone to confirm it for herself. Okay, follow Kelly. Grandma is easy to talk to. Kelly didn't think much about it and greeted Wang and Peimeng. The three of them walked all the way to Grandma Ping's stall. Grandma Ping had already started to boil tea here, and Yayo sat beside Grandma Ping obediently, flipping through books. Grandma Ping would teach them a lot of things, but reading was something they had to read every morning. "Grandma, I'm here." Kelly ran to Grandma Ping and greeted her. Grandma Ping looked at Kelly with love. Although this little guy was not as sensible as Yayo, Kelly's heart was not bad. She always got into trouble, not because Kelly was a bad kid, but because no one had taught Kelly before. "I don't know how Hewley's mother taught her children." "Well, read the book quickly." Granny Ping looked at Wang and Paimong on the side. "You two, we finally meet." "Hello, do you know us?" Paimong floated forward. She was a little confused. "After all, you are the heroes who helped the wind god Barbatos rescue Teverin. You came to Liu, so you naturally attracted attention." Granny Ping explained with a smile. "Besides my disciple Xiangling, but she told me about you before." "Xiangling, she is your disciple." Paimong thought of it at this time. When encountering monsters before, Xiangling waved a spear and shouted that she wanted to let these monsters see the spear skills of the grandmother. Could it be the spear skills of this Granny Ping? Wang naturally thought of what Paimong wanted, and her eyes looking at Granny Ping were full of inquiry. Xiangling's spear skills are very powerful. She also felt it before. That is not all of that set of spear skills. Maybe this Granny Ping is also a super strong person. Yes, but that kid has been out looking for food for the past 2 years and hasn't been back for a long time. Grandma Ping sighed as if she was regretting something. "From the looks of you, it seems that you are living quite well in Liu." "Well, it's indeed quite good." Paimeng scratched his head. "There are also many delicious foods in Liu, but it's a pity that Mu Yang is not in Liu Harbor. He promised us before that he would treat us to a meal. Liu, he should be back in Liu Harbor soon," Grandma Ping said with a smile. "After all, the current situation in Liu is still quite complicated. I don't know if this year's invitation ceremony will be held." At this point, Grandma Ping looked at the venue of the invitation ceremony vaguely. If nothing unexpected happens, then the Rock King Emperor will make a decision that will shock everyone. Invitation ceremony. Well, Liu is Liu ruled by the Rock King Emperor. The Emperor descends every year at the invitation ceremony to summarize the work of the year and then publish a new 10-year plan. It has been like this for thousands of years, but now the Emperor is injured and no one knows what is going on. Grandma Ping sighed. "Is the Emperor Yan really injured?" Suddenly, Wang asked out of the blue. Grandma Ping's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but she still said helplessly, "Who knows? After all, how can ordinary people like us know the Emperor's situation? But if the Emperor knew the current situation in Liu, he would probably be disappointed, right?" Hearing this, Wang's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. If her guess was correct, this might be a test for Liu. If this is the case, then she can be more proactive. "Grandma, we're here." Just as Wang was about to say goodbye, two figures came to them again. When Wang saw the two people, her pupils shrank suddenly. The boy with golden hair and 6 beards on his face was followed by a boy with a shamet hair and a racket-shaped logo on his clothes. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Cbbc Sasuke. How did these two people appear here? Could it be that there is a Konoha village in Teyvat? Or, these are people brought by Mu Yang from other worlds? Good guy, even Sasuke and Naruto were brought by Mu Yang, so the ninja world is probably going to collapse directly. 100 white-feathered chickens, chickens from the technological world with the characteristics of fast growth and more meat. Original price 200 points, limited time discount 8.8% off, 176 points. Blue Eyes White Dragons. From the world of Yu-Gi-Oh!, a legendary dragon known for its high attack power. Original price 40,000 points, 40% discount for a limited time, 16,000 points. One Sword Immortal Nailing. A sword move from the martial arts world. Original price 3,000 points, 40% discount for a limited time, 1,800 points. Zio. Sword Immortal Nailing. I always feel that this name seems a bit impolite. Ganyu, a sword move that can make immortals kneel down. Mayang, it's just a sword move. In fact, the original price of 3,000 points has already proven its value. Keqing, I bought this move. It happened that I got some points from the previous mission. It just so happens that I still like swordsmanship. Zningguang. I always feel that Keqing seems to be courting death. However, considering the relationship between Keqing and Mayang, it's okay to court death. No one said anything to Keqing. Vendetta, have you started buying? How about giving me the opportunity to buy the Blue Eyes White Dragon? After all, Moan still needs a powerful existence to protect it. Navalit, I was still hesitating before, whether to become a complete dragon or try to buy this Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now it seems that there is no need to consider it. Nashida, Mr. Novelit, you haven't become a complete dragon yet. Navalit, not yet. I plan to find a time to become a complete dragon completely. After all, the prophesied time has not come yet. It may not be a good thing to strip the water of the original fetal sea in advance. Zhongli, although Sky Island is still sleeping, if you want to become a complete dragon, you may wake her up and go to a place she can't feel. Diluk, you can also go to the Kingdom of Winter to break through. Vendi, the Ice Queen, may cry to death. Navalit, go to a place that Sky Island cannot see. How about the layered abyss? Mu Yang, actually I don't think it's necessary. If you really want to break through to the perfect dragon, just break through directly. Oh, by the way, the guild also has a base, which is a space independent of the Teyvat continent. It's no problem for you to break through. Funina, the guild has a base, why don't I know? Mu Yang, it has always been there, but people don't usually go to the headquarters. Chatting through the guild chat room is quite convenient. We haven't renovated the guild headquarters. Funina, in that case, how about renovating the guild base? This way we will have a place to hold tea parties in the future. Nashida, holding a tea party. This is a good suggestion, and it can also cultivate everyone's relationship. Navalit, in that case, I will go to the guild headquarters to break through to the perfect dragon. For him, whether to become a complete dragon is very important, but this cannot be based on hurting Fontaine's interests. Obviously, after hundreds of years of getting along, Villet has developed feelings for Fontaine. The reason why he did not break through to the complete dragon in the first place was mainly because he was worried about involving Fontaine. Now it's all right, and he doesn't need to care about Sky Island. Wendy. Hey, since you all don't say anything, then I won't be polite to this blue-eyed white dragon. I think this is not inferior to the existence of the demon god. Demon gods are strong and weak. Although the weaker demon gods have higher status and higher life essence, they may not even be able to beat immortals. There are many three-eyed five-manifest immortals today who have killed demon gods before. Of course, the upper limit of the demon god is far beyond the reach of the three-eyed five-manifest immortals. Zhongli, you can just buy it. For Liu now, a blue-eyed white dragon has little impact. On the contrary, you need more powerful combat power. It seems that Teverin needs a long time to recover. Monde originally had no shortage of high-level combat power. Barbatos and Teverin alone were actually strong enough. You know, Teverin at his peak was also a demon god-level combat power. Even if he couldn't compare to the seven gods, the gap wouldn't be too big. But now Teverin is useless and needs a long time to recover. If he ate the senzu beans, Teverin would probably recover to his prime. Wendy, I understand. Hey, I'm just preparing for the future. Goodfellow, although Diluk and Eula also have some complaints about the laxity of the Monde people. They never thought that Barbatos, the god of wind, would actually want to invade the abyss. Maybe I can open a Kenda chicken shop by then. You know, the dark disaster 500 years ago destroyed nearly two-thirds of Monde. And the entire Knights of Favonius was only 1/10 of the survivors, and a large number of families were almost broken. The consumption is really large, and it is normal to have such doubts. Diluk, recently Jean has cleaned up a lot of termites in the Knights of Favonius and Monde, but the problems within Monde have not been solved yet. For the time being, people cannot know that Monde has such a guarantee. Ningguang, that's good. Oh, it would be nice if I knew someone from the Abyss, so I could put some pressure on the Mondstadt people. Mayang. I remember when I was a child, someone advertised that this white-feathered chicken would have 12 chicken wings and 6 chicken legs. I'll open a chicken farm later. Wendy. Isn't it to test the people of Liu by watching the old man die like this? Wendy. Hey, then I won't be polite. In the North Country Bank, after a period of treatment, the son Tartaglia was finally able to get out of bed and walk. Keqing, is this what you said before? It takes only one mouth to spread rumors, but it takes a lot of effort to refute them. But don't worry about it, just raise these chickens well. If there is another dark disaster, well, they can really control the threat within a certain range. 500 years ago, the god of wind Barbatos was not in Monde. Keqing, 12 chicken wings and 6 chicken legs. Is this really a chicken? Ningguang, I bought that white-feathered chicken, it looks like a good broiler. Mayang, well, that's about it. After all, here fried chicken is mainly chicken wings and chicken legs. Now Lord Barbatos can take action at any time. I feel that I have a special affinity with dragons. So, Eula's Lord Barbatos, you. Looking at Tartaglia, who looked like she had kidney deficiency, Rosalind said without sarcasm, your kidneys are useless. Even the divine power bestowed on you by the Queen cannot help you recover. You need to return to the Kingdom of Winter to treat you again. Tartaglia mentioned the kidney matter, and a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes, but he still said, I understand, I just didn't expect that Yu Hengxing would be so cruel to her opponents and herself. Her strength is indeed above mine. I underestimated her before. If she were among the Fadui, she would have the qualifications to challenge the top 6 seats. Rosalind did not refute when she heard this. They all saw Keqing's fighting power. I'm afraid that Yu Hengxing still had some reservations when fighting, and her strength is indeed above hers. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua, I love you, Earth. But in fact, chicken still has other different uses. But then again, why didn't Barbados let Teverin eat the senzu beans? I also think that the people of Moan should feel what it's like without the wind god Barbados, so that everyone can know how precious life is now. Mayang. At that time, there was still a lot of false propaganda. A lot of it, such as MSG, a condiment that has few side effects, is carcinogenic. Of course, no one knows how many senzu beans Mu Yang has in his hand. Moan has always had a lot of dragons, both good and bad. Zhongli. The situation over there is more complicated than Liu, and once you die, those people will also understand that this may be a trap, so don't do anything reckless. The problem with these rumors is not ordinary, but such rumors are spread, and when the truth begins to spread, not many people believe it. Now with the blue-eyed white dragon, Moan will be much safer in the future. When I recover, I will definitely challenge Keqing again. Tartaglia gritted her teeth and said, I want to pursue a stronger power. I advise you not to rashly provoke Keqing. Rosaline's eyes turned cold. After we help Morax solve the problem and get the Heart of God, our cooperation will end. If you continue to challenge Keqing, she will not hold back. That woman has no good feelings towards the Fadui, and you will die then. It is also a happy thing to die at the hands of a powerful opponent. Tartaglia said this, but still said, Of course, I will not die before the Queen's ideal is fulfilled. Rosaline nodded slightly and turned to ask Alicino, What happened to your force, Ruru 240? Those families should have been incited, right? Alicino nodded slightly and looked at the position of Gaian Pavilion. We, the Fadui, are responsible for releasing the demon god Osel. They can blame the current Liu 7 stars in the name of the demon god being released, and even hold the 7 stars consultant Mu Yang accountable. Didaria frowned. But don't these people worry that they will not be able to stop the demon god in the end, causing the destruction of Liu Port? Tianxianlia would not hesitate to release the demon god Osel. Before the Ice Queen asked him to come to Liu to seize the Heart of God, he thought about releasing the demon god, and then taking advantage of the battle between the demon god and Morax to launch a sneak attack. Alicino and Rosaline looked at each other. They all understood this, but unfortunately some people could not understand it. It should be said that under their influence, those people have begun to go crazy, even crazy. They should think that when Liuport is about to be destroyed, the Immortals or even the Rock King Emperor will take action. After all, Morax is not dead yet. Liu was created by Morax, and he can't just watch Liu fall. Alicino took a sip of black tea and said, Aren't they afraid that Morax is really seriously injured and dying? And Morax died directly after taking action. Tartaglia couldn't help but be amazed, and he had to sigh that those guys were really crazy. Days passed, and the situation inside Liu was also in a white-hot state. On this day, Ningguang, who had been sitting in the Quanyu pavilion, suddenly ran to the Juwei bandits. After greeting Zhongli and others, Ningguang said, Emperor Mayang, something happened to Inazuma. Oh, what's the matter? Mayang looked at Ningguang with interest. The situation in Teyvat is turbulent now, and the Fadui have all come to Liu to cooperate with Morax to make trouble. The plan to destroy Liu was formulated by Morax, and this is well-deserved. If there is a problem with Inazuma, Yang is not unacceptable. They detained our goods and said that our people illegally crossed the border. They asked us to use Morax to redeem people. Ningguang said with a somewhat unpleasant face. Without sufficient strength to protect the wealth, no matter how much wealth there is, it is just prepared for those strong people who can use war to plunder. Ningguang's beautiful eyes flickered. Are you going to use the Liu? Not to mention those Inazuma people. He also understood why Inazuma did this. But he didn't expect that after the news of his serious injury was passed on, they directly ignored Liu. Obviously, those guys from Inazuma are getting restless. No one can violate the contract, not even himself. There are also huge ruins guarding Zumi, and Ningguang doesn't know the strength comparison between the two sides. They have no ability to protect the wealth of Liu now. Moreover, this is still the strength of Liu. And the closed country order only requires that all goods entering Mingshan Island be handed over on the outlying islands. At this time, even if Mu Yang ran to Mingshan Island and smashed Inazuma directly, General Lei Dian would still be in the wrong. She decided that all the goods exported by Liu to Inazuma would be increased by 5 times in price in the future. They just want to lure out those who are not smart in Liu, but they don't want other countries to ride on their heads. Zhongli's eyes became deep. Well, Yu Hengxing, Yellen, Ganyu, and others should adapt and be ready to dispatch the Liu at any time. If there is any country that wants to export to Inazuma at a low price, she will not let them have an easy time. But beating an Osel should not be a problem. It seems to be true. Liu without the protection of gods is just a fat sheep. Is there an illegal border crossing? Zhongli frowned. He had some guesses and was also angry and laughed. Zhongli nodded slightly when he heard this. He also knew about the situation on Kaigi Island. As for the Southern Cross Fleet, they cooperated with the resistance forces of Kaigi Island and sold goods to them, but it was also based on the rules negotiated before. Ningguang frowned and said, "After all, trade with Kaigi Island itself exists in the earliest commercial trade contract. Beidou wanted to trade with them, and Zhongli was not in a position to say much. After all, this was Beidou's own business. As long as it did not violate the contract between Inazuma and Liu, it would be fine. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Muir, I love you. We are not considered to have violated the contract." Beelzebub probably doesn't know anything about this matter. After all, it was Inazuma who started the trouble first. I'm afraid they think that Liu is easy to bully now. Ningguang's face was not very good when she talked about this. Except for the Southern Cross Fleet, all transactions are legal and compliant and are conducted on the outlying islands. After all, as Mu Yang said, Lei Film has been emptied by the people below. It can be said that many merchants who traded according to Inazuma's rules were detained by the other party. After this matter is over, I will trouble Mayang to go to Inazuma. When the plan begins to come to an end, no one will underestimate Liu's strength. Zhongli shook his head slightly. The Fadui are ready to release the demon god Osel. At that time, it will depend on you to solve the 4.2 decision. It's really courting death. In that case, it was Inazuma who violated the contract. Mu Yang's face showed a hint of amusement. The strength of the Liu is definitely comparable to that of a demon god, but I don't know how strong it is among demon gods. Go to Inazuma, to what extent? Mu Yang showed a smile on his face, but everyone could see that there was a strong murderous intent in Mu Yang's eyes. It's not that Mu Yang's sense of belonging to Liu is so deep that he has an impulse to kill Inazuma for Liu. It's mainly because Mu Yang is dissatisfied with Inazuma, or more precisely, with those officials of Inazuma. Mu Yang talked about Inazuma's situation in the guild before, and he claimed that he would pull all the officials and nobles of Inazuma out and sit them in a row and chop off their heads. Try not to go too far as much as possible. Beelzebub's origin is a bit special. Zhongli couldn't help but think if Mu Yang had appeared in the castle tower and the first person he saw was Lei Dianying, what would the situation be like now? How dare those guys? Before, she visited Ganyu and Tianquin's star Ningguang and expressed her request to visit Mu Yang. The other party did not embarrass her, but did not give her any good face. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription. Mua, I love you guys. You decide for yourself. Zhongli rubbed his head. Anyway, he had planned to make Mu Yang the new rock god during the invitation ceremony. It seems that this sentence is indeed very reasonable. Don't they know how important Liu is to Inazuma now? Now Liu, Mondstadt, and Zumi are all doing this. Well, I know, but it is precisely because of the chance to win over Beelzebub that the problems within Inazuma need to be completely solved. In addition to this matter, the white egret princess of Inazuma, Kamisato Ayaka, came to Liu and wanted to visit Yumaying. Ningguang hesitated for a moment, and then continued to add. According to my observation, Kamisato Ayaka does not seem to know what Inazuma did to our Liu. She should have come here because of the resentment of the demon god. Turtle sister, Mayang never thought that Kamisato Ayaka would come to him, but he was soon relieved. Inazuma Yaeon Island is affected by the aura of worshipping gods. Not to mention other things, the pollution of Inazuma Mingshan Island is also very serious, and it needs the Sheniying Great Purification to solve it. It is not incomprehensible that they want me to go to Inazuma. Turtle sister, Keqing blinked. Although Keqing had never seen Kamisato Ayaka, she had heard of her. Could it be that she looked like a turtle? Unfortunately, Mayang did not have the idea of explaining. If Kamisato Ayaka knew that he called her turtle sister, she would probably cry to death. It's okay, it's just a nickname. Mayang shook his head slightly. Ningguang then added. Shinri Ayaka not only came to visit me but also visited Ganyu, which seems to be related to the eightfold divine conduit. Since Shinri Ayaka wants to see me, I'll meet her. Mu Yang chuckled and said. This Shinri Ayaka is also one of the few people with a conscience among the Inazuma nobles. It can even be said that she is a typical example of being untainted by the mud. The so-called white egret princess is well-deserved. This Shinri Ayaka is very interesting. As the eldest daughter of the society, she believes that the emergence of the rebels is due to the policies of General Lei Dian. She believes that as long as General Lei Diane hears the wishes of the people, the Eye Hunting Order and the Closure Order will be lifted. At that time, the rebels will also be disbanded. Hearing Mu Yang's words, everyone's expression became subtle. My goodness, is Shinri Ayaka so simple? Is she protected too well? 0.077. In the Qin Yu Pavilion, Shinri Ayaka sat here waiting for Xiang's arrival. It has been 3 days since she came to Liu. In the past few days, Kamisato Ayaka has also inquired about the current situation in Liu. The information she collected made Kamisato Ayaka stunned. Unless Mu Yang did something to destroy Liu, he would not come out to stop Mu Yang and even cooperate with Mu Yang. Mu Yang had no chance to pass his words to Yixin Pure Land. But in the final analysis, Mu Yang is now stronger than himself and has become the real president, so respect for Mu Yang is also indispensable. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates. This is what Kamisato Ayaka is in now. Based on his understanding of Baalzeb, even if he finds that there is a problem with this matter, at most it is just killing the chicken to scare the monkey. If it were not for Ganyu's face, Kamisato Ayaka felt that she might be driven out directly by Ningguang. The Rock King Emperor Morax was seriously injured and dying. Mu Yang is not in Liu Port now, but ran to Juyunjian to treat the injuries of Yuheng's star Keqing. Perhaps Mu Yang is dead now. What she didn't know was that Lei Dianying might not care about her, but General Lei Dian would definitely want to strike him. Given Inazuma's current situation, it is not strong enough for Liu to fight. There are big problems with Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio. She will also become a helper at that time. In Zhongli's view, Baalzeb's weakness is obvious. For Baalzeb, as long as Raiden is really resurrected, or Baalzeb is given a hope to resurrect Baal, the other party will definitely want to seize this opportunity without hesitation. Isn't it? Then other families should pay attention in the future. Such a wife is really not qualified to cooperate with them. There are also big problems within Fontaine, and of course Inazuma's problems are really big. If you go to Inazuma, there is no point in cooperating with them if you don't clean Inazuma from top to bottom. Mu Yang's words made Zhongli silent directly. When Mu Yang becomes the god of rock, even if Mu Yang wants to start a complete war with Inazuma and Inazuma returns to Liu, that is Mu Yang's choice. Morax even wants Mu Yang to become the principal of heaven in the future. If she knew your situation, it would be difficult for Baalzeb to refuse you. Baalzebub is only qualified to be a thug. As he usually says, although I have no intention of competing, I know the suffering of the people. As for making Mu Yang the rock god, and then becoming the supreme god himself to control Liu in secret, Morax would not do it. Now their relationship is still pretty good. If Mu Yang hadn't appeared, he would even want to make Liu a country ruled by humans. Moreover, Morax does not care much about the position of rock god. After asking around, Kamisato Ayaka found out that it was the Kanjo Bugio guys who had directly detained Liu's supplies. They felt that Liu was in trouble and thought they were easy to bully, so when it is time to give up power, you must never be nostalgic for power. God has mercy on me. When Kamisato Ayaka found out about Kanjo Bugio's behavior, she almost fainted. How dare those guys do that? Do they really think that General Raiden is invincible? Even General Raiden may not be able to beat Emperor Yanwang. Now it is Inazuma who needs Liu, not Liu who needs Inazuma. This makes Kamisato Ayaka want to go back to Inazuma and fight with Kanjo Bugio. Fortunately, Ningguang sent a message that Mu Yang was willing to see her, which made Kamisato Ayaka slightly relieved. It was a good start to see her. As for the Kanjo Bugio, after returning to Inazuma, let Yi Kamiko solve it. Kamisato Ayaka believes that Yi Kamiko can solve it. Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio oppressed their Kamisato family. If Yi Kamiko hadn't saved them, the Kamisato family might no longer exist. It is impossible to say that Kamisato Ayaka doesn't hate those people. It's just that she didn't have the ability to retaliate before. Now Kamisato Ayaka still remembers that after Yi Godchild stood up, those people dared not even have a little objection. Kamisato Ayaka believes that when the time comes, Yi Godchild can give an explanation to Liu. But Kamisato Ayaka is still uneasy in her heart, and she doesn't know whether Mu Yang will agree to her request. Just when Kamisato Ayaka was waiting at ease, a figure appeared not far from her. The inquiring eyes made Kamisato Ayaka look over, and a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes, but soon there was a trace of speculation. Mr. Mu Yang. Well, Kamisato Ayaka. Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka, worthy of being a little turtle, so cute. In the game, Kamisato Ayaka's look was undoubtedly ruined by bangs. Mu Yang even remembered a picture of Kamisato Ayaka blowing her bangs with a hair dryer. But this is a real world, and Kamisato Ayaka's only flaw did not appear. This is a very standard flat bangs, really good. It makes people want to bully each other. Hello, Mr. Mu Yang. Hearing Mu Yang's admission, Shen Li Linghua quickly stood up and saluted. Mu Yang sat opposite Shen Li Linghua, waved his hand and said, I don't like these things, let's talk. After all, I'm quite busy recently. As for the reason, I think you should have found out. If it weren't for Gan Yu and Ning Guang's request, I wouldn't even want to leave Ju Yun Jian. Is it because of Yu Hang Xing? Shen Li Linghua understood, and at the same time her heart was touched, and she looked at Mu Yang with a trace of admiration. His lover was seriously injured and dying. Mu Yang put down his power and went to Ju Yun Jian to save his lover. Such an infatuated and excellent man is really admirable. Thank you, Mr. Mu Yang, for taking the time to meet me. Kamisato Ayaka said generously. This time I came to Liu because I heard that there are people in Liu who can solve the problem of demon resentment. I can indeed purify the demon resentment. Now the demon resentment of Giliyuan has been purified by me. If it were before, Mu Yang would choose to hide. But now Mu Yang said that he was floating. If he was not worried that his strength was too strong and Keqing could not bear it, Mu Yang would probably merge the next godhood at this time. After all, Mu Yang's current shock is enough to break through a mountain. Hearing Mu Yang's words, Shen Li Linghua's eyes lit up. She stood up and bowed to Mu Yang. Please, Mr. Mu Yang, please go to Inazuma and purify the demon's resentment for Inazuma. Save the people of Inazuma from the water and fire. For this, Linghua is grateful. Staring at Shen Li Linghua like this, Mu Yang sighed silently. He actually felt the brilliance of humanity in Shen Li Linghua. The other party really wants to save everything. Recalling the original plot, Shen Li Linghua seems to be using the protagonist in many places, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that Shen Li Linghua is not really using. Maybe she is so simple herself. Sincerity is always a killer move. The heart of the Shen Li family, Shen Li Lingren alone has 12 buckets, and Shen Li Linghua owes 2 buckets. Of course, it doesn't mean that Kamisato Ayaka is really stupid, nor does it mean that she has no brains. In fact, Kamisato Ayaka's talent may not be really worse than Kamisato Ayato's. It's just that Kamisato Ayaka is protected too well and doesn't understand the evil of human hearts. Purify the power of worshipping gods? I can do this, but why? Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka with some amusement. I helped Liu purify the resentment of the demon gods, on the one hand because I am Liu's 7-star consultant. On the other hand, it is also because Liu gave a high reward. At the same time, my girlfriend is Yu Hengxing, responsible for the construction of Liu. Since she wants to build Giliyuan, I will help her purify Giliyuan. Mu Yang's playful look was seen by Kamisato Ayaka, but it had a different meaning, which seemed to be pampering. Keqing wanted to build Giliyuan, so Mu Yang purified Giliyuan. Mu Yang could imagine the difficulty of this purification. At this moment, Kamisato Ayaka began to envy Keqing, whom she had never met. If only she had a boyfriend who pampered her so much. She wanted peace in Inazuma, purified the aura of worshipping gods in Yaean Island, and then persuaded General Raiden to give up the Isolation Order and the Eye Hunting Order, so that both the rebels and the shogunate army could live in peace. Now the people of Inazuma are really suffering. Kamisato Ayaka has been distributing food for free as much as possible, but even if she does so, it is just a drop in the bucket. That's all. The Kamisato family is not as greedy as the Kyujo family. Although they are also wealthy, they haven't made much money. Besides, you should know what you did not long ago. You almost went to war with Liu. Do you think I should help you? Then Mu Yang asked again. The aura on his body flashed, but Kamisato Ayaka, who was close at hand, could clearly feel this aura like a deep and steep mountain. This man's aura is probably not inferior to General Raiden. If such a man wants to harm Inazuma, coupled with Liu's national strength, the consequences are not something that ordinary people can bear. The situation in Inazuma is very bad. The price of food has been driven up by those people to the point where ordinary people cannot afford it. At such a price, let alone ordinary people, even some people who originally had a fairly good income would be shocked when they see the price of food. What's worse, children have begun to be bought and sold, and many women have started to engage in the flesh trade for a bite of food. In Inazuma City, people are living in poverty, and it is even worse outside Inazuma City. The war and the outbreak of the aura of worshipping gods have caused problems with the ground veins of Inazuma. There are a large number of monsters in the wild, and the wild ambush and the sea ghosts are constantly making trouble. Because of the war, the shogunate army has no mind and energy to deal with these guys, which has also caused the current situation of Inazuma to get worse and worse. If it weren't for this, Kamisato Ayaka wouldn't want to cooperate with the rebels on Umijima Island. As for whether such behavior betrays General Raiden, Kamisato Ayaka doesn't think so. After all, as long as General Raiden is there, Inazuma is there. I just want General Lei Dian to see the will of the people. If General Lei Dian still does not recognize the wishes of the people, then I will die together. But Shen Li Ling Hua is willing to believe in General Lei Dian. Their gods have always protected them. She must be able to see the suffering of the people. But even with such a Kamisato Ayaka, Mu Yang felt that if he acted recklessly, Kamisato Ayaka would definitely not just roll her eyes, but die directly. Later, I felt the breath of other gods on you. I'm afraid you not only have the godhood of Thunder God, but also the godhood of Rock God. As for whether you have other godhoods, I don't know. When mentioning this, Yi Shenzi felt melancholy. If he didn't know that the other party was a descender, he would be confused when he saw Mu Yang. He might think that Sky Island felt that Lei Yingying was not doing well, so he sent him to replace Lei Yingying as the new Thunder God. It depends on what Mu Yang did in Liu. Yi Shenzi is more willing to believe that the other party will become the new Rock God. Very perceptive. Mu Yang nodded slightly. You followed me here, you should plan to come and negotiate with me in person when Shenli Linghua can't persuade me, right? Shenli Linghua showed an embarrassed look, but she still didn't do anything well. Even if he had to be a slave, Mu Yang didn't want to take advantage of others. Mr. Mu Yang is really a good person. Mu Yang, I don't want to take advantage of others, I'm just afraid that I will accidentally let you die. That's about it, I'm sorry for what Kan Bujie did, I'll give Liu an explanation. Others couldn't see it, but how could Yi Godson not see it? The Rock King Emperor was probably fine, this was probably just a trap. Why didn't she know? Before, he just wanted to threaten Kamisato Ayaka so that he could make trouble and earn more profits. As a result, Kamisato Ayaka wanted to be a slave, which made Mu Yang not know what to do. Shenli Ling Hua bit her silver lips tightly, she made a tearful look and knelt down directly in front of Mu Yang. Mr. Mu Yang, please save Inazuma. After all, Keqing's weapon is only the Xiali Longyan, while Kamisato Ayaka's weapon is the god-made weapon, the mist-cutting backlight. Even if this weapon has a little problem, it is still much better than the Xiali Longyan. If Morax was really seriously injured and dying, his sister Ganyu would definitely not be able to continue to use her energy to deal with affairs. But now those guys in Kanbuje thought that Morax was almost gone and Liu was going to be finished, so they detained Liu's goods. And now, I still need to invite Mu Yang to Inazuma to remove the aura of worshipping gods, and I also need to eliminate the other party's anger towards Inazuma. How could Yi Godson not be angry about this? Ah, the amulet sighed and the shadow of Yiji appeared in front of Mu Yang. Looking at Mu Yang, Yiji became serious. Sorry I have to meet you in this way. Now Inazuma is in dire straits. To use your Liu words, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as starving people everywhere. Alas, Mu Yang sighed silently and said to the amulet at the hem of Kamisato Ayaka's dress, You have been watching it for so long and you still don't plan to use it. Ye godchild. Now Inazuma can no longer bear the other party's anger. Mu Yang can control a lot of power, but he can't control the power of bullets. However, it seems that the situation of Inazuma is worse than imagined. Liu was something they could provoke at will. But with Kamisato Ayaka's appearance, Mu Yang feels that Kamisato Ayaka may die directly. Please save Inazuma, Ling Hua is willing to serve you as a slave and made to repay you. Master Yiji, Kamisato Ayaka was stunned when she heard this. Could it be that Yiji had followed her to Liu? As she said this, she looked at Mu Yang with a complicated expression and said, I just couldn't understand why a person has the breath of the thunder god. Yi Godson, who was not very cunning to begin with, now completely hated canned Bujie. After that, we must thoroughly clean up the entire Kanjo Bugio, and don't even think about getting away with Tenryo Bugio and Sha Bugio. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mua, I love you guys. Kamisato Ayaka's strength is not bad. Among Inazuma, Kamisato Ayaka's swordsmanship is among the best, and among humans it is even one of the best. As expected of a thunder and lightning follower, Mu Yang crossed his arms and hit Yiji. As a result, those guys who were more likely to cause trouble than to do good things made Inazuma provoke someone who should not be provoked. Her swordsmanship can even be recognized by Lei Yingying. If Keqing and Kamisato Ayaka were to fight, Keqing might not be able to beat Kamisato Ayaka before she met him. I really want to hit Yiji. In order to make Lei Yingying understand, Yi Godson could even turn a blind eye and secretly add fuel to the flames. The breath of the thunder god, Kamisato Ayaka's eyes looking at Mu Yang also became subtle. Could it be that Mu Yang and General Lei Dian have some connection? As for making Kamisato Ayaka slave, to be honest, Mu Yang is also quite tempted, CBCJ. Your calculations can be hidden from others, but not from me. Mu Yang pointed at the amulet and said, seeing Shen Li Ling Hua like this, Yang was silent. What explanation? Mu Yang looked at the eightfold god's son with interest. This fox was very prudent, and he was very curious about what the eightfold godson could do. How about returning the goods from Liu in full and paying 3 times the mora as compensation? After hesitating for a moment, the eightfold godson asked. 3 times the mora, does Liu lack this mora? Mu Yang snorted disdainfully. Even if those goods were worth 100 million mora, even if the compensation was 3 times, it would only be 300 million mora. For Liu today, it is nothing at all. The eightfold godson was silent for a moment, and it seemed to be true. 300 million mora was a big number for Inazuma, but it might not be a big number for Liu. Today's Inazuma is not only stagnant in development, but has been regressing. First, return the goods in full and pay 3 times the mora as compensation. Mu Yang crossed his arms and said his request in a cold tone. Yes, Yisen nodded slightly. This was her original idea. In the future, the trade between Liu and Inazuma will reduce the tariff by 50%. Mu Yang said again. Impossible, Yisen refused without thinking. Although he didn't understand human affairs very well, Yisen was still Yisen. After 500 years, even a pig would become very powerful, let alone a fox like Yisen. If the tariff was reduced by 50%, Inazuma's situation would be even worse. Everything would be controlled by Liu, and craftsmen would not be able to survive. This was unacceptable to Yisan. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows. In that case this time, all the people involved in this matter, even their families, will be killed as compensation. Kamisato Ayaka's face turned pale. She could imagine that many people would die in this incident. Although she was not with Inazuma and was not a member of the Kanjo Bugyo, she knew the situation of those people. You take a little, and I take a little. Since the other party dared to do such a thing, I am afraid that the entire Kanjo Bugyo was involved in this matter. Not only the Kanjo Bugyo, but even the Tenryo Bugyo was probably involved in this matter. In addition, Mu Yang's request was to kill all their family members. If this was really counted, tens of thousands of people would be killed this time, and this would definitely be a bloody ending. Yi Godson narrowed his eyes. Do you know how many people you want to kill? Besides, because of this one thing, killing so many people as compensation, then Inazuma will no longer need to exist. This was also the team that Shin left for Wying. Not to mention Lei Dianjin's business. He did a lot of bad things in secret. Mu Yang looked at Kamisato Ayaka. Oh, by the way, the decline of the 5 legends of Raiden and the decline of the Kamisato family are also related to that guy. If only Master Kitsaigu had not died, Inazuma would not have ended up like this. But if Kitsaigu had not died, for Inazuma, Raiden Ei could still cheer up, and with Kitsaigu's assistance, he could become an excellent thunder god. Kamisato Ayaka looked at Mu Yang and Yi Shinko blankly. She felt as if she knew a lot of great secrets, and she didn't know if she would be brainwashed by Yi Shinko later. Is Lord Kitsuzai Palace really not completely dead? Lord Zhen's soul still exists. Yi Shenzai knew that with the current situation of Inazuma, no matter how chaotic it was, no matter how much Lei Dianying wanted to bring suffering to the people, as long as Lei Dianjin came out, Lei Dianying would go to work for Lei Dianjin. She even feels that Hugh Segong was forced to death by her. If it weren't for the promise, if Wying didn't want to go to Kanraya, Hugh Segong would never die, and Inazuma wouldn't suffer such a big injury. Oh, Point Zero, how did you know? Yi Shenzi looked at Mu Yang in disbelief. This is Inazuma's own business, isn't it? Mu Yang snorted. She can't manage her own people well, provokes powerful enemies for the country, and makes her people fall into pain. Mu Yang glanced at Shen Li Linghua and then looked at Yi Shenzai, who was completely shocked at the moment. What qualifications do you have to be a god? Inazuma, only she and Wying knew that Wying had transformed her body into a doll. The kind of person who would never say anything. Even Morax didn't know, so how did he know? This was a secret. Yi Shenzai took a deep breath and she suppressed her inner excitement. She knew that during the negotiation, the more excited she was, the easier it was to lose her sense of proportion, and she would fall into a disadvantaged position. I don't deny that Beelzebub wants to protect Inazuma's determination. For this, she even transformed her body, but she really underestimated the human heart. Please give flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscription, Mua. I love you, Chuan. In these years, Wying has locked herself in a pure land. In addition to feeling pain for the sacrifice of her sister and friends, she also feels guilty. She can't do anything. The death of Hugh Segong is also a source of regret in Lei Yingying's heart. Kamisato Ayaka was also shocked when she heard this, and she quickly asked, Mr. Mu Yang knows about that. But I'm afraid even Shin himself did not expect that Wying would abandon Inazuma and go to Kanraya. And then Hugh Segong chose to sacrifice himself in order to abide by the agreement with Wying. I know a lot of things, for example, Kitsusai Palace is not completely dead, and Raiden's soul is still there. If you really want Inazuma to remain unchanged forever, you might as well just kill everyone. For example, the matter of your Inazuma is fueled by the Fatui behind the scenes, and the main character is still the puppet abandoned by Beelzebub. Raiden Shin is very important to Rai Diane Wang, and Shin's death brought him great pain. But she still didn't save Zhen in the end. People have their own greed and people will fall. As a god, she must protect her people. Unless you kill Wang, she will never agree to this. Even if Rai Diane Wang could not govern the country, as long as he did not issue any useless eye-hunting order or closing the country order, Inazuma could still continue to develop with Kitsaigu handling those affairs. Not only can she not protect her sister, but she can't protect Husegong and others. You should have heard of Wang's character. Even if Inazuma was wrong in this matter, she can deal with the principal offender, but it is impossible to get rid of so many people. If they can come back, not to mention the Kanjo Bugio, even if you kill the Tenryo Bugio, Wang won't say anything. Yi Shenzi sighed helplessly. She claimed to be the beautiful and wise Lady Yi Gongxi, but facing the man in front of her, Yi Shenzi was helpless. I suddenly thought of something very interesting. Mu Yang seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Shenzi saw Mu Yang's smile but felt creepy. This man is very dangerous. Yi Shenzi, you should not mind me going to Inazuma, right? What do you want to do? Yi Shenzi frowned. She didn't think that Mu Yang went to Inazuma to help Inazuma solve the aura of worship. Of course I'm going to make trouble. 803. Inazuma did such a thing to Liu, I certainly can't do nothing. Mu Yang shrugged. Based on my understanding of Beelzebub. Even if she knew about this matter and almost caused a war between Liu and Inazuma, she would punish those who participated in it. But there will be no reckoning. At most it will be a small punishment and a big warning. Mu Yang remembered that in the original plot, Hiyaragi Shinsuke and Kyujo Takyuki made Inazuma miserable. But in the end they were not executed. But after everything was over, Kyujo Kamijiro acted as the head of the family. Kyujo Masahiro, the eldest son of the Kyujo family, served as a soldier in Kamimuzuka, and the Kyujo family was not affected much. Even if Kyujo Takyuki went to prison, it can be imagined that he could still eat and drink well in prison. After all, his children still occupy high positions in Inazuma. Not only the Kyujo family, Hiyaragi Shinsuke was also imprisoned later, and Hiyaragi Chisato took over the position of head of the family. Oh, by the way, Liu Qianli and Kyujo Kamijima finally got married. When Mu Yang knew this information, he was dumbfounded. It's possible, a family head of Kanjo Bugio and a family head of Tenryo Bugio, they can actually get married. Moreover, they themselves are descendants of sinners. Oh, by the way, because of the influence of the power of the abyss, Miyuchiyo attacked Lei Film and was insulted for countless years. The descendants of Miyuchiyo need to constantly atone for their sins, while the Kyujo family and the Hiyaragi family can still eat and drink well. What is the reason for this? Yi Shenzi nodded silently. He didn't care much about the life and death of the Hiyaragi family and the Kyujo family. If there was really a need, Yi Shenzi didn't mind getting rid of the Kyujo family and the Hiyaragi family in exchange for Mu Yang's help. As a deal, I can help you get rid of the god-worshipping aura on Bayan Island, how about that? Mu Yang looked at the eightfold godson with amusement. Liu needs a stable Inazuma as a friend, whether for future development or other possibilities. As a deal, I can also turn Inazuma into a trustworthy Inazuma, but some guys in Inazuma must be eliminated. The eightfold godson narrowed his eyes, just like Liu now. Although he has just arrived in Liu, the eightfold godson has never stopped collecting intelligence on Liu. Considering the recent turmoil in Liu Harbor and the injury of Morax, and seeing that Mu Yang does not mind going to war with Inazuma at all, as an old fox over 500 years old, how can the eightfold godson not see through this? The eightfold godson even suspects that some people who are currently making trouble in Liu also understand this truth, but money can move people's hearts. Faced with huge interests, even if they have seen a lot of things, they still choose to seek wealth and honor in danger. As expected of the eightfold godson, you are very smart, but some things are best seen but not spoken, isn't it? Mu Yang chuckled. Some guys have occupied too many resources and they keep them, which is not of much use to this society and the country. It is good for this country to remove some tumors. It is not a good thing for a social rule to remain unchanged for a long time. This is the case in Liu, Mondstadt, and Inazuma. Wang will not agree. Yi Shenzi frowned. Lei Dianying is the one who wants to protect eternity. If Mu Yang really kills all those people, it will undoubtedly destroy Lei Dianying's eternity. I don't seem to need her consent. At that time, she will not refuse. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. You have to understand that as long as I want, I can replace her as the thunder god at any time, and she can't beat me. At this moment, Yi Shenzi and Kamisato Ayaka were silent. So this guy will not stop until he kills those guys. However, think about it carefully. If the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio are really destroyed, it will be a good thing for the entire Inazuma. Of course, I am not interested in Inazuma. After all, I don't even want to be the rock god, let alone the ruined Inazuma who is tossed around and broken is not worthy of my attention. Then Mu Yang continued to add, "You are only going to attack the 3 magistrates and the nobles of Inazuma." Yi Godson hesitated for a moment and asked again, "Then what can you get from it?" "In essence, this should be helping Inazuma." "It is indeed helping Inazuma." Mu Yang nodded slightly. "I can travel freely between Teyvat and the outside world. In other worlds, there will be many powerful enemies. Baalzebub is a good helper and fighting force, isn't it?" "I see, so the nine-tailed fox is not actually a fox from Teyvat, but from outside Teyvat," Yi Godson quickly guessed. "Well, by gaining benefits in other worlds, you can strengthen yourself. I think you can't refuse this 5.7 advantages, right? Of course, if it is the current Baalzebub, he should refuse without thinking. After all, only the law of nature cannot be against him. She doesn't think she is an opponent of the law of nature, so she doesn't want Inazuma to follow the old path of Canria and be destroyed. Bringing power from outside the world is a taboo for the Teyvat continent, which will undoubtedly bring trouble to Inazuma. This is an exception, and exceptions are eternal enemies, and I will also become the enemy of General Raiden." Mu Yang directly stated his ultimate goal, but you have to know that outside the world, there may not be no way to resurrect humans or even resurrect gods. After a pause, Mu Yang continued, "Beelzebub's origin is very special. She and Baal were born from a special god. If she can make up for some of the shortcomings, her strength can be improved to a higher level. This will be a good fighting force. Of course we don't need her. Moreover, for us Inazuma is a burden." Yi Godson blinked his eyes. "Wang and Zhen have a special origin. Why don't I know it? However, there is one thing that Yi Godson has to admit. It seems that Inazuma is not worth mentioning in front of Liu. As Mu Yang said, it is simply exhausting. So you want Wang to be your thug, but if you can really revive Zhen, Wang will definitely not mind fighting for you." Yi Godson really doesn't understand. At this time, she even had a subtle guess. Could it be that this man was greedy for Wang's body? After all, Wang, this guy, except for looking stupid, is very good in other aspects, with good looks, good figure, and good martial arts. She definitely has a perfect wife's face. As for the fact that Wang can't cook, it was subconsciously ruled out by Yi Shenzi. After all, except for herself and Wang herself, who else knows that Wang's cooking skills are simply earth-shattering? It's a waste of her wife's face. If Mu Yang really likes Wang, it seems to be good news. "I really want Baalzebub to work for me. Of course, it is an honor for you and Baalzebub to join me. After all, you can get more powerful power, resurrect the people you want to resurrect, and make Inazuma even better." Mu Yang nodded slightly. He would never admit that he didn't see any hope of reviving Baalzebub at this moment. It is difficult to revive people, let alone revive gods. This difficulty is definitely not small, but this is also a kind of hope, isn't it? Of course, it is true that there is a soul-raising box that can nourish the souls of Baal and others first. But since the demon god can be resurrected, why not revive other gods first? For example, in the end, if Mu Yang has mastered the method of resurrecting gods, she should be the first to be resurrected. As for the Great Compassion Tree King, her situation is special, and she may not really need to be resurrected. As for the first generation of the water god, she should just die honestly. Keeping her alive is also a disaster. "I want to do an experiment on Inazuma." Suddenly, Mu Yang spoke out of the blue. "What experiment?" Yi Goddess had a bad feeling. For some reason, she felt that Mu Yang was very dangerous now. This was not because of his strength, but because Mu Yang's words might be very dangerous. In Teyvat, the demon god is a lover. The gods guard and protect their people, but if the people are led by malicious intent, they may rebel against the gods and betray the gods. Now Inazuma is on the verge of collapse at any time. A fire can ignite the entire Inazuma. However, the rebels and Hagi Island are not qualified to be this fire. They have their own positions. After all, most of the rebels are just being used. I want to see the real power of the Inazuma people. Mu Yang showed a playful smile on his face. "You say, if I incite ordinary people at this time and then provoke the relationship between the people and the nobles, what will happen then?" Both Yi Shinko and Kamisato Ayaka could not help but gasp when they heard Mu Yang's words. The people of Inazuma believe in General Thunder. Even the Kanjo Bugio and Tenryo Bugio believe in General Thunder on the surface. Baalzebub has great power. Whether before or after becoming the god of thunder, she is the top combat force on the continent of Teyvat. I am very curious about what she will do when the entire Inazuma stands against her. Mu Yang's eyes became deep. In the plot, Lei Dianying was defeated by people's wishes and Wying. But if it were another way, Mu Yang did not intend to use force with Lei Dianying. With his current strength, it would not be particularly difficult to defeat Lei Dianying. This, Yi Shenzi hesitated for a moment. At that time, Lei Dianying should be very uncomfortable, right? She only has Inazuma now. The reason why she made her body into a Thunder General is to better protect Inazuma. If the people of Inazuma betrayed Lei Dianying, I'm afraid Wying would really have nothing. Thinking of this possibility, Yi Shenzi's eyes looking at Mu Yang also changed. This guy is definitely a devil, right? This is a revolution. It is also an experiment. When the people are instigated, they personally attack and massacre the so-called nobles. When faced with human will, can the devil really do it? How powerful are human wishes? Mu Yang admitted that he was sure that he was greedy for Lei Dianying's body, not just Lei Dianying's, but also Kamisato Ayaka and Yi Shenzi. But more importantly, Mu Yang still wanted to know more about this world. The power of the human world is strong, and the humans in this world are more magical than those on Earth. Therefore, Mu Yang planned to go to Inazuma to cause a revolution. As for whether it would completely detonate the entire Inazuma in the end, that would be a matter for the future. Even if Inazuma was finished, it was Lei Dianying's own fault in the final analysis. Moreover, he had the possibility of helping Lei Dianying to revive, so Mu Yang was not afraid that Lei Dianying would not give in. Yi Shenzi was silent when he heard this. This was going to kill people and destroy their hearts. When that time comes, I hope you can help me. Mu Yang's face changed. Of course, you can also refuse my kindness. After all, I am not going to revive the demon god, nor am I going to purify the aura of worshipping gods, right? Yizawa Shenzi showed a smile on his face. 667 I seem to understand what you want to do. It is very similar to Monde 1,000 years ago, but you want to see the duel between gods and believers. Such an interesting thing I don't think I need to refuse. But in this way, Inazuma is likely to be destroyed. Kamisato Ayaka was dumbfounded. She found that Mr. Mu Yang seemed to be a demon. As long as Wying is still there, Inazuma will not perish. Yizawa Shenzi didn't care what Inazuma looked like as long as Lei Dianying was fine. It's just that at that time, Lei Dianying might collapse. You should be thankful that Lei Dianying is very strong, has powerful weapon forging technology and alchemy, and is the talent we need. Otherwise, what Inazuma did, with my personality, I would definitely go to war. Xiang folded his arms and snorted. That's something to be thankful for. I can make the decision on this matter. Moreover, based on my understanding of Wying, she will eventually compromise with you. However, I hope that after Inazuma has put things right, you can become Inazuma's god. If you don't mind, it would be even better if you two become husband and wife. Inazuma will be her dowry. When he said this, Yi Shinko showed a creepy smile on his face. Kamisato Ayaka WAW. Mu Yang's asterisk. Neither Mu Yang nor Kamisato Ayaka thought that Yi Shenzi would be so coquettish that she would even want to use Inazuma as a dowry for Lei Yingying. Yi Shenzi said with a smirk. Actually, you don't have to do that. At most, you can say to Wying, I have a way to revive Zhen and Husegong. You don't want to be unable to revive them, right? If Yingmei can't beat you, she will definitely compromise. Mu Yang looked at Yi Shenzi deeply, then laughed dumbly and said, Are you still testing her now? I admit that I am a little tempted by a woman like Beelzebub, but I won't threaten her like this. No, this is not a test. No one knows Wying better than me. After knowing that you have a way to revive Zhen, she first thought about snatching this resurrection method from you, but your strength is above hers, so she has to find other ways. In order to revive Zhen, she doesn't mind doing such a thing. After all, Wying herself doesn't care about her body as much as you think, and at most she will marry General Lei Dian to you. But I am very curious, this should be just your clone. How did you take out the heart of God? Hee hee, you fox, your whole body is full of tricks. Mu Yang snorted lightly, expressing dissatisfaction with Yizawa Godson's words. But for those who don't understand, it is really easy to be deceived. But as long as it is related to the truth, those people will die. Yi Shenzi was speechless. This guy really asked for a lot. 2 long swords and a long spear. Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction. He didn't think that the weapons that Yi Shenzi took out would be worse than the Donji Xingqian that Barnabas gave him. After all, Inazuma itself is on the verge of collapse, and the pollution accumulated by the god Sakura tree has reached its limit. As I said before, if Wying knows about this and you threaten her with the real thing, she won't mind killing everyone on the island. If I fail, the backlash will put me in danger. Master Yi, Kamisato Ayaka looked at Yi Kamiko worriedly. For Kamisato Ayaka, Yi Kamiko was her savior. If it weren't for Yi Kamiko's protection, Kamisato Ayaka couldn't imagine where she would be now. A phoenix in trouble is no better than a chicken. What's more, those people wanted to treat them as criminals. Now that she heard Yi Kamiko said she was going to do something dangerous, how could Kamisato Ayaka not worry? The great purification of the god Sakura. In fact, I can also purify this. Compared with the aura of the worship of gods, it is too easy to purify those filth. Mu Yang looked at Yi Kamiko with some amusement. Yi Kamiko took a deep breath. Damn, what's wrong with this man? He has always said that he can help them solve this and that, and even revive the Shin and Kitsai palaces, but Mu Yang just said it verbally and did nothing. The man in front of him is definitely the kind of person who will not release the eagle until he sees the rabbit. Yi Shenzi sighed slightly, but did not doubt that Mu Yang was playing hard to get. But for Inazuma, it is not particularly important. Before, the eightfold godson even planned to make a deal with the Kingdom of Winter and hand over the Heart of God to the Kingdom of Winter. Kamiri Ayaka watched all this silently, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. But now Mu Yang doesn't care about the Heart of God, which makes the eightfold godson not know how to complain. The Heart of God is very important to ordinary people, and it is also very important to the Kingdom of Zhidong. It is something that countless people can't get even if they break their heads. Why did Lord Yi Gongji really want their Lord Thunder God to marry the man in front of him? I only heard that the humans are worried about getting married, but now Yi Shenzi hopes that Lei Yingying will get married. And I want her puppet manufacturing technology. 10 top-level weapons. What do you think God-made weapons are? Cabbages. Yi Shinko didn't know what to say. Lei Yingying's weapon-making skills are definitely one of the best in Teyvat. She would never make junk weapons. Although Lei Yingying is good at making weapons, it takes a lot of energy to make top-level weapons. Some top-level weapons may not be made even after hundreds of years. Moreover, the materials of top-level weapons are very rare. 3 weapons, no more. Inazuma doesn't have many left, but it can only be long-handled weapons and long swords, which are Wang's best tales. King Zhao's, I can go to Wang's inventory to get them for you. If you want more, just let me know. In the future, no matter how many weapons you want, Wang can make them for you. Yi Shenzi frowned and said dissatisfiedly. Heart of God, Mu Yang shook his head slightly. Heart of God, it has no effect on me, and such weapons cannot be bought with money in the entire Teyvat continent. This is the foundation of our existence. I can really succeed in holding the god Sakura purification. Yi Shenzi shook her ears, and she gritted her teeth and took out a chess piece. This is the Heart of God, do you want it? Is that so? Mu Yang hesitated for a moment and continued. Beelzebub made 10 top weapons for me. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions. Mu, I love you. Of course, this Heart of God is fake, it just looks real. It is too difficult to remove these pollutions. Yizawa Godson looked disappointed. My strength is still a lot behind that of the original Fox Sai Palace, and it is difficult for me to guarantee that. It seems to be a projection. Unless you often come into contact with the Heart of God, it is really hard to believe that this is a fake Heart of God. If the Sky Island knew about Mu Yang's behavior, he would probably be depressed to death. Under normal circumstances, Inazuma will not be implicated, even if there is a problem inside Inazuma, as long as those people are not involved. Mu Yang frowned when he heard it, and focused his attention on the Heart of God in the hands of the eightfold godson. This can also be regarded as protecting Inazuma, and it is difficult for General Lei Dian to refuse. Yizawa Godson shook his finger. Besides, I can also promote the development of this matter. It's interesting. Compared with the Heart of God, I am more interested in your secret technique. Mu Yang narrowed his eyes. I want the inheritance of Inazuma's secret technique. You might as well just kill those guys in Kanjo Bujio. After all, they deserve it for offending you. Wang will not kill them. However, the eightfold godson still replied. This is the secret technique of our Bachin Fox clan. Don't worry about the great purification of the god Sakura. I will take care of it when I go to Inazuma. Mu Yang paused and continued. If you rashly carry out the great purification of the god Sakura, you will regret it in the future. The beautiful eyes of the eightfold god-child flashed. I know, then I will wait for you, sir, to come on the Inazuma Shadow Mountain. Then the eightfold god-child looked at Kamisato Ayaka on the side and said softly, Ayaka has been in contact with you and Liu during this period. Please take care of her. After that, the eightfold godchild also looked at Kamisato Ayaka and Mu Yang teasingly. Of course, it's not impossible to take care of her in bed. This child is very simple, and she has not even had much contact with boys. You can confuse her with some sweet words. Then the figure of Yi God disappeared, leaving behind the ashamed and angry Kamisato Ayaka and the dumbfounded Mu Yang. This fox who likes to stir up trouble seems to want to send a girl to him. Is he trying to test himself or to build a relationship? At this time, if he wants to do something to Kamisato Ayaka, I'm afraid she won't be able to refuse. Kamisato Ayaka, you don't want Inazuma's resentment of worshipping gods to be unpurified, right? Mu Yang believes that this little turtle can't refuse him at all. It's a pity that ye gods' temptation will be disappointed. At present, Kamisato Ayaka Hua couldn't stop his bullets at all. If he acted recklessly, he would either be pierced in the intestines or shot in the head. Although Mu Yang had ideas about Kamisato Ayaka, he was powerless. Then again, if he had landed in Inazuma at the beginning, Mu Yang should have tried every means to get close to Kamisato Ayaka and Yi Kamiko. These two people are also good thighs, but Lei Yingying must not know their situation, at least not before his strength is sufficient. Of course, if it was Inazuma that started, it would definitely not be as smooth as it is now. Ahem. Mu Yang looked at the shy Kamisato Ayaka and asked, I can go to Inazuma in a while, please wait for me in Liu. Do you have a place to stay in Inazuma? I found an inn to stay in, the environment is not bad. After all, it's not good enough. If you don't mind, you can stay at my house. At least my house is quite big and Liu is not very peaceful during this period. Mu Yang directly invited Kamisato Ayaka. Kamisato Ayaka bit her lips. Was she invited to live at Mu Yang's house? They had just met and Mu Yang invited her to his house. Could she just go there? In addition to what Yi Shinko said before Kamisato Ayaka tugged at the corner of her clothes. All this was for Inazuma. Even if Mu Yang wanted to do something to her, she would never refuse. Master Yi Gongxi, even his own thunder god wanted to be sold. What was she? Then I'll trouble you. Finally, Kamisato Ayaka agreed after a bit of hesitation. It seems that she is also the type that Mu Yang likes. I am only targeting those who do whatever they want when they have power. Such people, no matter how powerful they are, once they are ready to do bad things, the impact they bring is very bad. Now that she is back home, how could Keqing take a break? The previous woman brought home by Mu Yang was Shenhe. That can't be said. Mu Yang shook his head slightly, she pointed at Keqing and said, I am only targeting those who have power and wealth and do whatever they want. Already. Oh, okay. Keqing raised her head and looked at Shenli Linghua who was following Mu Yang with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Kamisato Ayaka said generously, Hello, I am Kamisato Ayaka, nice to meet you. Look at Keqing, her family is the largest real estate developer in Liu, and her family is rich, but she will not use her power to seek benefits for her family. It's just that her body seems to be very delicate, which is a pity. And you haven't done anything similar, right? Sometimes Keqing even thinks that it would be great if Funina could come to share the pressure for her. It won't be long before Keqing starts working again, and there are a lot of documents accumulated in her office. In terms of physical fitness, Shenhe is much better than Kamisato Ayaka, and Shenhe's appearance is also quite good. After that, Kamisato Ayaka will stay in our house for a while, Mu Yang explained softly. After all, it is not very safe outside during this period of time, and some guys are also starting to resist. Even if she needs to use her family's construction team, she will use the market price, or even a price lower than the market price. Since you like each other, you should also respect each other's work. But this is not something Kamisato Ayaka can easily accept. Otherwise, she will be exhausted when she goes back to work. Kamisato Ayaka thought to herself that it was true, but she still asked, On your side, Mr. Mu Yang, are those nobles the ones that must be eliminated? It is still necessary to improve Kamisato Ayaka's physical fitness first, or find a way to let Kamisato Ayaka absorb Xiang's divine calendar. Now that Kamisato Ayaka has come, Keqing said that if you have the ability, then come. As for not allowing Mu Yang to go out and find women, Keqing doesn't want to die. But even if it is Shenhe, Mu Yang has not taken action for the time being, which makes Keqing very distressed. She doesn't understand how she should create conditions for Shenhe and Mu Yang. Please give me flowers, monthly tickets, and automatic subscriptions, Mu, I love you. Although she was very dissatisfied with some things on the Inazuma side, since Mu Yang brought Kamisato Ayaka home, I think the two sides have reached a tacit understanding. As for whether Mu Yang would have any ideas about Kamisato Ayaka, very beautiful girl. She hasn't eaten golden shrimp balls for at least 21,720 minutes. Juyunjian can't eat those delicious things. Keqing is still looking forward to it. This is not considered partiality. Seeing Keqing like this, Mu Yang was not surprised. After all, she was Keqing. It was very rare for her to not be busy with work for 10 days or half a month. There are guests at home, Sebuff. Mu Yang coughed lightly, and he was not dissatisfied with Keqing's situation. You are Kamisato Ayaka, hello, I am Keqing, welcome to Liu. Keqing greeted Kamisato Ayaka. Yes, I brought them. You are back. Did you bring the golden shrimp balls I want? Keqing lowered her head and was busy working. When she heard Mu Yang's familiar footsteps, she asked without raising her head. She should solve some of them as early as possible. At Mu Yang's house, when Mu Yang brought Kamisato Ayaka back home, Keqing was in the study, processing a large number of work documents. We can't assume that someone is what they are because of what their ancestors did. A large part of the power of your Kamisato family actually comes from inheriting the glory of their ancestors. Some people are proud of the glory of their ancestors and want to do their duties well and live up to the glory of their ancestors. But some people use the glory of their ancestors to do evil, and most of your nobles in Inazuma are like this. Mu Yang talked freely. What I'm going to do in Inazuma later is to make the people of Inazuma self-awaken. Whether it's the three magistrates or ordinary people, they are all Inazuma people, and those guys don't have the qualifications to be high and mighty. This is also a test for Inazuma. If the Inazuma people can self-awaken and take action against them and end all these mistakes, then what I want will be achieved. Of course, part of this period is also a test for lay film. After all, not everyone is qualified to cooperate with me, and the things that will happen later will be beneficial to Inazuma. Kamiri Ayaka frowned when she heard this. This was somewhat different from the education she had received since she was a child. Kamiri Ayaka was considered very friendly among the nobles of Inazuma. Princess Egret was also a respectful title for her. But when she thought of Mu Yang wanting to incite ordinary people to attack the nobles, Kamisato Ayaka felt horrified, almost shaking the foundation of Inazuma. After all, for the past 500 years, General Lei Dian has always been high above, and the Sanfu family has managed the country through the inheritance system. But now Mu Yang wants to directly overthrow the system of this country. Kamisato Ayaka wanted to stop him, but she also understood that Mu Yang's statement seemed to be correct. Just like the Kyujo family, they have already fallen. Although it is not good for the Kamisato family, Kamisato Ayaka must admit that Mu Yang's idea is indeed correct. Not to mention other people, even Lord Yi Shenzi may have agreed with Xiang's idea. If in this situation today the Inazuma people still choose to accept it, then I have nothing to say. Mu Yang thought for a while and continued. This is beyond my expectation. After all, you didn't intervene in the situation of Monde. Keqing looked at Kamisato Ayaka beside her vaguely. Is it because of this girl? She is indeed a very beautiful girl. Many people died in Monde, which is actually related to us. Qin has passed the test. When she made up her mind, she was already a qualified leader. It's just that I don't like the laziness of the Monde people. Even Barbados himself is dissatisfied with the current situation of the Monde people. Mu Yang sighed lightly. Think they lack blood. As for Inazuma, the problem appeared on the thunder god Beelzebub. Of course, it is also related to the nobles of Inazuma. As long as the thunder god is willing to become our man, those nobles are cleaned up, then Inazuma is still relatively reliable. The specific situation is actually similar to that of Zumi. But there is Nashida on Zumi, so we don't need to worry about it. Keqing and Kamisato Ayaka were both suddenly enlightened, but their understanding was different. Keqing knew about the guild, but she thought Mu Yang was talking about trying to win over the god of thunder to join the guild, and she wouldn't care too much about it. After all, she had seen the god of wind, the god of rock, the god of water, and the god of grass. Among them, the god of water and the god of grass still live in their own home. Now there is another god of thunder which has no impact at all. But in Kamisato Ayaka's ears, it has a different meaning. So is Mr. Mu Yang preparing to receive the dowry of General Thunder in the future? Keqing nodded thoughtfully. As someone who knows Mu Yang well, she knows that compared to Liu, the guild is the most important to Mu Yang. They will have many enemies and opponents in the future, and it is also necessary to attract General Thunder to join the guild. As for ceding Liu's interest to develop Inazuma, it is impossible. Cooperation is cooperation and competition is competition. However, Inazuma has a lot of good things. Inazuma's jade steel is the top material in the entire Teyvat continent. Unfortunately, the export volume is too small, and the amount of jade steel flowing into Liu every year is not much. If a stable jade steel trade agreement can be reached with Inazuma, it would be great. Forget it, let's eat first. The golden shrimp balls won't taste good if they get cold. Today, Xiangling is the chef of Wanmintang. Mu Yang shook the lunchbox in his hand and said, Okay, Keqing smiled sweetly. The golden shrimp balls cooked by Xiangling are a must-eat. It's double the happiness. The three of them ate together. While eating, Keqing also asked Kamisato Ayaka about Inazuma's current situation. However, when she heard those horrifying things from Kamisato Ayaka, Keqing was dumbfounded. Flour costs 100,000 moras per pound. 200,000 moras for a boy, 250,000 moras for a girl, and pretty girls are counted separately. Because of the rampant monsters in the wild, the people cannot cultivate the fields and have to sell the fields to survive. Because of the isolation order, Inazuma's fishing boats cannot go to the open sea for fishing, resulting in the aquatic products near the coast being eaten up. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? Does your Thunder General really not care? Keqing was dumbfounded. God has mercy on her. She already knew that Inazuma's current situation was not good, but she didn't expect it to be so bad. There is nothing we can do about it. Kamisato Ayaka smiled bitterly. Although the Shrine Magistrate has savings, we have no other way except to distribute the necessary porridge. This has also been suppressed by many people. Fortunately, Yi Dono and Narukami Taisha of Lord Yi Miyagi are also distributing porridge. Otherwise, our Kamisato family would be targeted if they wanted to do so. This is the situation that a country ruled by humans has to face at the end of its life. Land annexation, social class solidification, assets converge towards the top, people are living in poverty, and the whole country is in turmoil. Inazuma is now a powder keg. Mu Yang shook his head slightly. General Lei Dian's eternity has failed at this time. Keqing nodded thoughtfully, so this is also a problem they must solve in the future. Liu did not have these problems before, but they were slowly corrected under the guidance of Emperor Yanwang. But the problem is still not small. However, that General Lei Dian did not have the talent of Zaijun.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.